Hi guys. Happy almost Christmas. It's December 23rd. It is a Tuesday and we are here over at Criminally Confident. I am Lacey Meeks. Thank you so much for being here with me today. I hope you are having a lovely week, whether you are at home, at work, uh, out at the park, whatever you're doing. I hope that you're having a great day, and I greatly appreciate you stopping by. For those of you who are new, we do this every day except for Mondays and the weekends. So Tuesdays through Fridays, starting at 3:30, and I go over new cases and old cases. But for now, we are focusing on the Casey Anthony trial. A lot of people have watched it. A lot of people haven't watched it, including myself. So if you are interested in true crime, if you're into Dateline, um, or just local cases, give me a follow, hit that subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything. And while you're at it, I would greatly appreciate it if you could hit the thumbs up button. Make sure to give all your respect to Queen Maybe. She is my mod, and we love her for everything that she does. Hi, Maybe. And I am going to get started here. We are moving on with the testimony of the very, very dramatic Cindy Anthony, Casey's mom. So that's where I'll leave that, my feelings thus far. And I should also mention I got my hair done today. So hopefully I won't have so many bang issues. I got my very first paycheck from YouTube. Uh, I I'm so incredibly thankful for your guys' support. Like I won't be emotional, but after getting sick this year, things were really difficult. And that's why I'm trying to tread lightly on the holiday talk, because I know that a lot of people aren't thrilled about the holidays. A lot of people are struggling. And this, it wasn't, by no means was it a bunch of money, but it was enough to help me until I can get in for my surgery. So that being said, we'll go ahead and get on started. If you get annoyed by me stopping the video and talking, I'm sorry, I have to. It's kind of like the rules here with using these videos. So I would love for you to chat in the chat. Let's go ahead and get this thing started.
All right, Ms. Burdick, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Anthony.
Good morning.
When we left off on Saturday, we were talking about July 3rd of 2008. Do you recall?
Yes, ma'am.
In the evening hours on that date, you posted a paragraph on MySpace, correct?
Yes.
Paragraph.
Did you ever talk to your daughter, Casey, about what you had posted on MySpace?
Yes, I did.
Right. Was it that same day, or was it a period of time after that?
It was either the next day. I believe it was the following day. I know I didn't speak with her since I spoke with her like at 3:00 that afternoon on the phone. I hadn't spoken with her.
Did you talk with her about the issues and feelings that you expressed in the posting?
Yes, I did.
Right. Did you express to her your feeling that Kaylee was missing and you didn't know why?
That was a figure of speech. She was missing in my heart. Casey and I spoke about, why I wrote what I did.
Okay. Now, you did not know at that point on July 3rd that Kaylee was not with Casey, correct?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you speak with Casey about your feeling that she had betrayed you?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response to your discussion about Casey betraying you?
She explained to me that she needed some time away and that she was not upset with me and she was not punishing me by not letting me speak with Kaylee. She felt that she needed some time to sort some things out. And she explained to me that seeing Jeff again rekindled a lot of her feelings and emotions. And she explained to me that someday, I'm going to have to go through that empty nest syndrome with her and Kaylee. And so she explained to me, that how much she loved me and that, that she wasn't trying to get me upset. It was just, she wanted to work things out in her mind. And I needed to get used to the fact that someday she was going to be moving out and be her own person. And I realized that I was being selfish at that point. And so I quit questioning her.
I want to see this.
Now, what she told you was that she was pursuing a relationship with what you thought was a wealthy man who lived out of town.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, once she tells this to you, you decide to stop questioning her about her whereabouts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The issues and feelings that you posted and then discussed with her predated June 16th, 2008, correct?
The feelings that I spoke about was everything up until July 3rd, just the feelings. I felt betrayed that day because I found out she had lied to me.
Okay. But you also discussed with her your feelings that she was jealous of you.
That was my interpretation.
Leading.
I asked for the court.
Overruled.
Did you discuss with her your feelings?
Leading as to outside of the scope of what was previously agreed upon on leading.
Okay, overruled.
Did you discuss with her your feelings that she was jealous of you in some fashion?
It was brought up to me by her ex-fiance, Jesse Grand, when they were dating or engaged.
Sustained.
Did you discuss that with Casey?
Yes, I
That
did.
you had these feelings that you thought she was jealous of you?
Yes,
Okay. Did she deny that?
yes,
Did you discuss with her that she had left without warning?
yes.
Okay. Did she tell you that that wasn't true? That there was some warning?
Well, no, she said she left without telling me. I mean, that was the whole purpose of me being upset with her on the phone at 3:00 that afternoon.
Did you discuss with her your issue or feeling that she left without warning, even though you had been the one to raise, feed, clothe, shelter, and pay the bills for Kaylee?
Leading
Overruled.
way outside the scope of what was agreed upon.
Overruled.
Did you discuss that issue with her?
Yes, I did.
And
again, that was, I think I was my whole purpose of writing the letter was I didn't want to go into it on the phone with her. So I thought writing my feelings down, maybe it would make an impact on her, how she made me feel those last few days, finding out that she had lied to me, that she was not in Orlando.
Did you discuss with her your feeling that you had heard she felt you were controlling her life?
Maybe I'm setting up the goal.
I don't remember
others are
speaking about
chatting.
me controlling her life, no.
Okay. So
Hey,
after
everybody.
you talked, or during the time that you talked to your daughter about the feelings that you expressed, did the conversation conclude with her telling you she does need her space?
Yes,
So after having that discussion on July 3rd, well, a few days after July 3rd, you said, did you back off?
I backed off, but I still persisted I learned how to text during that time. So I started texting her just to make sure that everything was okay. And I'd leave messages and then she'd call me back. I just wanted to, talk to her at least every day to make sure she was okay. And I did persist every day asking if I could speak with Kaylee because I miss hearing her little voice.
Right? And were you given an opportunity to speak with Kaylee at all?
No.
Were you told at that point where Kaylee was?
Yes.
What were you told?
I was told at various times that either Kaylee was napping or with Jeff's mother and Zachary, maybe at the beach in Jacksonville on a boat, just various places.
Based on your conversations then with your daughter, did you have some expectation as to when she was going to return from Jacksonville?
Yes, at one point, I kind of thought she was going to come home during that weekend after the 4th of July. And then I believe that's when she told me that there was something wrong with the Pontiac, that, her boyfriend Jeff was going to, take it to his mechanic and have him look at it. She thought that the gas gauge was broken or something on it.
Okay, her car.
Her car.
All right. So did that necessitate her staying out of town based on what you were told?
Yes.
Okay, for how long?
I believe it turned into like Monday or Tuesday because they had to order a part of some sort. Plus, we knew that Casey needed to get her brakes done. We had been mentioning it to her that it was about time that she, get those checked and redone. So, I don't really know a lot about cars, and I was the one that spoke to Casey every day. So I just assumed that was correct.
Did you share with your husband, George, that you were speaking to Casey on a regular basis?
Oh, absolutely. He inquired every day if I had spoken to her or not. And I'm the one that told George to leave her be, just to let her go. you know.
So after being told that the car was going to need some repair, did you have some other expectation as to when she was going to be coming back to Orlando?
Yes, again, that following weekend, the weekend after July 4th, we had expected her to come home. And then I remember on that Sunday receiving a text. George and I were in Walmart just getting some things, and I received a text from her saying that Jules was getting married. And Jules is Jeff's mother. And so they were going to stay for the wedding. It was an impromptu thing, and it was going to be at the chaplain, with the chaplain. I guess Jules had cancer, and they were going to get married at the hospital chapel. And then she would be home either Monday or Tuesday.
All right. Now, at this point, we're talking about Monday, July 14th.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see her then on Monday, July 14th?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Do you know where she was?
She told me she was in Jacksonville and that she and Jeff were getting the car packed and ready to go. Jeff was going to come back down to Orlando, and they were going to caravan back. So they were, loading her car and Jeff's car, and then they were going to try to leave at some point and be home on Tuesday.
Tuesday, July 15th.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, on Sunday, the 13th, were you and your husband working in the yard?
Yes, later that day when we got back from doing errands and such, George and I were out front working in the yard. We had planted new sod in the strip between the sidewalk and the street. We had planted new sod there, and George was watering that. We're considering putting plants and stuff in that area, and then nixed the idea, thinking that if someone, trampled it or backed into it or whatever with a car. So I was out weeding in the front, and George was off to the side, and I noticed that there was a notice taped to the front glass door, and it was kind of hard to see because our door is it's not really a peach, but it's a light pink color.
Overruled.
You were talking about the difficulty of being able to see the notice that was on the door.
Yes, ma'am.
Why was it difficult?
Well, in the afternoon, we get the afternoon sun in the front of the house, and there's a glare usually off the glass. And I usually have a wreath or something on the front door, or a plaque or something. And the notice kind of blended in with the door, but the reflection, as I worked closer, I could see it. And I went ahead and took it off at that point.
Right. Do you have any indication, or did you have any indication at that time how long that notice had even been there?
I believe it was put there either Thursday or Friday.
Why do you believe that?
Because usually they're marked, and I believe I saw either the 10th or the 11th date on when it was posted on there.
Okay. When you come in and out of your house, what do you use?
The garage door.
Other than some date indicators on the notice, did it give you any idea what it was about or who it was from?
It said it was a certified letter, and it had Johnson's. And when I read it, I didn't know anybody the name of Johnson or Johnson's company. So I went over to George and showed him the notice, and he said he had no clue who Johnson's was. So, he said, well, I'll just pick it up, tomorrow, which would have been Monday, on my way to work.
All right. Did your husband start a new job a job with a new employer on Monday, July 14th?
This is where I said,
Yes, he had done some orientation with them and had just started with this new job.
it's a couch. In my
Since you
back.
were expecting Casey and Jeff on July 15th, did you think that she was coming right to your home at some particular time of day?
Well, I figured at some point she'd be home. Jacksonville's not that long of a drive to Orlando. So I figured by noon, if they left in the morning, that they would be home sometime in the afternoon.
Did you go to work that day?
Yes, I did.
Do you know if your husband was scheduled to work that day, July 15th?
Yes, he was.
What shift?
3 to 11.
At some point, did you learn that your husband had gone to the post office to pick up the certified letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know when that occurred?
Around lunchtime sometime,
On,
the 15th of July.
did he call you at your office to tell you what the letter was about?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Did he tell you that the car, Casey's car, was in Orlando
Yes, ma'am, he did.
at a tow yard?
Yes,
After receiving that information, did you attempt to contact your daughter?
yes, I did.
Did you get a hold of her?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you about the car being in Orlando?
I told her that she had a lot of explaining to do, that her car, from what I had found out at that point, the car had been towed from a facility. I wasn't sure at that point what facility, and had been there for a couple weeks. So I said she had a lot of explaining to do.
Did she explain?
No.
Okay.
Did you tell her that you were going to call her back or that she needs to come home immediately?
Yes, I pretty much in essence said that she needed to, to be home so that we could talk this out.
Get your white ass home, girl.
So what did you do next?
Well, when George he got the certified letter, he went directly down to the Johnson's tow yard, and they handed him a receipt and said that it was like $488 and some change. And he said, since both of our names was on the title, that we both had to go down there. So
Oh.
I went ahead and stopped and got $500 out of the ATM and met George at the house so that, one of us could drive her.
Okay, let this be a lesson that if you are going to have your parents on your title, that could be extremely inconvenient, because if it gets towed and you have to both show up, oh my God, can you imagine? And they're pissed off at you. So if they live out of town, that's first whammy, double whammy. They want to rip your skin off. Yikes.
Car home.
So you left work about what time?
I didn't look at the clock. I just left after he went down to the, within minutes of him going to the post office, he was at the tow yard because it's, not that far away. So I would say maybe if I had to guess, sometime maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock.
So you met your husband at the house and the two of you went in one car
Yes, ma'am.
to the tow yard. Right. Did you get any access to the car while you were at the tow yard?
I did not. I was close to the car when George came around after he, was able to drive it. He came back around and I was waiting for him because it was raining and I had my window down. And he said, we need to get home right now. This car stinks and, it's raining and let's, I'm going. In other words, he just said, let's not chit chat. Let's get home.
All right. Were you able to detect an odor at that point?
No, I was not.
So where did you go from there?
We drove back to our home and George drove the car right into the garage and parked on the right-hand side of the garage, my normal spot, pulled the car right into the garage. And then I left my car out.
All right. Now you indicated it was raining.
Yes, it wasn't raining very hard. It was kind of like a misty rain.
Once the car is in the garage, do you access it in some fashion?
Yes, as soon as I got out of the car, my car, George was already out of the car and as I walked up to the car, I could smell the car. And
What did you say?
I said, oh my gosh, what,
Was it a smell?
I asked her what she said.
Overall,
That's
I
what
said, oh my gosh, what's wrong with the car? And George proceeded to tell me that excuse me, okay,
that's what
got
Ms.
you,
Anthony said.
got you.
All right. Did you make some comment at that point about the smell?
Yeah, I said it smelled like something had died in the car.
Did you learn about any garbage being in the trunk at some point?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So what did you do, if anything, to the car?
It was after George went to work. I encouraged him to go because it was getting close to between 2 and 2:30. And we had opened all the trunk, the hood of the car. George took the battery out of the car because we were afraid that Casey might come home and take the car and we wouldn't be able
Oh
to
my
speak with her.
God.
So I went ahead and noted that Casey's purse was on the front seat and that Kaylee's baby doll, her favorite doll was in the car seat,
Yeah,
like
that's
it
how
was
you know something
sitting where
bad.
Kaylee would have sat. Then I noticed Kaylee's backpack in the trunk of the car. And I noticed some clothes and some shoes of Casey's. So what I did is I took Kaylee's doll out of the car and I took the backpack out of the car and I took Casey's purse out of the car and a pair of slacks. I left the shoes and I think there was a blue plastic collapsible basket that we kept in the back of our vehicle, like for groceries or just odds and ends. We keep them in all of our vehicles. And I think there was a belt and some odds and ends in there. I left the stuff that was in the trunk except for Kaylee's backpack. I took that out. And Kaylee's doll smelled like the car. So I took it out and in our garage, we have a ice chest and I set the doll down and I went and got a Clorox wipe and wiped the face and the hands. And the body is soft, so it smelled pretty bad. So I went and got some Febreze and I sprayed the dog. And I sprayed Febreze all through the car, thinking that that might help the odor. I sprayed the front and the back. I used pretty much a whole can of Febreze.
All
And
right.
then,
Now, let me just stop you there. At that time, you indicated that you said to your husband what died.
yes,
The smell in the car, was that a smell that you recognized?
the smell in the car was like something I had never, it was pretty strong. I mean, I use that expression, what died, and at that point, I never put, anybody in the trunk of the car or in the car. I was satisfied with what George had told me happened at the tow yard.
All right. Now, you have a nursing background, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the experience of being exposed to either rotting or decomposing flesh?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
What is your experience in that area?
I debride a lot of very bad wounds and work with a lot of patients who have amputees, and a lot of times their tissue starts to rot. And I remember one experience as a student nurse that we did get to go to the morgue and see some bodies that had come in that had been out there for a while.
All right. Now, you said that you used the expression, what died, with your husband. At that point, were you considering that something died in the car?
No, at that point I did not.
You said that you encouraged George, your husband, to go to work. Did you see whether or not he took any action
put it
as it relates to the car?
No, no, ma'am. I was pretty much in the garage the whole time that George was home. He went inside to get his things and then he left.
Mike.
If I may have states D for identification.
I hope it's the MySpace
The
post.
photo mark D for identification, what do you recognize that to be?
The Pontiac Sunfire that Casey was using. It's the back end view.
At this point, Your Honor, we would introduce D for identification into evidence and seek permission to appropriately publish.
Okay, the defense is previously stipulated to this. It will be introduced as states numbered. You may publish.
If I may show you what's been marked as E for identification.
Huh? Is it coming up again? Okay, let's take a brief recess, please. Okay, you may continue.
Thank you. Mrs. Anthony, we're going to look at what has been introduced as 47 in
Jen.
evidence. And I've been told to give it a second. All right. What is it that is being shown in 47 in evidence?
The back of the Pontiac Sunfire.
I'll unpublish that one and ask for E for identification. And I'm showing you what has been marked as E for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the front view of the Pontiac Sunfire.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately represent the way that the Sunfire looked back in July of 2008?
Yes, except for the writing on the windshield and the yellow tape on the
All right.
hood.
The car itself.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce E for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objection, sir.
It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Okay. You testified this is the front of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll unpublish that. And if I could have F for identification.
Coco, I have heartburn. Relax. Sorry, guys.
Do you recognize what's shown in that photograph? I'm sorry.
It's the driver's side view of the Pontiac Sunfire.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the vehicle in July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce F for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Judge.
We received an evidence as states numbered.
And permission to publish to the
You
jury.
may publish.
Your breath. PU.
If I could have H for identification.
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, do you see H for identification?
Yes, that's looking in the front interior of the car, the Pontiac Sunfire, through the passenger side.
You had mentioned when you first had access to the vehicle that there were some items in the front. Do you see those items on the seat, or were items removed?
There was another item that was in the passenger seat that I removed. That was Casey's work purse.
Aside from that item, were the items that are shown in the photograph on the front seat whenever you first had access to the car?
Yes, the purse was covering those items, and I saw those after I removed the purse.
Does that photograph then fairly and accurately depict the condition of the front seat with the exception of the work purse that you mentioned?
I think there was I think I could see one of my steak knives.
Hold on. Aside from the things that I mentioned, the work purse, is that what was there?
Yes,
Okay. Is the photograph fair and accurate depiction of the interior of the car?
missing one other item. that I-
Okay. Is the photograph a fair and accurate depiction of what we had discussed was remaining in the car?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce H for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
We have no objections. However, we think a sidebar is required.
If you have no objections, why is there a necessity for a sidebar?
In reference to some testimony.
She's here and she's biting.
Okay, it will be admitted in the evidence approach.
Her name is Bitey. That's what it's becoming.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're hereby instructed to disregard the testimony regarding one of my steak knives that was mentioned by Miss Anthony concerning the photograph. You may continue.
Your Honor, is F for identification, I'm sorry, I believe that's H for identification introduced into evidence?
Yes, it is.
And permission to publish that to the jury.
Put my mascara there to warm it up. I'll wait. If you're
Do I
just
have I for identification? All right, Mrs. Anthony, I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as states 35.
you guys didn't even have to pay for a cat to show up who's just going to start biting me. You get this for free, so you're welcome.
And permission to publish during the testimony since it's already been introduced. All right, Mrs. Anthony, do you see the items?
yes, ma'am.
Were those items in the vehicle when you first accessed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you had mentioned that there were some other items in, which part of the vehicle is this?
The back seat of the Sunfire looking from the passenger side.
All right. You had mentioned that there were some other
Brilliant.
items in the back seat. What was that?
On the back seat, covering the shoes, was a pair of Casey's dress slacks. And in the seat well on the passenger side behind the driver, or the side back seat behind the driver, there was a pair of.
I feel like some people probably didn't hear this correctly. So one of the biggest hacks as a makeup artist, I tell people, is to put your mascara, if you're a female, put your mascara in your bra or like your back pocket, because then it will come to your body heat and it'll apply just so much better. Try that next time and let me know what you guys think.
Casey's boots, dress boots.
All right, so you removed the boots and and you removed the slacks?
I did not remove the boots.
Oh, you did not remove these. You removed the slacks.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do with those?
They also had the same odor that of the car. So I went ahead and put them in the laundry.
Your laundry is right there in the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as L for identification. Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of a portion of the vehicle as you found it on July 15th of 2008?
And that picture's taken after, because the boots were in the well and the dryer sheet was not there. I placed that there.
Aside from the changes that you've made, accurately show the back seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mrs. Anthony, Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce L for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
Objection.
No objections, sir.
Be admitted in evidence. It states numbered.
Mrs. Anthony, Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
I'm trying to make a comment.
You indicated that the boots that are shown on the back seat were in a different part of the car when you first accessed it.
Yes, ma'am.
Were they on the floorboard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you also mentioned a dryer sheet.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put that dryer sheet there?
Stop
Yes, ma'am.
biting me.
Do you remember having a deposition taken on July 29th of 2009?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at that point, you were sworn to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, you remember that I was there asking questions. Counsel for your daughter was there as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember giving a different response as to whether or not you put the dryer sheet in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point in time, did you say that you put the dryer sheet in the car?
At that point in time, I couldn't remember if I did or not.
That's pretty much it, maybe. The car smelled bad. That's where we've gotten thus
So I may
far.
approach the witness.
You may.
Page 323,
Which volume? Volume one?
volume 2, 2 of 2.
What page?
Page 323, lines 15 through 25.
You may approach.
No objections, further impeachment.
Overrule.
Read line 15 to 25 yourself.
You guys aren't going to believe what this emoji is called, the one on the screen right now. Because it relates to this case.
Is that,
Connecticut.
refresh your
What's up,
recollection as
Connecticut?
to whether or not you actually put the dryer sheet in the back seat of the car?
Overrule.
At that time, when I made the statement that I did not know, at that time, I did not remember. Since then, I've had flashbacks of that day. And on that day of my deposition, I was under new medication, and I explained to everybody before we started the deposition that it was a very stressful day and that my medicines, I was in transition between two medications, and that I was going to do the best that I could with the
Okay.
memory I had at that time.
Mrs. Anthony, at the time of your deposition, did you not indicate that you did not know of a reason why you would have put a dryer sheet in the car?
Impeachment.
Overrule.
At the time, all I remember the day of my deposition is that I was tired, had not been sleeping, and very emotional. And I did not at that time remember why or doing so. Later on, I have had flashbacks, and a lot of my memory has increased.
Mrs. Anthony, do you remember at the beginning of your deposition, me asking if there was anything that was
Who's that
affecting
kid?
your ability to remember or recall? Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. And do you remember me asking if you felt that it was okay to go forward with the deposition, even given that you had medication at that time?
Yes, ma'am. And we discussed that that was the best we were going to get at that point from me.
Okay.
Oh. No, this is not cross-examination. She's just, hold on. That's actually a really good point. Texter says just asked if this is cross-examination. This is the state. And I think that Cindy at this point was starting to have a little buyer's remorse about testifying against her daughter, or at least that's how it was perceived. So she's like being a little skittish with her answers that are definitively going to incriminate her daughter. I hope that clears that up. Oh yeah, I gotta use the allergy meds.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been marked as V for identification.
What?
Tell me if you recognize what is shown in V.
It's the blue collapsible bin from the trunk of Casey's car. It has Casey's doll, Kaylee's doll, Casey's purse, and Kaylee's backpack. And there's a hanger at the bottom of the basket.
All right. Are these items that you
Oh.
turned over to the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these items that were in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the doll that is on top, is that the doll that you had indicated in your earlier testimony was in the car seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this photograph fairly and accurately depict the bin and other items that were removed from the car and subsequently turned over to the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce V for identification into evidence.
No objection, sir.
It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish to
You
the,
may publish.
I have never seen a grown woman like
Mrs. Anthony, aside from
Cry
wiping
like
down the doll with a Clorox wipe, did you do anything with the work purse that is in the blue bin?
Later that evening, after I came back from work, I went through Casey's purse because I hadn't heard back from Casey and she wasn't returning my calls. And I found the yellow envelope that was inside her purse. And I removed the items inside the envelope and they were resumes of her friend, Amy Huizinga.
Is
And
there contact information for Amy Huizinga on that resume?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you do anything with the backpack that you have indicated is at the bottom of that blue bin?
I looked through the backpack just to see what was inside of it.
All right.
And I think that's all I did.
If I may have W for identification? Can you see W for identification, Mrs. Anthony?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Are the item, what is it a picture of?
The inside of Kaylee's backpack.
Right. Is that photograph fair and accurate representation of what you saw in the backpack in July of 2008?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce W for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
that's
No objection,
funny.
sir.
Texas
Received in
says-
evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
trying to put on eye makeup.
All right, you said you looked through the backpack. Did you find anything and remove it?
Briefly, I took out her toothbrush.
All right. I knew.
We always had a tooth.
I knew someone was going to say this. Okay. So Shavilla, I can't say that on my YouTube channel. Like I know what you're talking about, but it's one of those words that the woke has gotten really stressed out about. And when we say those words, I end up being penalized for stating facts. So I recognize that it's dumb that we can't say the actual word, but that is how we operate over here.
Brush, like a comb and different things in one of the pouches. And I just went through and held some of Kaylee's things just because, and then I placed them back where I found them,
Where was this item in the car?
in the trunk of the car.
On the floor of the trunk or inside something else?
I believe it was on the floor of the trunk.
The blue bin that we saw in 52 in evidence, where was that?
That was in the back of the car as well, or in the trunk of the car as well.
What items were in the blue bin before you removed it?
Some hangers, plastic hanger.
Did you vacuum the trunk of the car?
No, I did not.
Did you otherwise clean it in any fashion aside from spraying Febreze?
I think I just kind of brushed my hand across some things and threw a couple little pieces of debris away.
All right. You had indicated that you went to work.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When you went to work, in what condition did you leave the vehicle?
This is the old trial.
Left the car with all of the doors open, windows down, sunroof open, trunk and hood up. And it was left in the garage.
Did you close the garage door behind the car when you left and went to work?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How long were you at work?
Oh, maybe an hour and a half, 2 at the most, but probably an hour and a half.
While you were there or when you were going there, did you make an attempt to contact your daughter, Casey?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to get a hold of her?
No, I was not.
Once you were at work for an hour and a half, you said you either ended your shift or decided to leave. What happened?
Well, when I got there, everybody knows I don't usually leave work in the middle of the day. So when I got back, I just kind of explained what was going on because I left abruptly. And I went back to my desk and tried to get a few things done so that I could get out of work. And I spoke to a couple coworkers about the car and, trying to find out what happened with Casey. And my immediate supervisor was telling me just go home. And I told her I needed to get a few things squared away because I had worked very hard on a project that I was, for Coumadin levels. And I was trying to make sure that the nurses had gotten the doses right for the patients that day. It was very important for me to get a few things done at my desk where I felt comfortable I could leave. And as I was wrapping some stuff up, my director came and said, why don't you just go home? We'll take care of whatever you need to do.
Had you told the people at your workplace that you hadn't seen Kaylee for a month or more?
They pretty much knew that I hadn't seen her because during that period of time I had, we always ask how our family is. And Kaylee is always a subject of conversation with my coworkers. I mean, they watch Kaylee grow up because she was always at my work. Casey was always dropping her off, or she'd just come for a visit, have lunch with me or whatever with Kaylee. So everybody knew Kaylee since she was a baby. And, of course I vented, how was your vacation? And I'd come in and say crappy because I didn't get to spend it with the girls. And,
right.
So they were aware.
You said that you had discussed with your coworkers the condition of the car. Did you tell your coworkers that it smelled like something died in the car?
Yes, that was a figure of speech.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
I said that it smelled like something, that the car smelled really bad. And I explained to them what George had told me
Do you see
while
that?
he was at Johnson's.
All right. So you did tell your coworkers that it smelled like something died in the car?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So once you were encouraged to leave by your supervisor, did you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you go home?
Yes, straight home.
Once you got home, is that when you looked through the work purse that you described earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you were home, did you make efforts to contact your daughter, Casey?
Yes, I tried calling her again. And she still wouldn't answer. So I thought it was strange that Casey had Amy's information there. And I don't know what possessed me to call Amy rather than some of her other friends, but I did. Something just told me to call Amy.
You called Amy. In the meantime, had you sent a text to your daughter that there was a major problem that she needed to get in touch with you immediately?
better
Yes,
call me
I've been
right
trying
now.
to get a hold of her all day to find out why the car was at the tow yard. And obviously I realized that she was lying again where she was at.
So when you made an effort to contact Amy, did you reach her?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you make arrangements to pick her up?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that? Did you
Yes,
pick her up?
Yes, I did.
Where did you pick her up from?
The Florida Mall.
You okay, Riley?
And did you ask Amy to take you to Casey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She's just
Was she able to do that?
today.
Yes, the reason I picked her up is because she explained to me that she had seen Casey a few hours prior, that Casey picked her up at the airport. And I told her that I hadn't seen Kaylee and that Casey was lying to me and I needed to find Casey to find out what was going on. So while we were driving, she said she knew exactly where she dropped Casey back off because she had loaned Casey her car during the time that she was in Puerto Rico.
All right. So where did she take you or where did she direct you?
Yeah.
The cat's being horrible. My husband was like, and this is the one that's getting the best gifts from Santa Paws. He tends to go all out with the cat gifts. Anyways, this comment I think is what a lot of us in the chat without children are thinking. Like, how are you okay with this? Aren't grandchildren supposed to be like God's gift, like to grant to people? Like, it's supposed to be so great. You can love on them all day long and then send them home with their parents. And like, you're not absolutely enraged that your daughter did this. It's a little bizarre. It doesn't pass the sniff test.
Yeah, I was just driving. She was just telling me where to go. And we went to University Avenue, Winter Park, a place, I can't even remember the name of his apartment complex, but she took me directly to Tony's apartment.
Are you talking about Tony Lazaro?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this somebody that you had met?
No.
Tony Lazaro.
So once you get to Tony Lazaro's apartment complex, where do you go?
Well, I was kind of shocked that Amy knew exactly where to go because she kind of indicated that she had just kind of dropped Casey off at the complex. But Amy seemed to know exactly which apartment, and it was in the back and which floor. I mean, she just led me right up in the different, because where you park, there's a couple buildings, and she knew right where to maneuver right up to the apartment complex. And I followed her up to the second, I think it was the second floor. And we decided that Amy go to the door, and I just stayed in the hallway so that when Casey would come to the door, and see Amy.
All right. Now, you mentioned the hallway. Is this door open to the exterior or into an interior hallway?
It's outside. We climbed the outside staircase, and Tony's apartment, there was like a little balcony area. And I just stood kind of towards the stairwell.
Okay. So did you see Amy knock on the door and get a response?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you see come to the door?
Well, I
This is
didn't
when
see
she,
Casey
like,
at first. I
pulled
heard
her
her voice
out.
when the door was open, and then Amy kind of motioned for her to come out. And then Casey stepped outside, and that's when I popped around.
Okay. What did you say?
I just asked her what she was doing there, and I told her that she needed to talk.
This crazy lady, you think that she said, "Hey, Case, what's going on?" I can almost envision this in my head. She pulled the broad out by her hair and said, "Bitch, we're having a conversation. We're having it now." I know this. I know this breed. I know this breed well.
To me that we needed to talk. And
Did you see Kaylee?
no,
Did you go into the apartment to look for Kaylee?
as soon as I got to the, once Casey agreed with me to come with me, I asked where Kaylee was, and she said she wasn't there.
Did
So
she tell you where she was?
she said she was with the nanny.
Okay.
And so I told Casey to get her things and come on. And when she went into the apartment, I stepped up and I could smell the cigarette smoke just emanated out of the apartment. And I didn't even take more than a step in. I knew Kaylee wouldn't be in that environment. So I didn't even go in to look.
All right. So Casey told you that Kaylee was at the nanny.
Yes.
What was your response to that?
Well, we're going to go get her because we have to all sit down and talk about what's going on.
Kumbaya.
And was Amy around for that?
Yes, Amy by then realized that I was quite upset, and she kind of already went back downstairs, and she was down back by my car.
Okay. Did Casey agree to go with you?
Reluctantly, but yes.
All right. Did she gather her things as you told her to?
No, she just put her sandals on and put her flip-flops on, and then she came with me. She didn't have her purse or her cell phone or anything with her.
Did she tell you that she was coming back to Tony's apartment?
Yeah, she had made the reference that she was going to come back to Tony's, and I told her that would be fine at some point, but not until we resolved everything that was going on, not until I had an explanation.
Tell me what the
And not
fuck
until you
is
saw
going on.
Kaylee?
Right.
Does everyone get back into your car at that point?
Yes.
Or you're driving?
Yes, I'm driving. Casey sat in the front passenger seat, and Amy started to get in behind Casey, but realized Kaylee's car seat that I had in my vehicle was there. So she ended up coming around the vehicle and getting in to the back seat behind me, and then we left.
All right. Did you continue to question Casey as soon as she got into your car about Kaylee's whereabouts?
Yes, I did. And I realized that that wasn't an opportunity to really talk to Casey because Amy was in the car, and I didn't want to really embarrass Casey or
Oh,
Amy.
we didn't want to
So,
embarrass her.
Amy gave me directions to take her home. So the conversation was very limited during that period of time.
All right. How about once Amy got out of the car? At that point, did you ask where Kaylee was?
Yes, I dropped Amy off on the street. She said it would be fine for her to walk, and we kind of watched until we could see her get back to the condo or townhouse, whatever it is.
You'd rather walk in the
Because she was living
street
with,
than be in the car.
JP Chat and Ricardo Morales at that time. And I made a comment that that before we started to go, that she needed to start answering my questions. And she told me that she would take me to see Kaylee. So we started to drive.
Did
And
she tell you to go anywhere specific?
we started driving around, and then Casey started making excuses why it would not be a good idea for me to go see Kaylee. And I was getting very, very frustrated. And I was asking her questions
bet
about
she was.
why the car was at the tow company. And
Did you get answers?
no, I didn't. We drove around for quite some time. And at one point she asked me to take her back to Tony's, and I told her she wasn't going anywhere until I got the answers. And I was driving closer towards our home because since I wasn't getting a specific location where to pick up Kaylee, I just figured might as well head home. And as I was going down Pershing, I noted the Orlando police station that was on Pershing. And I told her that if she wasn't going to give me the answers, that I was going to get someone to help me get them.
All right. So at this point, you pulled into a substation for the Orlando Police Department on Pershing.
Yes, ma'am. And I pulled up to the door and started to get out of the car and realized that they closed at 5 p.m. and it was way after 5. So I just got back in the car and told Casey that this was her last
Talk to your
chance to tell me
father.
what was going on. And she was trying to explain to me that we talked about issues that we were having, and we were kind of arguing a little bit in the car, and I wasn't getting the answers that I wanted. So I dialed 911 from the car.
Your Honor, at this point,
May? Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute recess at this time. So if you need your special one, this is a good time to take the special. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves. We'll take a 15-minute recess at this time. Ms. Burdick, this is being offered to show exactly what?
Please make sure to hit that like button. And if you aren't already subscribed, it's free. So please make sure to do that. Thanks, guys.
Your Honor, in July of last year, we had a hearing regarding the admissibility of the 911 calls. It was our position that they were excited utterances. Ms. Anthony at that time gave testimony, as well as her son, regarding the context in which the calls were made. We had indicated that the calls, in addition to being excited utterances, it was our position that they were not hearsay at all, because they weren't being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And after the conclusion of that hearing, the court entered orders as it relates to the admissibility of all the calls.
Okay. The long reason I asked you that, I'm trying to fashion an instruction. This is what I propose. The evidence that you're about to hear is to be considered by you only as to Ms. Cindy Anthony's state of mind and as an excited utterance at the time, and not for any other purpose, such as any alleged criminal act of the defendant. You are not to take into consideration those alleged criminal acts, i.e., quote, stolen car or money that she mentions.
At the end of at least one of, I believe it's this first 911 call, there are statements made of Ms. Anthony's that were captured on the recording. And then, of course, on the third call that we plan to introduce, Ms. Anthony does get onto the phone with the operator, the person from dispatch from Orange County Sheriff's Office, and made statements of her own as well in response to some of the questions posed. So the limiting instruction, I believe, would only apply to the first two calls, not the third. The third deals exclusively with the reporting of the child being kidnapped. I do not believe that there is any reference in that third call to the car or the money again. And I do have transcripts for the court reporter.
I will specifically mention stolen car and bank account.
Okay.
So the criminal acts will be specified.
Thanks for dropping
Now, it
by.
is not my intent to introduce the transcript unless there's no objection. When the recordings are introduced per the stipulation, understanding there are objections, prior objections made by motion, we have the recording synced to a transcript for the jury to listen and watch. However, the transcripts that I have here, I do not intend to introduce into evidence unless there's no.
When you say they are synced to a transcript, what do you mean?
When
Superimposed over the.
When the recording plays, the transcript will appear with a highlight as to the portion being spoken, just a scrolling text. I know that the administrative order requires that we provide copies of any tapes played to the court reporter. I do have those marked as exhibits, so that the record is able to be clarified at some point as to what the jurors saw and heard.
As to the limiting instructions, any objections from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Baez, I think that was what you requested.
Your Honor, we object to that part of the tape being played at all. I'm gathering that what you have done is crafted a hybrid of 2.4 of the standard.
To be honest with you, I didn't look at 2.4. But I can look at it.
Wonderful coincidence, is it not?
Okay. We're going to zip through this.
2.4 has to do with so-called Williams rule evidence.
But if you start reading, what's the first several words of exactly that?
Well, I sort of looked at 2.5. Ms. Burdick, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, we would seek to introduce states ML for identification into evidence.
Okay, noting previous objections which are placed on the record, it will be received in evidence of objections as states numbered. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two things to read to you. One is a stipulation dealing with the disc itself. On July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony made a recorded call to 911 that was received by the Orlando Police Department at 20:09, 1800 hours. The recording is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence that you're about to receive through this 911 call is to be considered by you only as to Mrs. Cindy Anthony's state of mind and also as an excited utterance at the time, and not for any other purpose, such as any alleged criminal acts of the defendant, such as stolen car or a bank account. Remember, however, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the indictment. You may proceed to publish.
Please just say on being recorded. I can help you. Thank you. Hello.
Hi, I drove to the police department here on Pershing, but you guys are closed. I need to bring someone into the police department. Can you tell me where the closest one I can come into?
What are you trying to accomplish by bringing them to the station?
I have a 22-year-old person that has grand theft sitting in my auto with me.
So the 22-year-old person stole something?
Yes.
Is this a relative?
Yes.
Where did they steal it from?
My car and also money.
Okay, is this your son?
Daughter.
Okay, so your daughter stole
Is this
money
your
from
son?
your car?
No, my car was stolen. We've retrieved it today. We found out where it was at. I've retrieved it. I've got that, and I've got affidavit from my banking account. I want to bring her in. I want to press charges.
Where did all of this happen?
Oh, it's been happening.
No, but I need to establish a jurisdiction is what I'm trying.
Oh, I live in Orlando.
Yeah, but what address did these thefts occur at?
Well, I guess my residence.
You know, like Casey's like sitting in the car, like, oh my God, how can I be related to these people?
Yeah, it's 4937 Hope Spring Drive.
That's actually going to be in the jurisdiction of the sheriff's office, ma'am, not the Orlando Police Department.
All right.
Let me transfer you over to the communications section for Orange County.
Okay. Now, is the Orlando Sheriff's Department the one on 436? Is that open this afternoon, this evening?
The substation you're at on Pershing, if it's Orlando Police, we're open primarily during the day. But that's not the sheriff's. That's the city police, which does not have jurisdiction here.
I know there's a sheriff's department on 436.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer you to the sheriff's communications section, and you can determine that. Hold on.
Okay.
She's really just trying to scare Casey at this point.
Sure, my next thing will be down south thing, and we'll have a court order together. If that's what you want to say, we'll do it. You'll never. Well, then you have one more day. No, I'm not giving you another day. I've given you a month. All right, County Sheriff?
So what? Did she hang up?
Mrs. Anthony, did you stay there at that location on Pershing where you made the call?
No, I did not.
All right. Where did you go from there?
They told me either to go home or to drive to the side of the road and recall. So I figured I'm not going to do this at the side of the road. I drove home.
At any point, once you had your daughter Casey in the car, did you call your husband George?
No.
Okay. Did you call your son Lee?
No.
From that location on Pershing, you went back to your residence
Yes, ma'am.
directly?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there?
Just a few minutes. It's only like 1.5 miles, 2 miles away at the most.
Once you arrived in your neighborhood, could you tell whether or not another member of your family had arrived at the house?
Just as I was approaching our subdivision, I received a phone call from my son, and Lee stated that his dad had told him that he needed to come home, and he informed me that he was at the house waiting for me, that something was going on. And I told him I'll be there in just a second because we're turning into the development now. I'll see him in a couple minutes, a couple seconds.
All right. And is that what you saw upon your arrival, your son Lee waiting at the house?
Yes, the garage door was open and Lee was standing in the driveway.
All right. When you arrived, did you pull into the driveway?
I pulled into the driveway, but I think I left my car out in the driveway.
Okay. And did everyone go into the house?
Yes, Casey immediately jumped out of the car and ran past her brother and went into the house, and Lee followed her in, and then I followed both of them into the house.
Once you got inside, what happened?
I think I briefly just kind of told Lee what was going on because he had no idea at that point. I just kind of explained to him that I needed some answers from his sister and that I was urgently trying to get her to take me to see Kaylee and that she was refusing to do so.
Did you immediately call the police from your home so that you could have the Orange County Sheriff's Office respond to you at that location?
No, because by talking to Lee, he thought that if we sat down together and she was, relaxed in the home, that maybe we could get some answers. So he wanted to try to talk to her. So that's what happened.
All right. Did the two of them speak alone? Or were you there?
I was there too. With three of us, we're kind of in a, like a 6-foot proximity of each other. Speaking, one of us was in the hallway, Casey's doorway, and in her room where we could all see each other and speak to each other.
That's not awkward.
Did you continue to insist that you wanted to know where your granddaughter was right then and there?
Yes. I mean, I wanted her to take me because she kept insisting that Kaylee was spending the night with Zanny. And I said, well, she doesn't need to do that anymore. So we need to get her. And Casey kept insisting that Kaylee would probably already be asleep by that time and she didn't want to disturb her, that we could go the next day. And I didn't care if we were up all night, if it disrupted Kaylee's sleep, that I would stay up all night and not go to work the next day. If it became an issue that Kaylee wasn't able to sleep and someone wasn't going to get any sleep, I volunteered to be the one. I didn't care. I wanted to see Kaylee.
All right. Did she tell you that she would take you to her at this point?
No, she continued to insist that it was not a good idea to get her that night. And I was getting more irritated.
Oh, I
and
bet she
was
was.
not happy with that answer, that I threatened again to call the police. And I gave them a few more minutes to try to reason with the sister. And I just had enough of not hearing anything. So then I made another phone call to 911.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce MM for identification into evidence. And there is a stipulation.
What says the defense, noting previous objections?
Subject to all previous motions and objections, Judge.
Okay, it will be received in evidence as. Ladies and gentlemen, on July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony made a recorded call to 911 that was received by the Orange County Sheriff at 20:44:30 hours. The recorded is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may publish.
911, the address of your emergency. 4937 Hope Spring Drive. 4937 Hope Springs Drive, Orlando. Okay, what's happening? I have someone here that I need to be arrested in my home. They're there right now? A possible missing child. I have a 3-year-old that's been missing for a month. A 3-year-old? Yeah. Have you reported that? I'm trying to do that now, ma'am. Okay,
That's a fair enough answer.
My daughter. For what? For stealing an auto and stealing money. I already spoke with someone. They said they would patch me through the Orlando Sheriff's Department, have a deputy here. I was in the car. I was going to drive her to the police station, and no one's open. They said they would bring a deputy to my home when I got home to call them. So she stole your vehicle? Yes. When did she do that? On the 30th. I just got it back from the impound. I'd like to speak to an officer. Can you have someone come up to my house? Okay. I got to ask you these questions so I can put them in the call, okay? Okay. The 30th of June? Yes. Okay. How old is your daughter? 22.
You're right, Tony, or Tone Low.
Okay, what's her
I
name?
don't know.
My name? Her name. Her name, Casey Anthony. Casey. And your name? Cynthia Anthony. Susie, can I get a phone number that I can reach you at? 407-808-4731. And you said you have the go back? Yes. And I have the statement. Casey's there right now? Yes, I got her. I finally found her after a month. She's been missing for a month. I found her, but we can't find my granddaughter. Okay, how tall is Casey? 5'1.5". In medium or heavy build? And color hair? Brown. What color shirt is she wearing? White. What color pants? Oh, they're shorts. They're plaid. They're like pink and teal and white and black plaid. Does she have any weapons on her? No. Is Casey not telling you where her daughter is? Correct. Okay, we'll have a deputy out to you as soon as one's available, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Instruction be read.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence that you just heard is to be considered by you only as to Miss Cindy Anthony's state of mind and excited utterance at the time and not for any other purpose. You are not to take into consideration the alleged criminal acts of stolen car or money. Remember, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the indictment. You may continue.
Thank you. Mrs. Anthony, the car that you're referencing in that call, is that the Sunfire?
Yes, ma'am.
That is a car that your daughter had permission to have, correct?
Yes.
Did the police respond immediately to that second call that you made?
Not fast enough.
Okay. Do you know how much time passed between when you
Excuse
made
you?
that call and their arrival?
It seemed like forever.
Did you continue in the interim to try to speak with your daughter about your granddaughter's whereabouts?
I popped in from time to time. I was trying to stay close to the garage in case they came so I could hear them. So I was pacing back and forth between the hallway from the living room to the garage, into the living room to Casey's room, and back and forth. I was just pacing because I was getting angrier and angrier and more upset as I was waiting.
All right. So you're trying to keep an eye out for the police at this
Yes.
point. Is Lee Anthony in the room where Casey Anthony is?
Yes, by this time, they're both in the room. And I think at some point Casey was sitting on her bed and Lee was leaning up against her dresser.
At any
This is
point,
not
did you
his job, by
overhear
the
your
way.
daughter make a statement to her brother about Kaylee's whereabouts?
Yes.
What did you hear?
One of the times that I walked to the room, Casey was sitting on the floor crying, and I overheard her tell me that Kaylee had been gone for 31 days and that Sandy had taken her.
How did you respond to that?
I lost it. I just went into the room and started yelling at Casey. And said, what do you mean she's been gone? Why didn't you tell me? I swore at her and hit the bed and ran out and called the police again.
I bet she was absolutely ballistic. That tracks.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce what's been marked as MN for identification into evidence.
What says the defense, noting previous objections?
Subject to just previous motions and objections, Judge.
It be admitted into evidence over defense objections as states numbered.
And there is a stipulation as it relates to the accuracy as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will read to you the following stipulation. On July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony made a recorded call to 911 that was received by the Orange County Sheriff's Office at 21:41:20 hours. The recording is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may publish.
911, what's your emergency? I called a little bit ago. The deputy sheriff saying I found out my granddaughter has been taken. She has been missing for a month. Her mother finally admitted that she's been missing. Okay, what is here now? Okay, what is the address that you're calling from? 4937 Hope Spring Drive. We're talking about a 3-year-old little girl. 4937 what? Hope Spring, HOPESPRING Drive, Orlando. My daughter finally admitted that the baby's in the store. I need to find her. Your daughter admitted that the baby is where? The babysitter took her months ago that my daughter's been looking for. I told you the daughter was missing for a month. I just found her today, but I can't find my granddaughter. She just admitted to me that she's been trying to find her herself.
Hello.
There's something wrong. I found my daughter's car today, and it smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car. Okay, what is the 3-year-old's name? Kaylee. Kaylee Anthony. Kaylee Anthony? Yes. Okay, is she white, black, or Hispanic? She's white. How long has she been missing for? I have not seen her since the 7th of June. What is her
Je m'appelle Pearl. Me llamo Pearl. I am a Frenchie. I am 10 years old. Oh, I am the middle child. I am a mute. I don't bark, but I snore when I sleep. And I have a little skin tag that is about the size of a Hershey Kiss right there. So thank you for the dono. Okay. Let's get back to business. I won't do that for every dono, but this Pearl. Oink.
date of birth? 8/9/2000. Oh God, she's 3. She's 2005. What's Kaylee missing? She didn't took her a month ago. She was missing for a month ago. Okay, I understand. Can you calm down for me for just a minute? And I need to know what's going on, okay? I'm gonna try and talk. Is your daughter there? Is your daughter there? Yes. Can I speak with her? Do you mind if I speak with her? Thank you. I called them 2 hours ago. They haven't gotten here. They finally admitted to me that he took her a month ago. Ma'am. Okay, they want to talk to you. Answer the question. Hello? Yes. Hi. Well, can you tell me what's going on a little bit? I'm sorry? Can you tell me a little bit what's going on? My daughter's been missing for the last 31 days. And you know who has her? I know who has her. I tried to contact her. I actually received a phone call today. Now from a number that is no longer in service. I did get to speak to my daughter for about a minute. Okay, did you guys call and report a vehicle stolen?
Yep.
Yes, my mom did. Yep. Okay, so is that vehicle stolen too? No, this was my vehicle. What vehicle was stolen? It's a 98 Pontiac Sunfire. Okay, I have deputies on the way to you right now for that. So now your 3-year-old, okay, your 3-year-old is missing. Kaylee Anthony. Yes. My female.
You got a lot going on,
3 years old,
ma'am.
8/9/2005, her date of birth? Yes. And you last saw her a month ago? 31 days. Some 31 days. Who has her? Do you have a name? Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez. Who is that? Babysitter? She's been my nanny for about 1.5 years, almost 2 years. Why are you calling now? Why didn't you call 31 days ago? I've been looking for her and have gone through other resources to try to find her, which was stupid. Okay. Can you give me the name of the nanny again? Like spell it out for me? Zenaida, Zenaida. Last name? Fernandez. Hyphen Gonzalez. I think the officers are here. Okay, here? The officers are there? Yes. Okay, hold on a second. Don't hang up with me yet. I need you. Okay.
Can I have a break, sir?
A drink?
We
Okay,
want
let's
the
take
break.
a 5-minute recess.
Do you remember providing them with a written statement?
Yes, that was much later in the evening. Several hours after they were there.
Do you remember your daughter speaking to the police when they arrived?
I remember when they first arrived, she was on the phone with the dispatcher. And I remember walking the deputy into Casey's room so he could. And then I think the call ended when he started to talk to Casey.
The next day, did you turn your vehicle or the Sunfire over to the Orange County Sheriff's Office in an effort to gather what evidence was needed to locate your granddaughter, Kaylee?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you also turn over to the Orange County Sheriff's Office the items that we saw in the photographs that you had removed from the car in an effort to locate your granddaughter, Kaylee?
Yes, ma'am, all but her slacks. They didn't want her slacks that I had washed.
Did you eventually turn over the computer, the desktop computer that was in your home, to the Orange County Sheriff's Office in an effort to locate your granddaughter, Kaylee?
Yes, the desktop computer was taken, I think, around the 17th, a few days later.
Did you turn over a laptop computer to the Orange County Sheriff's Office in an effort to assist in locating your granddaughter, Kaylee?
Yes, we turned that over when we turned over the items that were taken out of the Pontiac Sunfire. We gave them my computer, my laptop.
All right. Did you also turn over to the Orange County Sheriff's Office items that you believed the nanny had some contact with
Yes,
in an effort to locate your granddaughter, Kaylee?
yes, that was much later as I would notice things around the house. Because they said if there's anything that you can think of or whatever, and if I was cleaning and I'd see something, it would trigger something. I did turn other evidence over.
Did you turn over your cell phone to the Orange County Sheriff's Office in an effort to determine whether or not there was any evidence on there that could assist them in locating your granddaughter, Kaylee?
The only time they never asked for my cell phone except one visit when I was there. We were going through a timeline, and there were some phone calls that I was receiving from people that were telling me different things, and I was explaining to them, so they wanted to see if they could get some of the messages off of my phone. So for a brief period of time, when I was at the Sheriff's Department, they took my phone for just maybe a half hour to an hour and then returned it back to me.
All right. What is the cell phone number that you had at that point?
Same one that I still have today,
What is it?
407-808-4731.
What is your home phone number that you had in June and July of 2008?
407-281-0646.
Did you eventually give samples of your DNA and hair to the Orange County Sheriff's Office in an effort to assist them in locating your granddaughter, Kaylee?
Oh,
Yes, sometime later I did, yes.
Did you set up a tip line so that people from around the country could call you with information about where your granddaughter, Kaylee, may be located?
Yes, that was the efforts of my son that arranged. Lee worked with some people to set up a tip line, yes.
Did you set up a command center in a public shopping center to get the word out that your granddaughter, Kaylee, was
she
missing?
changed her phone number.
Yes, ma'am, our family did that.
Thanks for subscribing.
On July 16th of 2008, did you receive a phone call from your daughter, Casey, at your home after she was arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce MO for identification into evidence, and there is a stipulation regarding that item as well.
What says the defense?
Subject to all previous motions and objections, Judge.
To be received in evidence of a defense objection as states numbered. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to read you the following stipulation.
I just want to say that Pearl is staring at the phone, thinking that you guys equal treats. I'm sorry. Okay. Serious face on again.
Casey Anthony made a recorded call from the Orange County Sheriff's from the Orange County Jail to her home on July 16, 2008 at 11:16 p.m. The recording is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may publish.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, this is a free call from Casey.
Thank you. Thank you.
Candidate from the Orange County Correctional Center. For a rate call, press 7. To accept this free call, press 0. To
That's
return the
money for
customer's
treats.
this call is subject to monitoring and recording.
Thank you. Have a great work day. God bless. Merry Christmas.
Casey? Mom. Hey, sweetie. Well, I just saw your nice little cameo on TV. Which one? What do you mean, which one? Which one? I did 4 different ones, and I don't know. I haven't seen them all. I've only seen 1 or 2 so far. You don't know what my involvement is and stuff? Casey. Mom. What? No. I don't know what your involvement is, sweetheart. You're not telling me where she's at. Because I don't fucking know where she's at. Are you kidding me? Casey, don't waste your call to scream and holler at me. Waste my call sitting in, the jail? Whose fault is bunks are? Whose fault is you're sitting in the jail? Are you blaming me that you're sitting in the jail? Not blame yourself for telling lies. You mean it's not your fault? What do you mean it's not your fault, sweetheart? If you'd have told them the truth and not lied about everything, they wouldn't. Do me a favor, just tell me what Tony's number is. I don't want to talk to you right now. Forget it. I don't have his number. We'll get it from Lee because I know Lee's at the house. I saw Mallory's car was out front. It was just on the news. They were just live outside the house. I know they were. Well, can you get Tony's number for me so I can call him?
I'm saving it so I don't forget it. Latrice, pleasure to make your
Can
acquaintance.
you give me Tony's number?
I can do that. I don't know what real good it's going to do you at this point.
Well, I'd like to talk to him anyway.
Okay.
Because I called to talk to my mother, and it's a fucking waste. Oh, by the way, I don't want any of you coming up here when I have my first hearing for bond and everything else. Like, don't even fucking waste your time coming up here.
You know, you're making it real tough for anybody to want to try to, even if issue with giving you somebody's phone number. You're not even letting me finish. Like,
Go ahead.
You're asking me for Tony's phone number so you can call him, and then you immediately want to start pressing towards me and saying, don't even worry about coming up here for all this stuff and trying to cut us out.
I'm not trying to cut anybody out.
I'm not going around and around with you. You know, that's pretty pointless. I'm not going to put everybody else through the same stuff that you've been putting the police and everybody else through for the last 24 hours and the stuff you've been putting mom through for the last 4 or 5 weeks. I'm done with that. So you can tell me what's going on. Christina would love to talk to you because she thinks that you will tell her what's going on. Frankly, we're going to find out. Whatever's going on, it's going to be found out. So why not do it now?
There's nothing to find out. There's absolutely nothing to find out. Not even what I told the detective.
Well, you know, everything
I have
she's
no
telling
clue
them
where
is
Kaylee.
lie.
If I knew where Kaylee was, do you think any of this would be happening? No.
Anyway, you only got a couple minutes of this, so I'm not going to let you completely waste it. Here's Christina. She thinks she can get through.
No, I want Tony's number. I'm not talking to anybody else.
Hello.
Hi, I'm glad everybody's at my house. I'll have to call you later. I'll have to call somebody to get your number. Do me a favor, get my brother back because I need Tony's number.
Okay. Is there anything I can do for you?
I'm sitting in jail. There's nothing anybody can do right now.
So I'm just trying to be.
Oh, I know you are, honey. I absolutely know that you are, and I appreciate everything that you're trying to do, but I'd like to call Tony. He's not at my house, is he?
No, it's just me and your parents and Lee.
Okay, well, can you do me a favor and get my brother back or get the number from him, please?
Does Tony have anything to do with Kaylee?
No. No thanks.
Okay, so why do you want to talk to Tony? You probably don't want to tell me, do you?
Huh?
You probably don't want to tell me, do you?
I didn't hear what you said.
I said, does Tony have anything?
Hi, Elaine. I just want to say Merry Christmas. And thanks for the algorithm boost.
to do with Kaylee.
No, Tony had nothing to do with Kaylee.
Oh, so why do you want to talk to him? You probably don't want to tell me.
He's my boyfriend, and I want to actually try to sit and talk to him because I didn't get a chance to talk to him earlier because I got arrested on a fucking whim today. Because they're blaming me for stuff that I never would do, that I didn't do.
Okay. Well, I'm on your side, you know that.
Oh, honey, I know that. I just want to talk to Tony and get a little bit of...
Casey, you have to tell me if you know anything about Kaylee.
Wait a
If
minute.
anything happens with Kaylee, Casey, I'll die. You understand? I'll die. If anything happens to that baby.
Oh my God. Calling you guys? A waste. Huge waste. Honey, I love you. You know I would not let anything happen to my daughter. If I knew where she was, this wouldn't be going on.
Well, how come everybody's saying you're lying?
Because nobody's fucking listening to anything that I'm saying. The media completely misconstrued everything that I said. The fucking detectives told them fucking bullshit. They got all of their information from me, yet at the same time, they're twisting stuff. They've already said they're going to pin this on me if they don't find Kaylee. They've already said that.
Well,
they arrested me because they said that...
Yeah, because they said that the person that you dropped Kaylee with doesn't even exist.
Because, oh, look, they can't find her in the Florida database. She's not just from Florida. If they would actually listen to anything that I would have said to them, they would have had their leads. They maybe could have tracked her down. They haven't listened to a fucking thing that I've said.
Do you know that whoever has Kaylee, nobody's going to get away with this? Nobody.
I know nobody's going to get away with it, but at the same time, the only way they're going to find Kaylee is if they actually listen to what I'm saying, and I'm trying to help them, and they're not letting me help them.
So how can I help them find her? The best thing you can do, baby, is listen.
They need to look up her information in the New York database, in a North Carolina database, other places that she's lived outside of Florida. That's what I told them even again today. I told them that 4 times today. I sat up at the police station, up at the county police station for...
But she's the one who has Kaylee, or she transferred Kaylee to somebody else? Because
honey, I haven't talked to her. I don't know. I haven't talked to her.
How come everybody's saying that you're not upset, that you're not crying, that you show no caring of where Kaylee is
Because
at
I'm
all?
not sitting here fucking crying every 2 seconds because I have to stay composed to talk to detectives, to make other phone calls, to do other things. I can't sit here and be crying every 2 seconds like I want to. I can't.
Okay, Casey, don't yell at me. I'm on your side. I'm on your side.
I know you're not.
Trust me.
I know you're on my side. I'm not trying to
Nobody
yell at
is
you.
saying anything bad about you. Your family is with you 100%.
No, they're not. That's bullshit because I just watched the fucking news and heard everything that my mom said. Nobody in my own family is on my side.
Yes, they are. Nobody has said.
I just want Kaylee back. That's all they're worried about right now is getting Kaylee back. And you know what? That's all I care about right now.
Casey, your daughter, your flesh and blood, your baby girl.
Christina, please put my brother back on the phone. I don't want to get into this with you right now. I love you, honey, and I'm glad that you're there. Thank you for your help. I will let you know if there's anything that you can do.
You can't tell me anybody that can find Kaylee. Nobody.
No, because every number that I've tried, every number that I called is disconnected. Nothing. I can't get a hold of anybody.
But that girl was the last person to have her?
She was the last person to have her. That was the last time I saw Kaylee.
Okay. He doesn't. Lee says he doesn't have Tony's phone number.
Yes, he does. He has Tony's phone number in his phone. He needs to stop fucking lying. He just told me a second ago that he'd give me the number.
So if I go and I get you Tony's number, are you gonna finish talking to me?
I
About
will call
what?
you tomorrow. I want to talk to him really quick now. I don't want to actually try to close my eyes. I haven't slept in 4 days. I have not slept
Going
in 4 days.
in circles.
Listen, if you're gonna talk to anybody, you can talk to me. And
I
you know
know I
that.
can talk to you, but at the same time, I know I can talk to Tony, and that's who I want to talk to right now. I haven't gotten a chance to talk to him since this morning. Since all this stuff happened with trying to set up the MySpace, I made the MySpace and the
Do you know the
Facebook.
password to that MySpace?
I made all of it.
What's the password to that MySpace so we can see if anybody's written any leads of where Kaylee might be?
You can go online and see it. As far as the messages, I don't know if anybody's going to be messaging stuff. The password's Kays, CAYS234.
What is it?
CAYS
K
234. Kays 234.
234.
And it's CaseyOMarie@yahoo.com.
Casey O'Marie at yahoo.com. And it's 234. What's before 234?
Kays 234 is the password.
K. How do you spell K?
CAYS.
C-A.
Girl.
And then that's the code or whatever?
That's the password to get in. The login is CaseyOMarie@yahoo.com. The password is Kays 234.
234. Is it C or K?
Okay, guys, just a reminder, please show your Christmas spirit or celebration of Hanukkah, which is ended now. by liking this stream and sharing it and subscribing to the channel. That would be great. All big, really important things to help push the algorithm out, help put this in front of other people. So I appreciate your assistance with this. Thanks.
See. Okay. Hold on. Hold on one second.
I have to go looking for our 70-year-old
Hold on one second.
friend of the channel.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, Tony's number?
Yeah.
You ready? 631?
I know that. Yes.
902?
902
5446.
5446
5443.
5443.
Can Tony tell me anything?
Hey, Tony doesn't know anything. And I haven't even talked to him since this morning.
Has Tony seen Kaylee?
Tony hasn't seen Kaylee since the beginning of June. What was the number again? 904
631 902
902
5443.
5443. 902 5443. Okay, thank you. I will find a way to call you back later. Leave your number at my house with my mom so I can get it and I can either call you later tonight.
How can I get a hold of you?
I'm at the jail. You can't.
Okay, do you have a way to write my phone number down?
No, I have no way of writing it down. I have to remember Tony's number, 902 5443. I'm just trying to memorize his number right now.
Okay.
So, no, I will just leave your number with my mom, and I will try to call you in the morning if I don't get a chance to call you tonight.
So how can I find out information about that girl?
Have
Florida?
Have them look up a New York license for Zenaida Fernandez-Gonzalez. They've just been looking up the last name Gonzalez or the last name Fernandez. If they've looked up her entire name, they might actually find her. They haven't done that. They haven't listened to anything that I've said.
How do you spell Zenaida?
Zenaida.
Zenaida. Fernandez
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez. Where does she live? Because they went and looked at her place.
Baby, you're not telling me anything that I don't already know. Again, I've only been in jail since, about 8:30 tonight. I was with them all day today. I know that. I was with officers pretty much since 9 o'clock last night. Up until today. Like, up until this evening when I came up here.
But you're telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I have no clue where my daughter is. Yeah, that is the truth. That is the absolute truth.
They'll find out, and whoever.
Okay, Christina, I'm hanging up. I need to make this other call before I forget the number, so I will call you later.
It's just cringy. Like, that clearly wasn't going to help move the case along. Like,
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no other
Casey
questions.
just cares
of Mrs.
about
Anthony.
herself. Period.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for lunch at this time. We're going to be in recess until
Not saying it's
1:30.
good, it's bad.
Please remember all of my previous admonitions. Do not discuss this case among yourselves nor with anyone else.
Scared.
Any additional instructions on behalf of the state or the defense?
Oh my God. Mama. Woof. All right.
No, sir.
Over the course of the 2 years,
All right. So we are going to move a little bit
And
faster.
Loving
on
as
this
well.
one.
yes,
And you raised Casey to always tell the truth.
I thought I did. Yes, I did. I tried.
And you got to see
Sorry, guys.
what kind
This
of
is-
mother Casey became. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
There we go. Shout out to Weinheimer,
Mr. Baez, you may
Weilheimer
proceed, sir.
Media
May it please the court. Mr.
for
Rainbow.
having this available.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Mrs. Anthony.
Hello.
Mrs. Anthony, is it fair to say you and Casey are very much alike?
In many ways, yes.
In fact, is that not what you hear quite often, that you are exactly alike?
In most ways, yes.
And you raised Casey to be a good person.
Yes, I did.
And you raised Casey to be caring
Yes, I did.
and loving as well.
Yes,
And you raised Casey to always tell the truth.
I thought I did. Yes, I did. I tried.
And you got to see what kind of mother Casey became. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what kind of mother Casey is?
Casey was a very loving, very caring mother. She had a very easy, quick maternal instinct that was very evident as soon as Kaylee was born. And she reminded me of myself when my kids were born, how just natural she was with Kaylee. And
Excuse me. Sorry, guys.
they were just great together.
And how did Kaylee respond to Casey?
Kaylee adored her mom. Her eyes would light up. She'd run to her and love on her. And in fact, Kaylee didn't want to sleep without her mom. Kaylee adored her.
Kaylee followed Casey everywhere she went, did she not?
Pretty much.
And would cry all the time, every time she left?
No, not when it was either George or myself, because I mean, she would cry a little bit, but she knew we were there. So it wasn't a big separation anxiety when I was there. Now, I didn't notice if I was already gone and Casey left her with one of her other sitters. I don't know how that was.
You never witnessed Casey abuse or torture Kaylee in any way, did you?
No, I did not.
And Kaylee never went without food or shelter or anything that she ever needed in life?
No, she had everything.
Now, you testified under direct examination that the first time you went to the or the first time Casey went to the doctor was on June 30th of 2005.
No, that was when,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
June 30th is when I found out that Casey was pregnant. To my knowledge, she went to the doctor a few days before.
And you went to your brother's wedding on June 7th, did you not?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Without showing this to the jury, madam, I'm going to now show you Defense Exhibit A.
Can we still see it?
Did you recognize that photo, ma'am?
Yes.
And is that a photograph of you and Casey at your brother Rick's wedding?
Yes.
And at that time, when that photograph was taken, you did not believe that Casey was pregnant.
No, I did not.
And at that wedding, you were actually confronted about Casey's pregnancy by your brother, were you not?
Oh,
We
wow.
were sitting at the dinner table, and Casey had flown in earlier that day, and she was sick and wanted to go lay down. And my brother asked if she might be pregnant.
Hey,
And
Timmy.
told him no. I
So
did not believe so.
So you were confronted by your brother at that time.
He brought the subject up that she might be pregnant, and my parents and my husband and I were there. And
And at that time, you told him, no, she was not.
at that time, yes, I told him, no, we did not believe that she was pregnant.
And George was present during this conversation.
Yes,
And both of you indicated that Casey was not pregnant.
correct.
And you mentioned under direct examination that Casey, during that time period,
just
was
go on like
sedentary.
that.
Pretty much so. I mean, for her work, previously she was walking the entire park at Universal, doing photos and such. And then she had taken a sedentary position in human resources. Her and I would walk, but she wasn't running or walking all day. And we'd walk in the evening for a few minutes, but to me, that's still sedentary.
Ms. Anthony, if you can just answer my question, I appreciate it. The question was, you had testified that she was sedentary. Is that
Correct.
Okay. And for those of us who don't know what that means, that basically means lack of physical activity, correct?
Yes, that you pretty much have a sit-down job.
And are you certain it wasn't that she didn't get these? Well, let me strike that and ask you this. Are you certain it wasn't because she was overly active or participating in sports that she got that way?
What way, sir? I don't understand the question.
With the large protruding belly, are you certain that it wasn't because she was participating in sports?
Casey wasn't participating in sports during that time.
Okay. So it's the complete opposite. It's because she was not engaging in physical activity.
Yes.
But you thought that way.
Yes, at that time, yes.
Now, you're aware that Casey has been incarcerated for the last 3 years, are you not?
I've been aware every day of my life for the last 3 years, yes, sir.
And you're aware that she spends 23 hours a day in a cell.
Yes, sir.
That would pretty much classify her as sedentary during that time period. Would you not agree?
Yes, sir.
As you see Casey today, does she have a large belly or a protruding belly?
I haven't been close enough to see her, but I know she's not eating. So I don't know what activities she's allowed or can do.
Your Honor, may I ask Ms. Anthony to please stand with your permission so that Mrs. Anthony can identify her?
Approach. The defendant may stand.
Mrs. Anthony, can you see your daughter?
I can see just from her chest up.
May the witness stand down, Your Honor?
She may.
Can you please look at your daughter and then go back to the witness stand once you've had an opportunity to view her? Does your daughter appear to have a protruding belly as she did at your brother's wedding?
She's not as big as she was during that period of time now.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about when
What a bizarre
Casey
thing
actually
to
did go to
do.
the doctor. Okay.
Okay.
Now, she went on, you said you think she went a couple days before the 30th.
She told me she went a few days before. Casey was having some female issues, and we were concerned that she might have an ovarian cyst. She was bloated, she was hurting, she was not feeling well, and her periods were more often than normal. So I had implored her to go to see the doctor, and she told me that she had gone earlier that week to see the doctor.
And she eventually was referred to a Dr. King, was she not?
That was on her after her second visit, from my understanding.
And that was a gynecologist.
Yes,
And that was the first time that she had actually seen a gynecologist, correct?
yes,
Move it where, maybe?
And she was 19 at the time.
yes.
Wait, she got pregnant and then she went to the gynecologist? Woof.
Now, you've testified that your daughter had irregular periods
Yes,
and that you thought that she might have had a cyst.
yes.
Been there,
And
done that.
when did Casey first get her period?
When she was 12. Actually, excuse me, when she was 10.
She was 10. And from the age of 10 to the age of 19, being a medical professional, you never considered taking her to a gynecologist.
Going to a gynecologist is pretty traumatic for a child.
It
I remember
is.
I didn't go till I was like 17 or 18 years old. No, I considered it, but she wasn't having issues that weren't what I considered, pretty much like me. When you compare that her and I are a lot alike, we're a lot alike in that way as well with our periods.
Despite the fact that she was having irregular periods?
That just started just a few months prior to me finding out she was pregnant.
Do you know when she had her first sexual partner?
I'm going to object to this. First of all, please don't.
Yeah, relevance. I understand. I don't think this is appropriate. Now it's okay to think it, but I don't think it's okay to talk about it in front of jurors.
Now, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of Casey's imaginary friends. First of all, let me ask you this. Who's Kaylee's father?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Any knowledge will be based on hearsay.
What?
Overruled to the extent that the answer comes from Casey Anthony. If it comes from someone other than Casey Anthony, you can't answer the question.
When Casey first told me she was pregnant, naturally, the first thing I asked her is who the father was. And she
Hi, Marcy. We are watching the Casey Anthony case. This is old, but we are bringing it to the front for the month of December because studies have shown that this is when crazy broads are in their peak mating season. So this is more of a, hold on, let me get this off the screen. This is more of a PSA and an opportunity to educate both men and women on how to stay away, how to spot and to stay away from the crazy broads around the holidays, because this is, like I said, peak meeting season. So we hope that you take something away from this and share with your friends.
He at that time told me that it was Jesse Grund.
Now, you didn't wait till Kaylee was born to ask her who the father was.
No. I
You asked her right away.
Right away, yes.
Like he's in the
Because
house.
that's what a concerned parent would do.
Yes.
And there came a time where you found out that Jesse Grund was not Kaylee's father. Did you not?
Yes.
And subsequent to that, who did you think Kaylee's father was?
She gave me a name of Eric Baker.
And did you ever meet anyone by the name of Eric Baker?
No, sir, I have not.
Did Casey, what did Casey tell you about this Eric Baker?
That he was 2 years younger than her, and that he. Your Honor, I'm going to object to any further hearsay on this.
Well, Ms. Anthony, as long as you're telling us something that your daughter told you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please continue.
He was 2 years younger than her, and he was an old friend, and she had seen him about the time that she started seeing Jesse. He was in town and upset about a girlfriend or such, and then I guess they got together. It was one night, and Eric lived out of state and was back in a relationship with his girlfriend that he was having difficulty with when Casey said they got together.
And what state is he from?
I'm pretty sure she said like Kentucky, North Carolina, somewhere there.
And at this point, did you make any attempts to meet Eric Baker?
No,
Did you want to speak to Eric Baker at any time?
no,
Did Casey tell you that she wanted you to meet Eric Baker?
no.
Did there come a time where meeting Eric Baker was not possible?
Yes.
How did that all come about?
It was about a week or two after Kaylee's second birthday that Casey called me at my work, and she was hysterical on the phone.
Oh,
And she
no.
told me that Casey's father was involved in a car accident. And she had just found out. And she also told me at that time that Kaylee had a half brother.
And what is Kaylee's half brother's name?
I have no idea.
So did he?
Is Eric Baker
Asked?
on Kaylee's birth certificate?
No, no father's listed on Kaylee's birth certificate.
Now,
I forgot my mascara.
do you think Eric Baker exists?
I'm going to object to her opinion, to any opinion, testimony.
Do you have any evidence that Eric Baker is Kaylee's father?
Objection. It would be based on any hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you have any evidence that Eric Baker ever existed?
Next question.
Objection.
Mr. Baez. Objection is sustained.
Tell me about Jeff Hopkins. You testified quite a bit about him during direct. He is a wealthy man.
Do you want me to tell you how I learned about him, or?
Sure.
Casey was engaged to Jesse, and it was sometime around Valentine's Day of 2006. And she was telling me, this is about the time Casey was starting to vocalize issues of her and Jesse's relationship. And she started telling me about this young man that she worked with that was an IT at Universal. Actually, I guess he worked for Nickelodeon Studios at the time. And he had a little boy, and she said that she thought he was a nice young man, and he had befriended her, and she was confiding in him about her relationship with Jesse.
Did Casey tell you these things on pretty much a daily basis, or is this all information you heard on one day?
No, this is over the course of a period of time. I mean, I heard about Jeffrey Hopkins from that point on through, Kate, until I found out about Kaylee.
And Jeffrey Hopkins had a child named Zachary.
Yes.
And did you ever see a photograph of Zachary?
I saw a picture of Zachary and Jeffrey on Casey's cell phone months later. It was probably towards the fall or winter of 2006 that when Casey's phone was on, I guess was just sitting there. The picture was of Zachary and Jeff, and she had him listed as boyfriend in her phone.
Have you since come to find out that
Nailed it.
Jeffrey Hopkins does not exist?
I never knew for sure if he did or not. So if you're telling me that he doesn't exist now, then
Are you aware that law enforcement looked for him?
yes.
And are you aware that no such Jeffrey Hopkins ever worked for Universal Studios?
Based on
Do you have any evidence, other than the photograph that you saw, that there ever was a Jeffrey Hopkins?
Exactly.
Same basis.
Sustained.
Do you ever speak to Jeffrey Hopkins?
I agree.
no.
You had, that you testified under direct, a girls' day at the mall with Jeffrey's mother?
We were supposed to meet up with Jeffrey's mom and Zachary for Christmas pictures with Santa Claus, Christmas of 2007.
And what was Jeffrey's mother's name?
Jules.
Jules. And did you ever speak to Jules?
No, I did not.
Do you ever see a photograph of Jules?
No, I did not.
Did you ever have a phone number for Jules?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever call
No, I never had the opportunity where I needed to.
it? Now, it turned out that Jules had cancer.
Casey told me that those last few weeks in July of 2008 that Jules had cancer.
And did you get an invitation to go to her wedding?
No. As my understanding, it was an impromptu thing that just occurred that week.
Do you know if Casey got an invitation to go to her wedding?
Casey told me that she was attending Jules' wedding and that was delaying her from coming home from Jacksonville.
And it turns out that Zach's mother was also deceased.
Yes,
It's your understanding that Jeffrey Hopkins was how old compared to Casey?
how old?
Yes. Were they the same age, Casey and Jeffrey Hopkins?
No, I believe Jeffrey was at least 2, if not 3 or 4 years older than Casey.
And they both had children who were approximately 2 years of age.
No, Zachary was a year older than Kaylee.
They both had toddlers,
Yes,
and both of these toddlers' other parents, were deceased.
yes.
So Jeffrey Hopkins was a widower.
My understanding is that Jeff took custody of Zachary when he was 2, that Zachary's mother previous to that was a single mom, and Jeff had no idea that he was a father, and then found out when his old girlfriend passed away that he actually was a father.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is Zachary's mother was deceased. Yes.
Yes,
And Kaylee's father was deceased.
yes,
And Casey wanted to move in with Jeffrey Hopkins and the 2 children together.
at some point, I believe that that's Casey's wishes.
And that's what Casey had dreamed of.
That's what Casey, told me that was what she would like to do someday.
Were there ever any plans set in place to make this family happen?
There were lots of plans that we were supposed to get together with him and meet him and his family, and that never happened.
In fact, there was one time where you guys planned a barbecue.
There were several times that we planned things and something always came up that we never got to meet him.
Do you recall planning a barbecue?
Not specifically a barbecue, but I remember we're supposed to go to SeaWorld and different things.
And when did those plans get canceled? Were they
Always
the
a-
day of or the day
Oh.
before?
Always the day of.
The day of. And did you ever have a situation where you went out and bought food because you were going to meet Jeff?
Yes,
And you had planned a dinner that you were going to prepare, or barbecue or anything like that?
there was lots of times when I thought he was going to come over that I would either make a cake or something. If I knew I did that for all of the kids' friends. If someone new was coming, I always tried to have food, and you don't want someone over to your house sitting there unprepared.
And did you share this with people, this information of this wonderful guy that named Jeff Hopkins.
Absolutely.
He
Welcome,
told your
Victoria.
coworkers.
Yes.
Please make sure to like and subscribe.
Did it ever occur to you, Cindy, that these people weren't real?
No, sir.
And this was long before June 16, 2008, wasn't it?
Correct.
And you had heard these stories of these imaginary people for quite some time.
I did not know they were imaginary people.
I know that, but you had heard these for quite some time.
Yes.
Juliette Lewis, who is she?
I was told she was a coworker of Casey's through not only Universal Studios, but also someone she worked with at Hard Rock Cafe.
And did you ever speak to Juliette Lewis?
No, I did not.
What does she look like?
I can only tell you a description that Casey gave me. I've never seen her.
And why did she describe her to you?
I remember one day we were sitting in Universal parking lot waiting for her boss and Juliette to arrive because I was volunteered to help Casey with the fundraiser.
And how long did you wait for Juliette before she never showed up?
Hour and a half.
Did you call Juliette?
No, Casey called Juliette.
And did you ever have an opportunity to speak to Juliette?
No, sir.
Do you have any evidence or any knowledge as to whether Juliette Lewis ever existed?
The only thing I remember, Kaylee, when I'd ask her about Juliette's daughter, Annabelle, Kaylee would repeat the name Annabelle like it was familiar to her. So,
Annabelle.
And how would Kaylee mention Annabelle?
if I would say to Kaylee that day before I go to work or whatever, was if I knew that Casey was going to see Juliette and Kaylee might see Annabelle, because sometimes Zanny was supposed to have watched Annabelle for Juliette as well. I would say, you're going to play with Annabelle today, and her eyes would light up and she would say, Annabelle.
She would just repeat the name.
Yes.
How old was Annabelle?
The same age as Kaylee.
Did you ever see any photographs of Annabelle?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever have any play dates with Kaylee and Annabelle?
No.
Who is Raquel Farrell?
I believe Raquel Farrell to be Zanny's roommate.
And what does she look like?
Sorry, guys.
I've never seen Raquel.
Did you ever speak to Raquel Farrell?
No.
Did you ever see a photograph of Raquel Farrell?
No.
Do you have any evidence that Raquel Farrell ever existed?
No.
Is Raquel Farrell the one that worked at Fridays?
I don't know where Raquel Farrell worked at.
Her last name is Farrell.
No.
Shut up.
I'd like to talk about Zanny the nanny.
Stop.
Did you ever see a photograph of Zanny the nanny?
No.
Did you ever speak to Zanny the nanny?
No.
When was the first time you heard of Zanny the nanny?
The same time I heard about Jeffrey Hopkins, around Valentine's Day of 2006.
This was over 2 years and basically 2.5 years before June 16, 2008.
Yes, sir.
And what did Casey tell you about Zanny the nanny?
She didn't call her Zanny the nanny, by the way. She called her Zanny, and she said that that was Jeff's girlfriend and that they lived in the same apartment complex. And Jeff pretty much offered Zanny up as a extra person if Casey ever needed a babysitter, because at that time it was her girlfriend Lauren and the Gruns, or George and I, that was watching Kaylee, those hours that my schedule overlapped with Casey's.
And you had no idea that Zanny was not a real person?
No, I did not.
And she described to you that Zanny looked like what?
Over the course of the 2 years, Zanny had gotten her hair cut several times, but when I first heard about her, she had long black hair and was very attractive.
Did she say she was a perfect 10?
That came up later. I didn't hear that prior, right in the beginning. I heard that she just was a beautiful person on the inside as well as the outside and had a great smile.
Was Zanny Hispanic?
I don't think the conversation ever came up. I don't think I ever asked. That was not a qualification for Casey's friends or anybody to babysit Kaylee.
Did Zanny the nanny speak Spanish?
Possibly. Casey spoke some Spanish. She took, I believe, 3 years of Spanish in high school.
And did Zanny the nanny teach Kaylee how to count in Spanish, or was that Casey that did that?
I believe it was between Zanny, Casey, and Dora the Explorer that Kaylee was able to speak Spanish and count.
How would Casey prepare on a daily basis to pack up and take Kaylee to Zanny the nanny?
I was never home to see her pack for Kaylee to take her to Zanny's, so I could not tell you that.
Were you there when they came home?
Yes.
And did Kaylee appear to be excited from spending the day with Zanny the nanny?
When Kaylee either would come through the door, I would come through the door, the first thing was we would run to each other, and it didn't matter what Kaylee did for the day. It was what her and I were going to do with the rest of the day. So we really never talked about.
Marcy, we are here every day beginning at 3:30. I would love to see you again. So please don't be a stranger. Thanks.
That.
But surely you asked her, did you have a fun day? Or
Oh, yes. There was one occasion where I was actually kind of concerned that Kaylee had some scratches on her legs, and I thought that they looked like cat or dog scratches. And I asked her what had happened to her. And she said a doggy had scratched her. So I asked Casey about it, and she said that Zanny had gotten a new puppy, and the puppy had scratched Kaylee.
what was the puppy's name?
I don't recall.
And
The word puppy.
were there ever times, well, let me ask it this way. How often throughout the week for almost 2 years did Kaylee stay with Zanny the nanny?
Not that often. Most of the time, there was weeks at a time where Kaylee wouldn't stay with anybody other than myself. Zanny was someone that filled in. If Casey had to work while I was at work or George was unavailable. Otherwise, most of the time, Casey dropped Kaylee off at my work or would meet me in the parking lot, and then I would have Kaylee in the evenings.
Did Casey ever describe, prior to June and July of 2008, did Casey ever describe any problems that Zanny the nanny was having in her life, in her personal life?
Whatever you need.
Just that period of time. Well, there were different times during those 2 years where Zanny had to move. She talked to me about Zanny's mom being ill and different things like that. And Zanny had another part-time job and she just babysat. And I guess when her and Jeffrey broke up, Zanny got a job as a bartender to fill in financially from not being able, making money from, watching Zachary. So, I mean, there was different, she would talk to me about Zanny's life like she was one of her friends, and that's what she considered her. And that's what I considered her to be, is a friend of Casey's at that point.
And did Zanny's mother have cancer too?
No, sir. She had heart issues.
Heart issues?
Yes, sir.
And what was her name?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Gloria.
Okay. Who is Rosa?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now,
A lot of
Zanny
Hispanic
had a sister,
names.
did she not?
Yes.
And what was Zanny's sister's name?
I did not find out about Zanny's sister until after July of 2008.
What was Zanny's sister's name?
Samantha.
And was she older or younger than Zanny?
I believe she was older.
Was Samantha also a nanny?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Did she live with Juliet and Raquel and Zanny together?
Juliet did not live with Zanny.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And as far as I know, her sister was either married or lived on her own with her children.
Did you ever see a photograph of Gloria, Zanny's mother?
No, sir.
Did you ever speak to Gloria to wish her well on her heart condition?
No, sir.
Do you have any knowledge, or did you have any knowledge that Gloria was an imaginary person?
No, sir.
What about Samantha?
I never had the opportunity to meet Samantha. I did not know about Samantha until after July of 2008.
What did Casey tell you about, or what information do you have about the uncomfortableness of Zanny and Jeff Hopkins being former boyfriend and girlfriend, and Casey now wanting to marry and move in with Jeff Hopkins.
Object to the relevance of this, Your Honor.
Sustain.
I'll just sum this up, Ms. Anthony. Do you have any information that you've received over the last 3 years or since these people ever were mentioned that they are anything but imaginary people?
I just found out that they are imaginary people.
And you testified under direct examination that up until about 6 weeks ago, you were looking for Zanny the nanny.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And that was for 3.5, or for 2.5 years, you were looking for Zanny the nanny?
I was looking for Zanny ever since I found out that Kaylee was missing.
And what efforts did you engage to try and find Zanny the nanny?
We had tip lines. We looked up every Zenaida Fernandez or Zenaida Gonzalez or Zenaida Rodriguez or whatever came close that was in the state of Florida, New York, North Carolina. George and I, when we were in New York, even followed up on a tip and went to the apartment that we believed that she lived in.
Was this at George's urging or yours?
At mine and George's when he found out that she was in New York or could be in New York.
But this was something that you really wanted to pursue.
This is something we both wanted to pursue. When I got the tip that with a physical address, I mean, we went to California to follow up on her.
Did you find Zanny the nanny in California?
No, we did not. But we had met a couple that was pretty convinced that she was possibly at a restaurant that they had seen Kaylee.
You hired someone by the name of Dominic Casey, did you not?
I never hired Dominic Casey. Dominic Casey worked for you. And when you and Mr. Casey had a falling out, he volunteered to continue to follow up on tips for
And he
Kaylee.
did that for you.
Yes.
And I believe you once made a statement that somebody was being watched in Puerto Rico.
Yes, sir. Mr. Casey thought that Kaylee might be in Puerto Rico.
I'm going to object on hearsay and relevance.
Sustain.
As to relevance, Your Honor, this was brought out during direct examination as to some of the methods that
Your hearsay.
I understand it. May I inquire in another manner?
You can ask another question, but
Yes, sir.
objection sustained.
Did you order your private investigator at the time to follow someone in Puerto Rico?
Yes, I had received a tip.
That objection again, Ms.
Relevance and hearsay.
Sustained as to relevancy.
Did you hear that, or let me rephrase that. Did you ever become aware or did you ever believe that Kaylee was flown by a private jet to Puerto Rico?
Sustained.
Excuse you.
Another subject.
Yes, sir. Let's go back a little bit further in time. I'd like to talk about Casey's high school graduation. When did you first find out that she was not graduating?
Objection, relevance.
Relevancy sustained.
She didn't graduate
You know,
high
I think
school?
some of this was brought out during direct examination, not the specific stuff.
Sustained.
Now, Mrs. Anthony, throughout all of these years, it never occurred to you that these stories and these people that Casey was talking about were not real.
Hey guys, I'll keep this brief. I see we have a bunch of new people in here. Thanks for joining in. Please make sure to subscribe to the channel and to like the stream. It's free to do so. And the reason why we are watching this old trial is honestly a cautionary tale of crazy broads being around, especially around the holidays. And I've made the joke that it's peak mating season for them because they all seem to get pregnant around Christmas. So watch this, soak it in, utilize it, know how to spot the signs of a crazy woman, and live a better life for it. So I hope you're enjoying the stream and going to keep it going at this point. But no, she's not back on trial. This is trial 1.
No, sir.
So therefore, the reason during the 30 days that you had not seen Kaylee, you understood all of these things to be true just as the imaginary people?
I trusted Casey. She never given me any reason not to believe in her.
So the answer is yes, that the reason you believed in Casey was because certainly you had no knowledge that all of these people were imaginary, and Casey had no reason or no issues that would lead you to cast doubt on what she was telling you.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did there come a time where you told law enforcement that you thought Zanny was Amy Huizinga or Jesse Grund?
To the relevance. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
And why did you think that Zanny the nanny was Amy Huizinga or Jesse Grund?
Well, actually, when I spoke to the FBI about it, I wasn't convinced that it was Amy, more like it might be Ricardo Morales.
Yes, Rebecca.
And when I was bringing up the information to the FBI, it was Scott Boland who put the Zanny and Huizinga correlation together.
So you think that the FBI is the one that thought Zanny the nanny was Amy Huizinga?
Object to relevance and then her opinion on the issue.
Sustained is their opinion.
Why did you think Zanny the nanny was Jesse Grund?
I never said that I thought Zanny was Jesse Grund.
Can you explain why you told law enforcement that you thought Zanny was?
Sustained a while ago in a different form, Mr. Baez.
Yes, sir. Have you ever testified that you gave the sheriff's department Zanny's number?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you give law enforcement Zanny the nanny's phone number?
I gave one of the deputies on July 15th or the morning of July 16th what I thought was Zanny's phone number.
And as far as you know, that number was never followed up on? Or what happened with that number?
From my understanding that number was not to a Zenaida Gonzalez, it was to one of Casey's other friends.
Which police officer did you give Zanny the nanny's phone number to?
The officer that was in charge that evening.
Would that be Sergeant Hosey?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Anthony, do you believe Kaylee's alive?
I'm going to object to the relevance of this.
Sustained.
What? So, what?
I'd like to talk to you, Miss Anthony, about your home.
Yes.
Okay. We saw photographs of the inside of your home. Do you recall those?
Yes.
You have a white carpet.
It's like a cream color carpet.
And we saw photographs of the sliding glass door that goes out towards the pool.
Yes.
And there is no bar that would prevent Kaylee from opening that door. So,
We never placed a bar there, no.
okay. And there's no child safety lock or anything like that for that door.
No, Kaylee had difficulty opening the big door.
Okay. Have you ever testified that Casey would get out quite easily?
Casey could, yes.
I'm sorry, Kaylee could.
I may have.
Okay. And that's what led you to believe that Kaylee could have drowned in the pool, did it not?
I don't know if I put those in the same sequence.
But it was your opinion that the number one thing that you thought could have happened was Kaylee drowning in the pool.
Sustained.
Opinion.
How many times did you tell law enforcement about Kaylee possibly drowning in the pool?
I have sustained objection to that question, so move on to another area, please, sir.
The day, within 24 hours of law enforcement getting called, Ms. Anthony, did you not tell Detective Melich about the ladder incident?
I'm not sure what ladder incident you're talking about.
About finding the ladder down attached to the pool on June 17th?
That's the facts, not an evidence.
Overruled.
I know at some point, I remember telling the detectives that the ladder, I found the ladder on the pole and the gate open.
And that was on June 17th, was it not?
I believe it was the 16th. Could have been the 17th, but I feel like it was the 16th.
So the 16th, you came home from work and you saw the ladder there.
And I came home from work and let the dogs outside. And when I went outside with the dogs, I noticed that the ladder was on the pole. And when I walked to get the ladder off the pole, I noticed that the side gate was open.
And that alarmed you?
Yes, because the dogs were in the backyard and I didn't want them running into the street, and we never left the gate open.
And this alarmed you so much that the next day when you went to work, you actually told coworkers.
Yes, sir.
You told Debbie Bennett about someone who was swimming in your pool.
I had called George that night and asked him if he had worked in the yard and could have potentially left the gate open, and did he cool off in the pool before he went to work? And he said no. And from my knowledge, Casey had not been back home that afternoon. So if it wasn't Casey or George, then it had to be someone else.
My question, ma'am, was that you told Debbie Bennett that someone was swimming in your pool.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just answered that saying that it wasn't one of us. So I thought it could be someone else.
I understand. You also told Debbie Polisano that someone was swimming in your pool.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And are you close with Debbie Polisano?
She was my supervisor for a year and a half before I left Gentiva.
So is that a yes or no?
She was my boss. We weren't friendly. Debbie Bennett and I hung out after work. Deborah Polisano and I never hung out after work. So I don't really call being close with her. No.
Did you tell anyone else at work about the ladder being attached to the pool on June 16, 2008?
My work is very open. So if I was talking to Debbie, then pretty much the whole office probably could have heard me speaking to Debbie Bennett.
Okay. Now, Kaylee loved to swim, did she not?
Yes, she did.
In fact, when you were on vacation, you guys went swimming every day
Which vacation, sir?
in June of 2008.
Yes, from my second day of vacation, yes.
And you always used the protective vest when going
Yeah.
swimming with her.
Yes, I would take it off before we get out of the pool most of the time because Kaylee liked to get her suit off and go by the jets before we get out. If it was just her and I'd leave the vest on, but if someone else was with us, then we would strip her down and someone would get her with the towel and take her in.
I heard you say she liked to swim naked.
Well, she
Or-
just, the jet from the pool, we had a little thing. She liked to go over to it and feel it. So,
Who doesn't?
yeah, it feels good on your back and your bottom. So, yes.
I was gonna say
No.
every kid loves to swim naked. They think it's such a adventurous thing.
Did you ever advise law enforcement that you thought maybe Casey forgot to take the ladder down?
I don't recall. I could have. If Casey had the opportunity to come home to swim, she may have.
Now, I know you testified that after that you went swimming with Kaylee June 15th, 2008,
Yes.
and that it was almost in the evening that the two of you got out of the pool.
Yes, it was the sun was, it was getting later in the evening and it was getting kind of chilly in the pool. And we had been in the pool for at least an hour and a half. It was probably about 7 o'clock, 7:30.
And I know you testified that you took the ladder down after you were done.
Yes, I recall taking the ladder down.
Are you 100% certain of that?
As certain as I can be. I'm not sure if anybody's ever 100% certain of anything, but I do recall taking the ladder down. So as much as I can remember from the events, yes, I took the ladder down.
And of course, you would never have to recall this specific event until well after a month later.
No, actually, it would have been the next day when I questioned whether or not someone was in the pool. So within a day, I would have
That's right.
remembered.
Now, do you recall speaking with, after this case is over, with two men, one by the name of Steph Watts. Do you know who he is?
With the jury.
I know who he is, but I don't know what you're referring to as after this case is over. I don't think this case is ever.
He works for Fox News or worked at that time for Fox News
At what time are you referring?
in July of 2008.
Yes, I remember Steph Watts being one of the media personnel outside my home, one of many.
And do you recall ever meeting a man by the name of Mark Furman?
Yes, I do.
And he is that police officer from the O.J. Simpson case, is he not?
He was.
Okay, Peggy, thanks for joining us. Sorry, guys, if you don't know Peggy, she is the queen of this stream. Like, she is our resident senior citizen, and she always comes in and is lovely with us. So say hi to Peggy, please.
A police officer during the O.J. Simpson case, yes.
Do you remember letting both of these gentlemen into your home?
Yes.
Do you remember speaking to them about this case?
I remember Mr. Furman wanted to speak to us and offer any help that he could with his expertise as a detective.
Now, he's not a detective though, is he?
Well, not at that time he wasn't.
And he is now a member of the media, is he not?
At that time, I actually found out after speaking with Mr. Furman that he was actually working on behalf of Greta Van Susteren. I didn't realize that at the time when we invited him in our home.
And did you give both of them a tour of your backyard?
Yes.
Did you tell Steph Watts and Mark Furman that you forgot to take a ladder down?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, on June 16, 2008, Casey attempted to call you around 4 p.m., did she not?
Yes, there were several attempts that Casey was trying to reach me that afternoon.
In fact, there was an abnormal amount of calls to you, unsuccessful calls.
At that time, I didn't know it was an abnormal amount. It was a Monday afternoon, and Mondays are very busy for me. And I was getting ready for a meeting, which a lot of my information on my projects were being discussed. So I remember coming out and knowing that she had called me around 4 o'clock.
Mrs. Anthony, I know that a lot of this in hindsight, but at the time, I totally understand the difference of your knowledge. But at that time, around 4 p.m. on that afternoon, there were numerous calls, unsuccessful calls from Casey to you in that afternoon, whether or not.
Am I to answer, did I know what that?
Hold on, guys. Sorry. I was asking for a favor out loud. I want to make sure I don't miss this. So let's all pay attention because I think this is important.
Time or now?
Now, do you know
Yes,
that, right?
I know that now.
Okay.
Welcome.
Now I'd like to talk to you about July 15th of 2008.
Thank you.
You testified that you, well, several days earlier on the 13th of July, let's focus on the 13th, is the day you found the certified letter on your door.
I found the notice that alerted us to a certified letter.
The notice.
Yes.
Is that common for you to receive the certified notice on your door as opposed to in your mailbox?
We have a community mailbox that's a few doors down from us. And I don't think they're allowed to put those kind of notices in the community mailbox, so that they're supposed to put them where a person can see them readily.
So whenever you get the notices in the mail for certified letter, it's always on the door, never in the mailbox.
I've never received a certified notice in our mailbox, no.
Okay. And you testified that you received it on the 13th of July.
Yes, it was a Sunday afternoon.
And that you thought the notice said 10th or 11th of July.
On the notice, it gives you, there's a date, there's several things on the notice. It tells you where to go pick it up. There's a box that says there's a place where the postman can write when he puts it down. And I believe the date that was handwritten on there, that he put it on our door was either the 10th or the 11th, which would have been, I guess, Thursday or Friday.
When you called the police on July 15th, 2008, what day did you tell them you found that notice on your door?
When I called the police,
Yes.
I don't think I talked about the notice when I called the police. I talked about getting this stuff from the car. The notice about the car, the certified letter, is probably what I was referring to and not the notice, that we got the notice that day.
Okay, so do you recall telling the police that you had gotten it that day?
I was referring to the certified letter, not the notice that was on the front door.
But you do recall telling them that you received it on that day?
I do recall, I just listened to my 911 calls, that I did say that we found the car that day. And that was as a result of getting the notice from the tow company that our car was at Johnson's Towing.
Now, when you got the car and it was in the garage, it was your understanding that what you were smelling was garbage, was it not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you're clear about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason you said in the 911 tape that the car smelled like a dead body was because, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why?
I don't know why I said it that night. It just came out. Everything else I had thought about up until the third phone call. And the third phone call that I made to the 911, it just blurted out along with everything else.
The first time you called 911, you never told them about any dead body in your car.
I didn't have a relevance, or the car didn't enter my mind, except for the fact that I had asked Casey at one time to come home, and I told her to bring the car home. And when she didn't come home, I used that as an excuse to speak to the police.
You used what as an excuse to speak to the police?
The car that had been stolen.
Okay. My question to you is, in either the first or the second 911 call, did you ever tell them anything about the car smelling like a dead body?
No, I never referenced the smell of the car.
And have you ever testified that the reason you told them the car smelled like a dead body was because you wanted the police to get there right away?
I wanted the police to get there before I called them, yes.
My question is, have you ever testified that the reason you mentioned that the car smelled like a dead body was because the police were taking a long time to get there and you wanted them there right then and there?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said that you got the notice early around lunchtime, the letter actually, knowing that the car was towed. Is that correct?
I never picked up the letter. George did.
George, you became aware of it.
Yes, before lunch.
And you, in fact, spoke to Casey on 12:47, 12:57, and 1:10 p.m. that afternoon, did you not?
I spoke with her and left messages for her during those times.
And
This would be a good time to break.
yes, sir.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess to 3 o'clock. I'm going to ask you not to discuss the case among yourselves. It would be time for those who need to take the special recess to also take it also at this time. In additional instructions on behalf of the state or the defense.
I just want to say that I definitely think I've somehow pinched a nerve sitting here. I don't know if that's possible, but like if there's a chiropractor or someone in here, let me know if it's possible. Cause like every, 3 minutes or so, I'll get a like zip, zip. And it's, oh my God, it's right here. Oh, it's like, and it's super tight. Anyways, if that's possible, let me know.
Okay, we'll be in recess to 3 o'clock.
I just put some.
Told me that Casey had called
on there.
and I had some phone calls on my cell phone, some missed phone calls.
During the course of this case, you've come to know that there were actually 6 calls within 4 minutes, correct? Does that sound fair to you?
I never realized there were 6 until now, but yes, I knew there were several, more than 3 or 4.
Okay. One at 4:10, 4:11, 4:11, 4:13.
Sustained.
Oh, hold on. Now, you work for Gentiva, is that correct?
Yes,
That's home health care.
yes.
and you have health insurance.
I had health insurance through there, yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk about July 15th. That's where we were at before the break. I would, at this time, with the court's permission, like to play an item that's already in evidence, the third 911 call, a short portion of that.
Any objections from the state? You may proceed, Mr. Baez.
There's a name for it. It's called Tech Neck.
I didn't know I was going to have to work the electronic remote control, Judge.
Wow.
I think it's dead. Is there a way?
Yes. What's the exhibit number so the record be abundantly clear?
Huh. I really do need a chair then.
Okay.
I just hit publish now.
So it's Karen, listen. Karen, listen.
What?
Casey Zanny took her a month ago. She was missing for a month. Okay,
That's the portion. I don't know if you caught that. Was that the portion where you told George about what was going on?
Yes, there's sometime during that period of time, I had the phone in my hand waiting for the sheriff's office to come. And I saw George pull up. And when he got out of the car, I was trying to tell him at the same time talking to the dispatcher.
Okay, I'm going to play a little bit further back, a little longer. Another 5 seconds here. Right there.
Date of birth. 8/9/2000. Oh God, she's 3. She's 2005. So it's Karen, listen. Karen, listen. Casey Zanny took her a month ago. She was missing for a month. Okay, I need.
You don't hear George Anthony saying anything other than what on that tape, do you?
I was yelling to George as he was getting out of the car. He parked his car on the street, and I was still in the driveway, kind of close to the house.
Other than the word what, do you hear him say anything on that 911 tape?
I don't hear him say anything. I didn't hear him say anything.
Okay. Now, when you arrived home and you began to question Casey with Lee, only you and Lee were involved in that, correct?
Yes.
George was not involved in that.
No.
And George didn't question her in reference to any of this, did he?
I don't know if George ever had, or if George had contact with Casey, I wasn't aware.
So you're not aware if George had any contact with Casey when this all occurred?
Time frame, he was not home until that third 911 call. And then as he was coming home, then the sheriff's department arrived. So everything just happening, everybody converged all at once, and everything became a big, just jumble. Everybody was in the house at that point, and we were all pushed aside.
And he never had the opportunity to question her, according?
As far as I know, no, because once the sheriff's office came, we were all separated.
Okay. Now, on your 911 tape, you state that Kaylee had been missing since June 7th. Is that correct?
Yes, I wasn't looking at a calendar, and I didn't reference Father's Day at that point. I just knew that it was a month. And
that's even though if you count back 31 days from that date, it would have been June 16th.
Probably, yes.
Okay. Now, you gave a sworn statement to law enforcement that evening. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall the date you gave for that statement?
Again, it was I wrote down the wrong Sunday. It was the Sunday before Father's Day, and I was not intending it to be that day. I did not realize I just got my dates wrong.
I understand, but do you recall the date that you gave on that day?
Yeah, it was the
For that
Sunday
date?
before Father's Day, so
What day do you recall that being?
be the 9th? No, the 7th, yes, the 7th.
7th. If I showed you your statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may approach.
June 8th.
Does that refresh your recollection, ma'am?
Yes,
And what date did you put in your written statement?
June 8th, which would have been the Sunday before the 15th.
So in the 911 call, you mentioned it was the 7th. In your written statement, you write the 8th. Is that correct?
I don't know, did I say June 7th on the 911 call?
Yes, if I showed you the
Okay,
transcript.
I don't want to hear it again.
Okay.
If that's what it was, then I did. Again, that last call, I was hysterical.
You later found out it was June 15th, was it not?
Yes,
And the way you found out was from law enforcement.
correct.
And that's because they took a look at the video of Kaylee with your father.
Correct.
And they then wanted to go and speak to people at the home where your father was at. Is that not correct?
Yeah, they wanted to verify that date.
And you did not want law enforcement to go speak with them at the home or to disturb your father.
I was concerned about my father, who was very ill at the time. I didn't want sheriff's deputies or anybody showing up at a nursing home upsetting him or my mother.
Okay. So the answer is yes, ma'am. You didn't want law enforcement to go and speak to anyone at the home or to your father.
Correct.
And your father is still alive today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that evening, when police arrived, did you not tell the responding detective that Casey had issues with seizures?
Are we going to object to the relevance of this?
Relevancy,
We're discussing July 15th, Judge.
sustain.
Ma'am, you testified that you are a registered nurse.
Yes, sir.
And are you currently working as a registered nurse?
No, sir.
And what are you doing for a living now?
Objection, relevance.
Overall,
I'm on disability right now.
And that is as a result of this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a financial interest in this case?
No, sir, I do not.
Have you started an organization by the name of Kaylee Marie Foundation, Kaylee Marie Anthony Foundation?
Yes, sir.
Have you trademarked Kaylee's name?
Yes, our attorneys filed the correct paperwork for that. Yes.
Have you
Thank you so very much, maybe, for gifting those 5 memberships. If you are one of the people that just got a membership, please make sure to throw up a W in the chat and thank Maybe for her generosity and Christmas spirit. And also, if you could please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel and to the stream, that would help tremendously. It is free to do so. All right, guys, thanks so much. We'll keep going. And thanks again, Maybe. You're the best.
made any money off of this case?
We've lost money off this case, sir. I've lost a lot off this case, sir.
Have you sold photographs of your daughter and your granddaughter for $20,000 to CBS in this case?
My old attorney, Brad Conway, set that up so that he could get paid.
And you paid him the entire $20,000?
No, a portion of that.
How much of that did you keep?
I had to pay bills with that. He got $6,000.
He got $6,000?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed or flown to New York to discuss with anyone reference a book deal?
Again, that was set up through my ex-attorney, Brad Conway.
Did you go with him when he went to New York to try and arrange a book deal?
Yes,
Did your husband go with you?
yes.
Did anyone else go with you?
To our surprise, we met Tom Luca up there. We did not know he was going to be there.
And he was your son's attorney.
Yes.
And was he trying to negotiate a book deal for your son?
No, sir, he was not.
What was he doing there?
I have no idea.
Have you attempted to earn a living as a director of the Kaylee Marie Anthony Foundation?
No, sir, have not.
Have you engaged in numerous fundraising activities for this foundation?
No, sir, we have not.
Has this foundation done anything?
Yes, sir, it has.
Okay. And do you currently have any negotiations with any media outlets in reference to future interviews or future projects involving this case?
No, sir, I do not.
Have you flown to New York to meet with ABC News?
Not for a long time.
How many networks have you flown to New York to discuss possible projects with?
The projects were already done. We went up there for the daytime events when Kaylee was still missing. And we went up there and did a 48-hour interview, and we have not been back since.
If I can have just one moment, Judge Owens.
You may.
I have no further questions at this time.
Any redirect?
If anyone
Thank you,
wants to.
This is Anthony.
continue
You
giving
testified on
training,
cross-examination that
That would be
Kaylee
awesome.
was always provided with food, clothing, and shelter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Those were items provided by you. You provided food to your granddaughter, Kaylee, correct? Did you provide food for your granddaughter, Kaylee?
You can ask.
Okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am, I did.
The clothing that Kaylee had, did you provide clothing for your granddaughter, Kaylee?
A lot of people provided clothing for Kaylee, but I was probably the primary person. Yes.
Okay. Did you like to spoil Kaylee with clothes?
Yes, ma'am.
The house where Kaylee lived, did you provide?
Just beyond the scope.
Over.
Did you provide the shelter for your granddaughter?
Yes, ma'am.
You are also asked during cross-examination about your daughter's weight as it exists today. You've come to many court proceedings over the course of the last almost 3 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And since July 15th of 2008, has your daughter's weight fluctuated while she's been incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am, it has.
When you found out that she was pregnant, you asked her who the father was, and she said Jesse Grund. Did you provide that information to your husband, George?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When you had individuals associated with Greta Van Susteren at your residence, was that in August of 2008?
Probably yes.
Did you tell those individuals anything other than the gate had been opened on or about June 17th of 2008?
Yes, I discussed the fact that the gate was open and that I had discovered the pool had the ladder on it.
All right. Do you remember giving them a date more specific than June 17th or that week of 2008?
No, I just vaguely remember that conversation. It wasn't something that had a significant impact on me at that time.
Do you recall telling your coworkers, you mentioned Debbie Bennett, Debbie Polisano, would that also include Mr. Crittenden?
Yes, ma'am.
That the incident regarding the pool ladder and the gate was a few days before the gas can incident of June 24th?
Yes, it was prior to the gas can incident.
Okay. That gate that you have on the side of your house can only be opened from the inside, correct?
If it's locked, yes.
Were you in the habit of keeping it locked?
For the most part, unless we were using it frequently. Like if we were, working in the front yard, we wouldn't lock it every time we went out front. But yes, if we were gone, we usually locked the gate.
Okay. Can you provide any testimony as to whether or not the gate was locked from the inside on June 15th, 16th, 17th, or any time that week?
The only time I know the gate was not locked that I know for sure was the 16th when I found it was open. I had no reason to go over there after that Sunday, the 13th, when we were doing yard work.
So it could only be locked from the inside,
Correct,
and you didn't unlock it, correct?
correct.
When you called George and asked about the gate and the pool incident, he didn't say he unlocked it.
No, ma'am, he did not.
Kaylee was unable to reach that lock or do that mechanism, correct?
Correct, it was too tall for her.
All right. And so who else does that leave in the house?
Casey.
When you told the people at work that it smelled like there was a dead body in the car, you referred to that as a manner of speech.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
When you told the people at work that the car smelled like there had been a dead body in it, you referred to that earlier as a manner of speaking, correct?
Correct,
And when you told the police that the car smelled like there was a dead body in it, it's your testimony that that was just to get them there faster, correct?
I wanted them there faster, so I said whatever came to my head.
Did you tell any of the people at your office that the car smelled like garbage?
I believe I told them that George and the tow driver had pulled a bag of garbage out and the car had been sitting there in the hot sun since June 30th, or probably before when Casey left it at Amscott. So I'd never smelled anything that was left in a car that long.
All right. But when you were talking to them about it, you used the words dead body, correct?
Correct. 'Cause,
Same words you used with law enforcement, correct? In the
correct.
911 call.
Correct.
Did that car smell like a dead body?
That car smelled like something I had never smelled before.
Worse than the experience that you had with rotting flesh in your employment?
I would say so because it was just a bigger surface.
Now, when you were played a section of the 911 calls, the 911 call that you made, and you described your husband, George, coming up as you were on the phone, what did he say?
I can't remember what he said. I just remember being hysterical and running to him and pretty much collapsing. I almost went all the way down into the driveway, and I remember him picking me up.
All right. Did he appear to be upset to you?
Yes, he was quite upset.
Did he have a reaction similar to yours?
Yes.
And shortly after your husband arrived, law enforcement arrived and separated you all?
Yes, it was within seconds.
The copywriting or trademarking of your granddaughter's name, is that to prevent the exploitation of Kaylee Marie Anthony by strangers?
Yes, ma'am.
During your cross-examination, you told us about Zanny and Jeff Hopkins and other elaborate lies told to you by your daughter. Those lies began after Kaylee was born, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
And those lies were always in the context of either who was caring for Kaylee or why Casey wasn't home. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, because Jeff Hopkins' name came up, it was more about a discussion Casey and I had about Jessie and her relationship.
So aside from that one, somebody who was a potential suitor, the elaborate lies that you've detailed for us.
Ma'am, this is close to the question. Do not answer the question until I tell you to answer it.
Other than those, did the elaborate lies center around who was caring for Kaylee?
It was also regarding her employment and everything else. So it was.
Or why Casey wasn't at home?
Yes. Yes.
That's all the follow-up I had. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any problems? Okay.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Anthony, you stated that the car had smelled nothing like you had smelled before.
Correct.
And what you had smelled before was dead bodies, correct?
The car was overwhelming. It smelled different than I had smelled garbage or dead bodies.
So it smelled like something completely different.
The closest thing that I could resemble it to would be rotting flesh.
Okay. And did you call the police when you smelled this rotting flesh in your home?
I did not believe it was rotting flesh.
And that's because you believed it to be garbage.
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned during the 911 call under cross or redirect that George's reaction was similar to yours, correct?
George was visibly upset after he picked me up and I started hugging him. He started to cry and weep as much as I did.
My question, ma'am, is you testified that his reaction was similar to yours.
Yes,
And we could hear your reaction on that 911 tape, could we not?
yes,
We did not hear George's reaction on that 911 tape, did we?
because George was across quite a ways away at that point.
My question is, we did not hear George's reaction on that 911 tape, did we?
No, sir.
Now, Ms. Drain Burdick during redirect mentioned that all of these lies began when Kaylee was born. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Do you recall Casey's graduation?
yes,
And you had a party planned and a big celebration for her high school graduation.
yes,
You invited people.
yes.
And what happened on Casey's graduation day?
Well, prior to Casey's graduation day, we got a word from her guidance counselor that she was shy 1/2 credit of her necessary credit. She had actually more credits than she needed to graduate, but she was missing a quarter makeup English that we thought she had finished.
And if it wasn't for this phone call that you received on the 11th hour, you would have had this party.
We would have gone to graduation.
And Casey would have walked up to get her diploma and they would have stopped her and said, hey,
It wasn't the 11th hour, sir. We knew the day before, but we had already planned everything. So they said she was going to graduate. She was just not allowed to walk for graduation. So we carried on with the party.
the
How
day
does-
before
Okay.
Casey graduated from high school, you had a entire party planned. But if it wasn't for that phone call, you were all going to go to the graduation.
Correct.
Enough for the questions.
Well, I guess I'm confused about that. Was Casey aware of this? Also, what in the world kind of high school allows that to happen? I'm just saying, like, isn't that what guidance counselors are for? Like, to make sure that you get into these classes that you need so you can graduate? Because this seems like a really stupid and preventable problem. I don't know. I don't know if I'm missing the point. It was Casey in charge of that? Okay. Let's proceed.
And that was before Kaylee was born, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, may the witness stand down.
Yes, Your Honor, subject to recall.
Okay, ma'am, you may stand down. Okay. All right, let's remove the jury for a minute. There's some matters we need to take up outside of your presence.
I want to listen to a little bit of this, but I'm going to do it on fast speed.
You may be seated. Okay. As to state's exhibit MR composite, which is the judgment and sentences of, I believe, contains 6 felony convictions for the defendant, Casey Marie Anthony. Mr. Baez, I think you objecting to these being entered at this time?
Yes, sir. Actually, what I would like would be if we could address this in the morning, because I think what we have is an issue where we believe we would have some argument as to whether that would be even possible. My understanding, and Mr. Mason's, is that this relates to testimony that would be elicited from the defense of the defendant. However, throughout the direct examination of Ms. Jane Burdick, she constantly and consistently elicited statements from the defendant. And it is our position that the cross-examination was in rebuttal to the specific questioning of that under direct examination. I think it would be on the burden of the prosecutor to show that the areas of which the defense elicited testimony, and I think the underlying theory under Huggins would be that one cannot elicit statements from the defendant and circumvent them taking the stand. However, that is in the scenario where the defense would elicit that, as opposed to the prosecution during direct examination constantly and continually elicit statements from the defendant. And that would be our position. I would like to be able to see if we could provide some additional authority on that.
Okay, guys. So this is important, like flashing lights. Hello, hello. I want everyone's attention in the chat. So we have an option. Do we want to listen to Casey's best friend's testimony, ex-best friend, Amy, who she was spending all this time with? Because I read that it was very insightful, but it wasn't like there wasn't some crazy moment that happened other than Cindy freaking out with Amy in the car. Or do we want to watch the police interrogation tapes? Mention it in the chat. Let me know what you guys want to do in majority rules. Interrogation. All right. No one else, please. Yeah, let's hear it. All right. 2 more people. Police interrogation. Okay, we're doing the interrogation. We're going with that. All right. I'm gonna make a decision for all of us that we are gonna start with Casey's interrogation tape, because Cindy did one, and I bet Cindy was just like all over the place. So I definitely think we want to listen to that. All right, let's go.
Let me have to use the restroom, so if you'll give me a minute. And then we'll get you a phone and we will call your attorney. Okay?
Aw, thanks, Peggy.
I'll sit here with you. Let's see what that. Water. I don't know if I should apologize for what happened on the highway or not, but
I almost feel like I should in a sense, but I don't think, I know for a fact that he didn't know. So I don't think that it was intentional on anybody's part for any of it, so.
Yeah.
I know that didn't look good, but I mean, you can understand why.
I know one thing, if I got caught doing that, I would have gotten my ticket and thrown where I belong, especially when they found out I was a federal agent. Oh, really? You're driving like that around here? Get your ass in my car.
Well, we figured going through the airport, it's restricted airspace, so they can't take the helicopters through. And we thought that the cars that were following us from my attorney's office were media, because there was a media van that followed us and another van that went with them. So we're thinking, oh shit, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
It's happened before. It happens every day.
I know it does.
So
I know it does. I'd like to make it stop happening, to be honest with you.
I would too.
Well, you know what I'll say to that. I've said it to your mom, I've said it to your dad, I've said it to your brother even.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was one thing that they all agreed upon, was the fact that you've extended, your hand to help. Most people haven't. So
I was afraid that some of what I said to them probably offended them because I told them that if I find out something that you don't want to hear,
Mhm.
I'm gonna tell you anyway.
Well,
Just
honestly,
because-
they'll respect that. That's just, you know, the type of people that they are. I'm the same way.
I know they are. But when I hit them with certain things, they don't want to hear it. And I understand that.
Yeah, well,
But it doesn't mean I'm not
when-
gonna say it.
exactly. When you have different beliefs than somebody, it is hard sometimes to hear their opinion.
That's true.
That doesn't mean that they don't respect your opinion or the fact that you're coming forward with what you think or what you feel, so.
Well, to some extent, it's comforting to hear you say that because it was never my intention to piss anybody in your family off. You know, I'm not in it to get a conviction. I get nothing out of it. I get zero.
Exactly. You have a job you're trying to do.
I've
You know,
found a few and I've not found a few and it sucks both ways.
I agree.
So, it is what it is. Where I get sideways with people
Mhm.
tends to be when attorneys get involved.
I've heard most people say that. They don't like attorneys very much.
I have many family members that are attorneys. I have no problems with attorneys. What I have problems with are at some point
Mhm.
we have to set aside the rules and we have to find kids. And you know what? So be it. That's why I told you in the car. You know, if you tell me anything now,
Yeah.
I'll get up and say, yep, I heard it and she's already invoked and we can't use any of it. That's just the way it is. That's all that matters to me.
Yeah.
And, you know, when we did another case that I was involved in, you know, they lost a confession. And I sat there and I looked right at the guys that we worked with. I said,
That's not what's
who
important.
cares?
Yeah.
We found her. We found her and he's going to get what is coming to him. That's not my job.
Mhm.
You know, and it works out in the end. And it works out in the end on all sides,
Mhm.
to be honest with you. It may not be comfortable for everybody.
Yeah.
And I've done things that if I get caught for, I'm not going to be comfortable, I can tell you that. It's just the way life is. You know, but it's not the end of the road either. And that's what we have to keep in mind, it's not the end of the road. You know?
Just a random question.
Sure.
Are there cameras in all of the
I
rooms or
have
just
no
some?
freaking clue. I've
Yeah.
never been in this part of the building, so
Well, I know this is
my
new.
guess would be yes.
We're gonna go get something to drink. Do you want any soda, Mountain Dew, Pepsi?
No,
You good?
thank you very much.
I know my mom.
I would guess yes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Well, my mom wasn't aware that there was a camera in the room, I guess, when she met with Melich and I forget who else in the big interviews that were released to the media, and she was infuriated.
Mhm.
You would think that that's something that, you know, you should be told, but you don't have to be.
Right. The law is the law.
Yeah.
And I will play within the rules of the law.
Okay.
If it's a tool that's available to me that I can use later to look back on and see if I missed something or could I have done something better, I'm going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I would assume that this place probably has one somewhere.
Oh, easily, or at least something that records audio, so either way.
I can tell you I don't have anything on it. Yeah, they'll probably be somewhat unhappy when they see my interviews with them. Those haven't been released yet, but they were on video.
Well, it's just part of the discovery, so.
Yeah. It'll all come out.
Mhm.
You know, that, like I said, I have loyalty to one person in every one of these cases, and it doesn't happen to be anybody I'm interviewing usually.
Understandable.
It's not a slight on them. You know, dealt with many different people in many different positions,
Mm-hmm.
none of which are comfortable, and those things always get in the way that you have on your hands. You know, such are the rules that we work under.
Here's my question. I know this is a question that a lot of people have asked. The grand jury and all of that is supposed to be secret, but it was released to the media right off the bat. My dad hadn't even been subpoenaed, and that was released. So I just think a lot of that's kind of funny. And the fact that they invited the media in when they were releasing the decision. My mom had received a text message from someone within the media saying they're letting all of us in when they make the decision. We're thinking, are you serious?
there are rules.
Mhm.
I am quite sure that one of the rules that was followed was that when the decision to indict has been made,
Mhm.
that part of it is public,
Yeah, that part's public.
and they can let the media into the courtroom at that point.
Yeah.
I bet, this is just my bet, I don't know what the Florida rules are, I'm more federal stuff, familiar with that.
Yeah.
But what I bet is that it was done under seal, and there were no names and no official charges probably read aloud.
Mhm.
It probably just was, there's been an indictment received in the case, and that's it.
Well, when the media was out there all day and they knew about this a week ago that it was going to happen.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of funny. It's supposed to be secret. And
The
everything was
the happenings.
released.
What's funny about this, Casey?
What takes place within the room is secret.
Yeah. But as far as when it actually is convened and, pulled together the witnesses and stuff like that, that's not also supposed to be secret?
It depends on how they are subpoenaed.
Okay.
I have a
If
hair.
you're subpoenaed under a regular court order, that's a
My
public
dad was through
document.
his attorney, so I'm not quite sure how that came through. Yeah, I
But
know.
if the subpoena itself is just a regular federal
Yeah,
or
certain
grand
things
jury
are
subpoena, that's public
public
record.
knowledge, yeah.
It doesn't say what it's for, it doesn't say what case it's in, it doesn't, it just says you're subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury.
Well, with them announcing that, there was going to be a grand jury, and obviously my name was thrown out, they knew who the grand jury was for.
Who threw your name out?
All of the media said that it was from an inside source, meaning in here. So that's where they all say is.
I can tell you
getting
what I
their
think
sources
of the
from.
media, what I think of people who leak stuff to the media.
I think it's garbage. Yeah, I agree. That's the next way of putting
That
it.
doesn't make it any
Hello.
less necessary. Without them,
Mhm.
I'll be quite honest, without the media, we don't find a quarter of the kids that we,
Oh, I agree. It helps. The exposure has helped bring in so many tips for my daughter.
but at the same time, what it creates is it creates a monster that otherwise isn't necessary.
Exactly.
The tips are what the tips are.
Mhm.
If it was a local media only,
Mhm.
it would be much easier to work.
Yeah.
When you make it the national media, then you come up
You
with.
get the Nancy Graces.
Well, you
and
get the
everything else.
tips also
Mhm.
that come from Hawaii that say, I saw Kaylee.
Mhm.
Oh, really? Okay, let me call
Now,
Hawaii,
ones
let me
from
send them out,
Georgia
let me do
and
that.
ones that are a little bit closer
Those are what I
range.
consider local, because
Yeah.
the local
It's in
stations
close
are gonna
range.
cover that.
Yeah.
That's contiguous to the state of Florida, it's not.
When people are only getting their information from the Nancy Graces or from Globe magazine or People or stuff like
Nancy.
that. Are you kidding me?
Well, I can say you will not see me sit down and be interviewed
Yeah.
by People or Globe or anybody else. It's not gonna
That's a good one.
happen. Entree move, my friend.
That was a long ride without doing that. And then that adrenaline done all at the same time?
Don't even wanna know what we're talking about here.
You know.
I'm just gonna let that go.
You know why I need it?
Who's that?
You're not gonna break bad, right? Alright, we're gonna call him on my cell phone.
Okay. I know this is, oh, yeah, that's not good.
Pull it back there. Just slide your hands out. No,
I
I'll forget
I
to
honestly can't, so they're a little tight.
Thanks for entertaining us. Just slide your
Way to
hands
go,
out.
Corporal Edwards.
Actually, if I could, I would have done that for you.
Do you know Baez's phone number off the top of your head?
No, I do
How can we get the cell number or his number?
not. I know his office number,
What is that?
407-705-2626.
How do you know that?
Did you see Mr. Savage while you were out there?
Yeah. You want to go speak with him and give me a handcuff key that fits? Do you
How
mind?
about that?
And I'll have her shoot the phone call to Mr. Baez.
You do that.
Now, once again,
Where is he?
should be
Do I get that?
in there talking to the
I
chief down
think he
there.
needs a map to get back there.
This is a rat maze.
Oh, right here.
I'm almost done with what I'm doing.
I've identified myself. You know why you're in custody.
Yes.
And you signed this. You want your attorney present.
Yes.
Through that conversation, we have agreed,
Yes.
because express that to me again so I have full understanding before I get on the phone with him.
We discussed before that we have no problem sitting down together, him and I, and speaking with law enforcement, or listening to all the questions that you have, him and I discussing it, and then we go from there.
Okay. And that's there's been no success with that so far. And
Nobody's taken us up on that.
So we're gonna open that window right now.
Okay.
And hopefully we can make something happen. Because ultimately, I think we have the same interest, finding your daughter. 2626, you said?
Yes. Thank you.
So weird. Okay, well, she's on the
Hey,
phone.
Ed, it's Casey.
Never mind.
Can you do me a favor and call Jose, or can you give me Jose's cell phone number so I can call him? Oh, is he? Okay, great, thanks.
There we go.
How long ago was that?
I was 17, 5 years.
When'd you cut your hair?
Hey, it's Casey. I'm with Corporal Edwards. I know the last name, sorry. I'm at the Sheriff's Department if you'd like to come down and meet with us. Thank you. Yes.
You want to talk to me anytime too?
Okay, great, thanks. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah. Give me information.
Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Hey, guys.
Young and 15?
Make sure to like
Yeah,
the
we-
stream,
we,
please, and
Ms. Byers, we
subscribe.
Mirandized her
Thank
at
you.
at 422, and she stated that you've done a great job. She invoked, but she also said that that her exasperation is the same as ours. You guys have wanted the opportunity to speak with law enforcement face to face, and if you guys are interested in doing that, let's get that done. Quit the finger pointing, okay? All right, sir. We're game on? Game on?
Casey, the good-looking young man that just walked in is sitting across from you now is Nick Savage.
When's he getting here?
He's from here.
Anybody else need a drink?
If it's okay with you, I'm gonna turn the
Yeah, that's
ball
fine.
game over to him.
I appreciate your help.
No problem.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Mr. Baez is on the way.
You take those and keep them.
They're yours. Or they're yours. I don't know. Thank you for taking this time.
All right.
Do you guys need anything? I'm better here. I'm gonna get out.
All right,
Okay?
thank
Need
you.
anything?
All right, I'm back.
All right.
How's he spell his last name?
BAZ.
Hard one.
And to answer your other question, from that picture, I cut my hair and it was really short even last year. I just started growing it back out this year, so. Just about that.
Okay. As far as Mr. Baez.
He's at
Down
the
here.
office.
Since this is going a little bit slow, I'm going to speed it up a bit. But one thing I said a few minutes ago that it was muffled. Please make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel, even if you're on replay. It helps a lot with the algorithm. Thank you so much, you guys. Also, I left the donation information I was asked for. I posted that as a pinned message or comment right at the top of the chat. Thank you.
He's at the office. Okay, so we have a bit of time. Okay, that's fine. So, and we went through the formalities of this, make sure everything's above board, and like I said before. that's what
It's
you're
too
gonna do.
fast.
Okay, we just would request the same back.
There we go.
You understand what you're arrested for today?
Yes.
Okay. May I step out for a minute? Absolutely. And I'll be right. You sure you don't need anything to drink?
I'm fine, thank you.
Handcuff key. Where's my handcuff key? Maybe not. I'll get a pawn shop right now.
Yes. Baller.
Oh boy.
Look at you. Thanks.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's been,
How was my dad this morning?
in our time.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I only saw him in the meeting, got a chance to hear him talking to my mom. I spoke to him last night and this morning for just a quick second before he left, so.
Yeah, talked to him this morning for a little bit. He was with Mark and he was really struggling. I mean, you can imagine he was having a hard time. He was being called in to essentially provide testimony to indict you, to at least. And he was really struggling with that.
Yeah.
And I felt bad for him, to be honest with you. I truly did.
Well, I even told him last night. I know he was subpoenaed and under the law he had to answer whatever questions were asked him. I told him to do what he had to do at that point.
Thank you, Bullseye. I was just going to message you. Thank you.
So
What did he say?
he just loved me and told me that he loved me, and I know he was struggling with it even last night. So
I think it was probably more this morning.
yeah, I could see that with the little bit that I saw from the media, from the pictures and the little bit of footage that they had. So
You guys watch on TV?
now we watched online a little bit. I try to stay away from the TV as much as possible. At least with the internet, I can scroll through, read what I want, and then just get rid of it that much faster. So
You anxious about today at all?
I have been. I mean, this is something honestly we've been preparing for from the beginning, just because of words that were directly spoken from your knowledge and also from Sergeant Allen. They were saying that this is what they were planning on doing from the very beginning, from that first day. So they wrote me off within the first couple hours. So
I don't know if that's true.
that was the direct words that they pretty much gave to myself, and even they said that to my parents. So I mean, I'm not trying to say something derogatory towards someone, but
Yeah, okay. We're just talking.
Yeah.
We're just chatting.
so that was the only time he ever made any effort to try to talk to me one-on-one. And
No, it's kind of difficult.
that was kind of difficult considering.
Well, considering, obviously, in light of everything that's going on and the fact that you've been arrested for other things, makes it a little more difficult to sit down and even talk.
Oh, this is a good time. So I was just asked if this happened a long time ago. Hello, you must be new. So this month I have shown a few trials in which the main factor is women are absolutely crazy this time of year, certain women. And we are looking at a case in point. And we are providing tools on how to spot these women and support if you've had to deal with one of these women, and what to do if you're currently in a situation like this. So I hope that you are subscribed to the channel. I hope that you like the stream. Turn on the notification bells, because we're doing this the rest of December, and then we start a new trial in January. Thanks, guys.
But I do have counsel, and that's something that, my attorney's always been a phone call away. And it shouldn't have taken it getting to this point, 3 months in.
Has your attorney ever told you that we would like to speak to you?
And we had agreed, him and I together, that we would all sit down together, him and I, and you guys, and, we entertain whatever questions you have and
I
discuss
actually thought that
things.
we made
you
it
and I.
pretty clear
Mhm.
that, we wanted to talk to you. I mean, obviously, we can't come to you and ask you.
Yeah,
But-
understandably.
I thought that you were aware that if you wanted to talk to anybody,
Mhm.
that all you gotta do is simply ask.
Yeah, well, I know it goes both ways on that, and I guess it would have needed to come from me. I should have been the one to have, come forward with it, but, we did open up that door to law enforcement before. When Sergeant Allen was making a big deal saying, well, we want to talk to her, when can we talk to her? And he's saying, well, the door's open.
I don't believe you ever told us the door was open.
Well, maybe not to you directly, but I know to Sergeant Allen, I was sitting there even one of the times that he spoke with him. So I've heard the words come out of his mouth, even myself, directed to other people that maybe didn't either relay the message or took it a different way. So I don't know. I think the lack of communication has put people in opposite corners when everybody has the same goal, is to find Kaylee.
Do you think the matter could have been resolved a little differently?
Absolutely, in a lot of different aspects. And that's a conversation that I've had not only with my attorney, but with my family. So, we all still feel, I as a mom,
Bye,
I know
Merry
in my gut there's
Christmas.
the feeling as a
I'll be
parent,
back
certain
tomorrow.
things about your child, you can feel that connection. And I still have that feeling, that presence. I know that she's alive. Whether you have a bucket load of evidence downstairs that contradicts that and says otherwise, or all you have is speculation, or nothing at all. Whatever it is, if there's still that chance with all of these tips that have come through, I know that it's been. I know that a lot have been discredited, but
And
we
have more than speculation.
Is every tip and
that's
every
something
lead
they told us
followed up on?
directly.
Yeah.
That we have more than speculation. We have a lot, or else we wouldn't be to this point.
Mhm.
A lot.
Well, and I said the same thing to them, that, you know, they said that we're at the end of a hallway, and I'm thinking we're at the end of a hallway and there's 2 doors. Which door are we going to go through? Or I guess this is, you know, we're at this point, and
We are at this point where
the final step is which doors will
well beyond where we were before.
Mhm.
I mean, those issues are gone today. And when you refer to we're at the end of the hallway, I think you're well aware of what hallway we're talking about. Do you understand that?
Well, so if there's no question, I guess you can specify that at this point, or what your perspective is on that.
You have a second?
Absolutely.
Can we come right back?
Yeah, that's fine.
You plan on running off?
I'm not going anywhere.
I gotta stretch out a little bit. I'm not as young as I used to be.
Yeah.
No, I thought you were gonna say something smart.
No, I was gonna ask if that was your Dr. Pepper or the Mountain Dew or.
I actually tried to give it to her and she didn't
I'm
want it. Do you
perfectly
want it?
fine. I
No, I
don't
just
drink
wanna ask
sodas,
you.
so.
So we
I'm
share
okay.
it?
We can.
2 straws or just?
Sure.
We'll be right back. You want that or not? 'Cause if you don't,
No,
your mom probably has one.
She probably has one, but I'm not gonna be with my mom probably, so
I'm pretty sure you're not gonna be with your mom when you leave here. I don't want to mislead you there.
you're not misleading me at all, which is
Unless your mom
why,
runs me off the road on the way out of here, then you make sure a car trip down
that's
there.
why I told my mom to go home and not to come here. She wanted to come here. So, I
She
mean,
knew you were coming here eventually.
I was the one that was telling her that I was coming here eventually, just from the
You
way
had
it
enough
seemed.
perception to turn the flashers on. I applaud you for that.
You did.
The only one.
She didn't know how to put her flashers on.
It was crazy.
It's right in the center part of the
I've been to a lot
dash.
of vehicle
Thank
takedowns.
you.
That was similar to one. It was ridiculous. Wasn't it?
Figured I'd help her out a little bit and help out whoever was behind her so they wouldn't hit her.
I missed that. I missed that. Yeah, we're gonna be a few minutes, because we're just gonna wait for Mr. Baez to get there. Water, anything?
Yep, I'm fine.
You good?
Yep.
Facilities?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, they're right there.
Who are you talking about, Kringle? Me? Oh, I was gonna say. Oh no, Peggy, I'm glad you found us. Okay. For real. That's it?
And discuss it, and if
We might have to jump right into Cindy's.
He's gonna ask you a question. You don't say anything else other than the answer. Okay?
Casey, based on our conversation today, and I read you that form, basically just the same thing I said to Mr. Baez over the phone. If there's been numerous requests for opportunities to speak with us and come to a resolution here. And that's why we brought you here instead of the jail, correct?
yes.
Okay, now, based on your request for us to call him and bring him here, he's here. So what we're gonna try to do is give you a few minutes somewhere that's not recorded. No secrets, I told you. This room's recorded. I have to be able to approach my chain and explain why. But first, I needed you to tell him, in your own words, if you will, that you'd like to take the opportunity to deal with us like you've made that request in the past. So
that something you want to tell him?
I told him the same thing we talked about before, that we would entertain any questions that they have. We would listen and discuss it, and if we have something to respond, we'll respond.
Okay, do you want to speak to me in private?
Yes.
So we can clarify this?
Yes.
Okay.
Inside, let me get the room.
to go let you out.
Oh, I was just gonna stand up for a second. I've been sitting for an hour. Thank you. Thanks.
All right. So the next thing I have is an interview with Casey, but it's audio only. If I'm correct, and I pretty sure I am. And I really need to go get a drink. So let's put this on. Oh, wow. The volume is really loud. Okay.
We have a discussion. You want to discuss that with her?
She knows.
Okay.
I'll just go ahead and state for the record that she's invoking her right to counsel, and at this time wishes to request to go to the jail and be processed.
And we agreed upon that at 4:22 in the afternoon already.
Yes.
That's why we called it. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
You have any?
No
Okay,
questions.
super. We'll be right with you.
That was unnecessary of them to do that. This is why I have trust issues. Sorry, everyone. All right, let's listen to this.
16th, 2008. It's about 13:20 hours. We're at Universal Studios. I'm here with Surgeon Allen. I'm here with
Okay, so this was pre-arrest.
Also here with Casey Anthony. And Casey, we talked earlier this morning, and we're working a case looking for your daughter, Kaylee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we came here to Universal Studios. We're sitting in a little conference room. Obviously, the door isn't locked. We just closed it so we got a little bit of privacy and talk to you. And a couple more questions came up we need to ask you about. Remember how I opened this whole thing in the morning?
Yeah.
By saying that, we need to get the complete truth and the snowball effect and how it goes? Okay. We're about halfway down that hill, 3/4 down that hill, and it's a pretty big snowball, which means that there's a lot of stuff going on right now. And I can tell you just for certainty that everything you've told me so far has been a lie. I can tell you with a certainty, and let me explain why. Since I left you this morning, I've gone to every address that you've told me. I've looked up every name. I've talked to every person that you wanted me to talk to or tried to. I've reached out. I've talked to your ex-boyfriend. I've talked to Amy. I've talked to Tony.
Okay, we're going to do the same thing that we just did earlier. Do you guys want to listen to Casey's pre-arrest interview at Universal Studios, or do you want to listen to Cindy's police interview? Because both I feel are just riddled with craziness, but it's up to you guys. So please comment in the chat with what you would prefer. All right. You know what? I'm going to go with my gut on this too. I feel like we should watch Cindy's. I think that she's going to be wilding out, but I am going to come back to this. So just fair warning. We are going to listen to this, just not today. All right, let me find it. I saved it. All right. share this tab instead.
Morning, Sam. I'm here. How are you?
Okay. Doing the best we can.
That's what we can do right now.
I know, it just gets harder every day,
I can imagine. I can imagine.
especially when you get phone calls saying that she's in an abandoned warehouse somewhere at gunpoint and there's people, and she's in a box and stuff like that. I mean, it just drives you nuts.
Unfortunately, you're living on that side of it, that I can't even sit here and pretend to say I know what you're feeling. It would be an insult to do so, but the Ganguza case and so many others, unfortunately, what this does is stirs up the people that are home with nothing else to do. And you're getting those same calls.
I know. Coming out of the woodwork right now.
I don't know if Eric's explained exactly what we're trying to do, is we're trying to get a good timeline, we're establishing a timeline on the dates that she may have at home. I understand he talked to Lee, and you may have given Lee a calendar or something for you guys to fill out.
Lee never gave us a calendar.
Yeah, I gave him 2, and that's, if you get a chance to go with him later, even if like today.
Lee has hardly been, I mean, we've had a hard time getting with him. I mean,
Yeah, he's
all
busy.
week long, he's busy.
He came in.
And I'm busy, Rose is busy, we're all going different directions and it's just nuts. In the beginning, we were trying to get together at least twice a day, in the morning and at night, and
With the family.
with the family, just so we could feel focused, feel what everybody's doing, and just kind of, you know, see where everybody's at, because it was very hard. Thank you so much. It was very hard in the beginning. Everybody was on a different page emotionally, you know.
What Lee's getting is a taste of what we kind of get where, and I was talking to Lee about this the other day, because number one, I don't want to be, I know the attorney said some things that my goal is not to get you to come in here and I'm going to run down there and ask her questions and I'm going to capture her, we're going to capture and be able to use against her. And I want to make sure Lee knew that. But Lee sounded like a police officer on the phone. It's like, have you ever been a police officer? And in the investigation that he's doing with his book and everything, if I would have known, if I sat with him the first time I ever met him, which that's what happened, he's coming.
Hey guys, remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And if you're really enjoying yourself, please share on other platforms. Thank you so much.
Cross the police officer.
I'm going to go grab a drink.
There's probably a reason you don't get to see him very much anymore now, that once you get on a fact-finding mission like that and it consumes you,
Doing.
he's out. He's
And
following.
he's irritated as heck when we call him about something too, even if he just texts me, wanted to know Brandon's last name.
Well, he just texted me back yesterday, I guess it was.
I don't know it, but I know who does know it, because it's Sean's best friend. So Sean Daly would know it. So if can I call Lee and let him know to call Sean?
Let's do
that on your way out. That's probably save some time.
If you don't mind, I'll just turn this on. We'll just sit here and we'll talk like we normally would. That way I don't have to worry about taking too many notes. If I miss something, I can always back and refer to this.
Like, you know, on lack of sleep, lack of food.
That's fine.
I can't remember what I did yesterday, so.
I can probably tell what you did yesterday, or at least some part of it.
Yeah.
You know, a couple things I did, but not the entire day.
All right, the date right now is August 1st, 2008. The time right now is 09:45. We're at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I'm Detective Mellish with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. This is Detective Eric Edwards. It's the Sheriff's Office. We're here with Cindy Anthony, Miss Anthony. And case number is 69208. Cindy, you're aware I just turned on the mic recorder. We're just going to sit here and talk. And the reason for this is so that way I can go back if I miss something or if I have a question about something, I can go back and listen to this. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. One purpose that we wanted to invite you here today is that we want to try and, as we've done with several of Casey's friends, is trying to establish a timeline of dates that she was definitely somewhere, dates that she was definitely not where she was supposed to be. So Detective Edwards has done a phenomenal job right now in dealing with all friends. So we're hoping that, you know, by sitting here, maybe you could fill in some blanks for us.
I'll do my best.
I have more friends to go. I'm just, what's going to help me, I'm being asked questions by people that are weeding through. I want to show you something real quick. Just for, not even for anything other than the value of it, for you to understand. Because I know there's a lot of questions you have.
just a couple of days, just 2 days worth of phone records where we need from her phone, where we need to try to find out who those people are, what the communication was with. She's that much. Now, that being said, we have 3-month window here that we're trying to look at, and then really we could go back to the first of the year. So to try to help narrow down days that we need to tie up manpower on looking at who she was communicating with, if you can tell me from May through,
I'll do my best.
and that's all I can ask for, because it's difficult to remember what we had for dinner yesterday. I understand that.
And without a reason to specifically remember, I'm not gonna.
Well, I'm looking for birthdays or whatever, any kind of family function or a trip anywhere, and we'll start there. And maybe by that we can build off and jog off that. And well, I know after this birthday party, I had her for however many days. Is there any in May? Is there any family birthdays?
Nothing that we celebrated. I mean, I have a brother's birthday, but we didn't do anything because he's out of the area. So,
What day was that?
May 18th.
May 18th?
Yeah, and we didn't do anything for that.
What's his name?
Dan Glacia.
Dan?
I didn't even talk to my brother that day.
Shame on you.
I know.
All right, so Dan's birthday, knowing that that's Dan's birthday, do we know if Casey and the baby was at the house that day, just from thinking about that?
No, I didn't even, I mean,
No
when you
conversation.
said birthdays, I wasn't even thinking about
No,
it.
that's fine, it's just,
No.
I'm thinking maybe it sparked,
It was
I didn't call my brother today and she gave a response to you or something like that. No?
that was is that a Sunday?
Yeah.
Most Sundays, Kaylee was with us.
Most Sundays?
Almost every Sunday. I can't recall a Sunday until after the 15th that we didn't have Kaylee at home.
So you had her,
I
you had her.
I would be pretty confident I had her every Sunday in May.
Okay, and
As-
you would be the babysitter, or she would be
She
there
would be
and
there.
Casey was there?
Yeah, Casey may or may not have been there. Most Sundays Casey was off and was with us.
Was with you at the house most Sundays?
I can't say for the whole day or whatever, but there's nothing that really sticks out.
Okay. Saturdays, would she be there Saturdays?
Yeah, it's Saturdays. Now, whether or not, Saturday's always in the morning and during the day. Now, once in a great while, George and I might go out on a Saturday evening because he was working, afternoon turns. And he was starting to work on Sundays. So I usually had, we usually just did stuff around the house.
You guys both work during the week, so there's.
Yes.
Okay.
He was off Friday and Saturday as his days off, and then went into work, usually left around 1:30 on Sundays.
On Sundays,
Yeah.
George would work.
Yeah. And I can't remember when that started, because that started somewhere either the end of April or sometime in May, where he was working afternoon shift and then had his Saturday and Sunday, because prior to that, it was working day turn and had Saturday and Sunday off. We'll know more of that. I can't remember when.
That's fine. What did his days off turn into when he went to that rotation? Do you remember?
It was Friday and Saturday.
Friday and Saturday.
Right, so once in a while, we either went out Friday night after work, after I got done work, and had dinner. It wasn't that often. And
Is your schedule set every day? You work
my
the same time?
schedule is Monday through Friday.
What time do you normally work? 9 to 5, 8
On
to 4?
Mondays and Tuesdays, I have to be in at work at 8, so I usually leave the house around 7:20, 7:30. And then I may be home I'm supposed to be off at 5, but it never happens. I'm usually there till 5:30, some days 6. Now on Wednesday and Thursday, I don't have to be there till 8:30, but I usually still get in about 8:10, 8:15 anyway. There's 2 of us that kind of rotate so that every day that someone doesn't have to be early person or the late person.
So you about leave at 7:30 then, 7:45?
Yeah, and then on Friday, we usually rotated, so that we didn't always have to come in early. I mean, that half-hour difference makes a little bit of difference in the morning.
Do you help most, I mean, I know what it was like this morning trying to get mine ready to go. You normally help feed the baby in the morning, or
No,
the
I
baby's usually
didn't.
sleeping?
Yeah, usually Kaylee was still in bed. Once in a great while, she'd be up in the morning, just before I'd leave, but most of the time they were still sleeping.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the time you go to work on Friday. 8:30.
I either would do the early or have to be there by 8 or by 8:30, and my routine was still usually get there at least 10, 15 minutes early.
Gotcha. And any days in June any days in June, do you remember taking days off?
Yes, I was off the week of my birthday, which was June 5th. I was off the entire week.
Did you guys go anywhere?
We were supposed to go somewhere. We were supposed to visit George's parents, and we didn't end up going.
Okay, so you were off the week of June 5th.
And I
stayed home.
Yeah, I would babysat Kaylee the entire week. Casey was in and out that week.
Is that the only week in June, or the only time in June you took time off?
I was off the 30th of June because that was my next week's vacation. 30th, July 2nd, all that, and I remember that because that was my parents' anniversary.
So you're off the week. The 30th to July 2nd?
I didn't get that far yet.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out go with the weeks off or days off.
Second was the that Monday.
Could be Wednesday. I think July 4th was Friday.
I'm talking about June. We're still in June.
Oh, okay. So
yeah, he was still right in June. I was telling him the June.
So you were, I'm sorry.
I was off the first week of June.
Off the whole first week of June.
Right, because my birthday's the 5th, so that's why I remember I was off that whole week. I don't like.
All right, this is why it's seeming really slow.
And the 30th of
June.
Okay, to July.
The whole week.
Okay.
So whatever July 4th, I guess.
July 1, 2,
4th
3, 4,
was Friday.
Did you guys go anywhere? Did you stay home?
No, we didn't go anywhere. Again, Casey and I were talking about going to Fort Myers, and we didn't because she said she had to work. So I ended up hanging out. She actually didn't come home. She wasn't there. So I mean, I ended up hanging out. I did yard work, things like that.
What date are we on now? I'm getting confused.
Okay.
June.
We're in June, July, the 30th. I was home all week. Didn't go anywhere.
I want to go back to May.
Okay. Well, he's jumping ahead, asking me time off. So.
No, that's fine.
Answer this question.
I would like to lock down because I'm on one sheet, and that's the only way I can keep all this information straight. And I apologize to you, brother.
Yeah, I was off that Monday of Memorial Day.
You were off Monday.
The Memorial weekend. Yeah, Memorial Day. That was a holiday for
work. Was the
work.
baby with you?
I want to say probably yes. I don't recall that she wasn't.
Anything that stands out that says yes, she was, and your daughter wasn't home, but you kept the baby, or?
I'd have to really start thinking about May. I really don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
possibly she was there.
Actually, I know she was there because I have to find out from Lee because I think we invited Lee over. And Lee may even come over to eat that day. I think we cooked out just briefly before George went to work because I think George had to go to work.
Okay, cook out.
Yeah, either we asked him last minute. I think he may have came over, or if not, George and I just cooked out, but we had Kaylee with us.
Okay.
I remember that now.
Let me look at something real quick. All right. Remembering that, George,
I believe he had to work Memorial Day
okay.
in the afternoon.
You remember putting the child to bed that night?
Most nights I, rocked her, even if I didn't put her to bed, I would rock her and
calm down and took it to
sing.
you.
Oh yeah, she always liked to sit in my lap and we'd read, or we'd go out last thing before. She'd like to go out and look at the stars and find the moon and stuff like that.
She had I apologize.
She doesn't sleep in her crib. She has we haven't, about a year ago, we converted her crib to a day bed. And rarely would she take a nap on it. It's always in Casey's bed, and that's where she slept every night. We were trying to, every once in a while, let her sleep in her bed. But if she'd wake up and didn't touch Casey or someone, then she'd start crying and then get up and come get Casey anyway. So Casey just decided to leave her sleep with her. And Casey kind of missed her too anyway. So
it's a comfort level.
It's a comfort for both of them.
Sure. Okay. So we know for sure Kaylee 26, and most days for certain, the Sundays and the Saturdays.
Yeah, that I spent the day with her, right? I can't say what she did during the week while I was at work.
This week. Or any week.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what she did during the day while I was at work. Most of the time she was there when I got home. My routine was on my way home from work, whether I was leaving at 5, 5:15, 5:30, 6 o'clock, whatever, I dial Casey's cell phone, and her and I would chat, and that would just kind of help me get home. Unwind, I'd find out what Kaylee did for the day, what she was doing, and that kind of thing. It was just a routine that we kind of had.
Okay. So now if you weren't on vacation, what you're getting at?
During the day, I wouldn't know what she was doing, if she was home with Kaylee or not necessarily.
But the evening?
They were generally home, and we had dinner, and we played with Kaylee, gave her her bath and put her down, and that was something that Casey and I both did together. I mean, she might be running the bath while I was finishing up dinner with Kaylee or whatever.
Is there a night in particular that because let's face it, there's a social life there. Did she go out on a particular night where you were tasked?
There's a lot of times she said she was working, that I thought she was working. And most of the evenings she was working, and I usually.
Most evenings?
Well, at some point
It doesn't mean that she was gone the whole night. I mean, sometimes she came in early and sometimes she came in,
What's early?
9, 8, you know.
And we'll be late for her, or a normal late for her.
If she came in late, it would be 1, 2. And again, May doesn't stick out. I mean, it might be something that my memory will remember later if I go back and look at my work calendar or something, you know.
Yeah, that's great, because I can leave
See how
those
it worked,
two
but I mean, I
calendar books,
could-
and if you get a chance, feel free to use them and jot down
Yeah.
whatever, just, we'll set something else up then, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no pressure on this, we'll make sure there's no pressure.
But I mean, if I could go into work maybe on Monday, look at my work calendar, and see what I was doing there that might trigger, you know, something.
Okay,
We're pretty boring people who come home from work and we're on bodies, you know, we don't really go out a lot. You know, George and I go to dinner once in a great while, and that's it.
Right.
Our life was
and yard
Kaylee.
work.
Our life was Kaylee. We worked out in the yard. George was, if he was out front, you know, washing the cars. If Kaylee was napping or with Casey, I'd weed out front, but typically we were in the back. That's why we had it fenced in, and we had Kaylee's play area back there if we were outside.
That was your
That was our
recreational,
oasis
like the pool,
back there.
the sandbox and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, we
save money
made
that way.
it, we made it a place. Well, you know what, even before Kaylee, we were people that wanted to be at home. I mean, we used to like to go to the beach, and then when we got old, I had time to cook a beach for a long time, you know. We just,
Did she like the beach then?
I
Caitlin?
never had an opportunity to take Kaylee to the beach. I know Casey had taken her a couple times. We had talked about it. We had talked about, you know, going to the beach.
Okay, well, that, we can look at that. One thing she did say was, to friends, if we can remove that now, maybe that's something she's
I
trying to
never took
tell
Kaylee
us.
to the beach.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't want to be up here like I'm trying to back.
No, that was some things because, actually I had spoken with Ryan on the 3rd, he thought I had Kaylee at the beach that week, the week that I was off, and I said, no, I haven't been to the beach all week, and I haven't seen Kaylee all week. So, and then even Jesse called me and told me that the babysitter had, that he said that Casey had told him the babysitter had her at the beach. And, I said, I don't know, you know, I don't know anything about that because she didn't tell me that the babysitter had her at the beach.
Okay. Well, that helps. I mean,
Yeah, I've never had her at the beach.
recreation.
George and I went to the beach one time this year. We went to Cocoa Beach once. I can't remember what day it was, and it was just him and I. I can't remember. I think it was. It had to be probably around May because Casey and Kaylee were both still home. So either May or that first week of June. Could have been the first weekend of June. In fact, it might have been that first weekend of June, that Saturday before my birthday or something like that. You know, that weekend before I. It was either that or the weekend after. George might remember. I'm pretty sure it was either. It wasn't the weekend of Memorial, so it was either the.
Following weekend?
It might have been the following weekend that him and I went to the beach. So that would have been what, the 7th.
So you would have kicked off your vacation.
Going to the beach, then I took, I thought I had taken Kaylee to see my dad when it really was the week before. So George and I must have went up, or I must have went up and saw my dad on the 8th.
Okay.
And then the following Sunday on Father's Day was when, and I remember it clearly now. I didn't even think the 15th was Father's Day. I didn't even think about that being Father's Day because George didn't want to celebrate it. He was busy. Casey was saying she was off to work. And I think I just gave him something, you know, a Father's Day present. And I think Kaylee and I just decided to go up and visit my dad. She hadn't been up there for a couple weeks or so to see him.
Let me go down and get some clarification on this one, just for my, so May, we're May 31st, you and George went to the beach, maybe?
I actually think it was June 7th now.
June 7th, okay, June 7th. So you ended that week's vacation at the beach before you had to go back to work? Because you were off the first week of June.
Possibly. It was either the beginning or the end. George will remember more than I will. Right now, again, this is all kind of a blur. I'm tired, so, but I could probably figure it out.
No stress. No, I mean.
No, I know. I mean, these
know
were
it
dates that
later.
we had to, you know, really put brand in our minds, you know.
Right, well, it just helps us do.
The 15th will be branded in my mind forever.
Right.
You know, the 15th of July.
Now, when you first said the 8th, though, that was just confusion, like you said.
Yeah, well, I knew I had seen my dad that weekend, and I didn't put Father's Day together. I was thinking, I knew I had seen my dad towards the end of my vacation, just before I went back.
Well, and then also at the time, just from what Lee's telling me, that with that conversation, at the time you made that statement, you had other stress factors in your mind, so you know.
Oh, yeah, I mean.
Yeah,
you
that
know,
was, that was made on the 15th, right, to Casey and Lee? When you first went and got her.
Right,
That's when you
yeah,
said
I just said that because, and I didn't look at a calendar, it just came out, I was thinking it was a Sunday before I went back to work, but it was actually Father's Day, which was very easy to confirm, as you know, without even just a phone call to my mom confirmed it. I mean, my mom has a log of everything. If I talk to her, she writes right there loose. I could probably ask her for her letters, might help.
Okay. Yeah, Kevin Crowley, one of our detectives, when we had a chance to talk to her, he said she seemed like she had a lot on ball.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she writes, she's going through a tough time right now. I mean, it's been very stressful for her for the last couple of years anyway. I mean, before my dad had a stroke, she found out, in fact, it was Kaylee's, is it her first birthday? Yeah, she found out she had breast cancer. And then she'd gone through 6 months of treatment, 2 surgeries, 6 months of treatment, finished in December, and my dad had a stroke 2 years ago. And well, it'll be 2 years now.
He's close to her up there in Montour, so I
Well,
think he said. That's why
she lives a block from the facility.
Okay.
She goes there 3 times a day typically. So that's her routine. So.
She remembered making a peanut butter jelly sandwich because they wouldn't eat chili.
Yeah, we had chili that day. I was up there because my dad and I spent a long time. I didn't think she'd spend that much time with them because, you know, I mean, usually when we're all there, she wants to walk around, but she actually sat at the table. She read her book. She was coloring with Pop, you know, Papa, and it was just a nice day.
Going back that was June then, right?
Yeah, it was June 15th, Father's Day.
On
The day I
this,
shot the video.
this week that you were off, the first week of June, do you remember anything that stands out in your mind?
Kaylee and I swam in the pool every day.
Pool every day?
Pool every
You had her
day.
almost every day?
I had her every single day. Pool every day. Went shopping a couple days with her. Can't remember which days.
Remember what stores?
Oh, grocery store, probably Publix.
What Publix do you want to shop at?
Latest, the newest one by us.
Okay. Can't believe how much that's developed down there.
Yeah, I know.
Publix Lee Vista?
Gosh.
An unknown date on that, just sometimes.
Yeah, I know I would stop at Publix at least once. And I may have taken her, may not have taken her, but I know I went anyway, Publix once or twice. But I probably took her in at least for a minute to get something. Didn't do a whole lot. We stayed at home every day. We played a lot, finger painted, just did stuff, watched movies.
Pool, sandbox, backyard?
Yeah, sandbox not that often.
No.
No, once in a great while, maybe, but not every day. Sandbox wasn't an everyday thing, because it's kind of like a big deal.
Does Kaylee still wear water wings or anything in the pool?
Kaylee has a vest. She has a life vest that zips up and then it has a snap that comes through. And that was something we always had on her. Before we even went outside, we lotioned her from head to toe, put her swimmers on her, and then put her swimsuit on, and then put the life vest on in the screen porch before we even would go outside.
Life vests you normally kept wearing in the house.
It's I know exactly where it's at. It's in the we have a deck box on our screen porch. It's in there.
And still there. Right?
Still there. And she also has now that's what I use. Now Casey, if she took Kaylee to friends or wherever, she had actually one piece, kind of looks like scuba diver outfit that has the built-in vest. It's a Dora one. And actually one of Casey's friends brought that over a weekend or so ago, one of her bathing suits, her Dora swim,
Who brought that over?
Good question. I can picture him. I'm not sure if his name is Chris or what his name is. All the kids got together either last Friday or Saturday at the house after George and I had our video thing. No, wait a minute, it wasn't after the video thing. Yeah, it was after the video thing. So it was either Friday or Saturday. We had already talked to Casey. So it was either Friday night or Saturday night the kids came over, and just all her friends like to come over and talk about things. And we were trying to figure out her, her mood and different things like that, and trying to figure out where she might have been and where Kayla was. We're talking July. If you guys can figure out what day, I think we went on a Friday. George and I had our video conference with Casey. I think it was a Friday. Thursday or Friday. You helped arrange it the same day we went. Yeah, because we went right after him.
Back to the friend who brought the swimsuit.
Well, it was either that Friday night or the next night. We had a powwow, and I can call one of the kids, Annie or Corey, and they would know exactly which day they came to the house. And they came. And Ricardo, we had invited Ricardo. This was actually the second time we had gotten together. First time.
Who brought the swimsuit?
I think his name's Chris. I had never met him before. He's blonde. Don't hold me to Chris. He brought a bag. Casey had left a bag of stuff at his house, and inside the bag was all Kaylee's stuff. There was an orange swimming suit, the Dora thing, and when Kaylee wore that Dora thing, she would wear it typically over a bathing suit or her swimmers.
In the Dora what?
It's a wetsuit that has a built-in life vest. There's a built-in life vest in the front that's sewn in and on the back, and it had the sleeves and went down to about here on her legs. So it's a one-piece thing that you pull, that she climbed into. It had a zip in the back that she could climb into.
What else did they bring?
There was a couple swimmers in it, and maybe a comb and maybe a couple of little hair things or something.
When was this again? I'm sorry.
Either the day or the day after George and I had a video conference.
Oh, okay. So he brought this stuff in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did Chris know about the meeting at the house? Did you reach out to him?
No. Annie and Corey, which are really good friends of Casey and Sean.
Dateline, Annie Dateline.
Yeah. As long as I've known Amy, I really didn't even know her last name.
So Annie and Corey were friends of Chris and brought him over?
Yeah, they brought a lot of friends over. There's a lot of our friends that came over. Troy and Ricardo came that night. The first powwow we had was after the first candlelight vigil that we had was right that first Sunday after Kaylee was missing, or that I reported on the 15th. So whatever date that Sunday was, what was that, the 20th or something? That was a vigil. That's the first time the kids were already there. Well, I just want to explain why we had that. The kids were already there at the vigil, and we sat around and shot the breeze afterwards. And they said, "Look, can we do it again, Mrs. Anthony?" And I said, "Yeah, whenever you guys want." And I said, "You guys
let's go back to Chris. Who's friend? Annie Dateline and Corey.
Corey, Ricardo Morales was there. Troy.
No, who wrote that? The reason we mentioned
I don't know
Chris.
who called all these people. I don't know if it was Annie.
No, what he's getting at is we need to find out who that fellow is, where that goes close.
Annie will tell you. Annie and Corey can tell you exactly who all was there.
If you had to guess, if you had to call, you hold this guy today, how would you do it?
Go for Annie or Corey.
That's all we need. Yeah,
Annie and Corey set it up.
Okay.
They're the ones that wanted to meet again. They were the ones that I didn't specifically ask. I just told them it would be nice to reach out to Ricardo.
That's the kind of stuff right now, just so you know what we're thinking. Well, there's a bag of baby items. Where were they? That's a place, the place we need to look into.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously she's been there.
Well, this person said he had left several messages for you and had been wanting to talk to you first week, and he's never returned.
I can tell you right now, I've never got a message from Chris.
I'm just telling, if Chris is his name, because he said, he had called and said,
What did you see him tell him call again?
I probably won't see him unless they have
Just throwing it
come
out there,
to the house,
entertain me,
right? But
because you see now with everything, all the calls.
Andy
you're
Court can
getting.
tell you exactly who brought that bag to me. I want to say
Okay.
it might be, his name might be Chris, but Chris may not be.
Let's go back to this first week then of June, if that's okay. Pool, you had the baby, the daughter.
Why is he talking over her? I just, it always baffles me with investigators. Like, she's literally giving you information and you can't just like keep it in for just 2 more seconds and let her finish her sentence so you can get as much information as you need. I don't know. It's always been a weird thing for me.
Casey was working that
She
whole
was
week.
in and out. I saw her every day. I mean, I can't
Okay.
tell you her schedule. There were some times that we spent together too, but it wasn't like we were gonna, we were thinking about going down to Fort Myers, but we didn't end up going because my dad wasn't doing real well again. So I kind of stayed close to home in case, I was gonna go to Fort Myers on Monday, and my mom had called me the week before on that Thursday. I actually went up to Mount Dora on Friday before my vacation and stayed overnight, and then came back on Saturday. And Mom said he wasn't feeling very well. So
The next Friday.
so that's why I know now I didn't go to the
29th,
beach.
something outdoor?
No,
So
before my
Friday before your
vacation. Yeah, so that's why now I didn't go to the beach that day. 'Cause I
You went,
said that.
I'm thinking from what
Okay.
I'm thinking you probably went this weekend, the 7th?
Nope, I'll
No?
tell you exactly. My mom will probably remember too. She called me here, told me to pack a bag. He wasn't doing very well. So on Friday after work, I stayed over, and my mom could probably confirm that with her notes to my Aunt Mary Lou. And then the 31st would have been the day before my vacation. I stayed there. That's why I stayed home. We didn't want to go away. I wanted to stay close to the house in case something happened with my dad, that I could go up there real quick. And I told my mom I'd come up, at any time that she needed me, but I had spent the night. And by the time I got up, he was doing better. And I spent the day and then came back home.
So you didn't go to the beach that
Didn't go to the
weekend,
beach
for sure.
that, yeah. And I know I didn't go Sunday because George was working, so it had to be
The 7th.
had to be the 7th.
7th and 8th.
7th, and then 8th, I probably visited my dad.
Okay, because that would be in line with Ricardo's account, because Ricardo remembers Casey and Kaylee staying with him that in that same time frame.
Okay, because Ricardo told us that she stayed with him
No, this as well.
here and
Like
and
this-
left there.
Right, this.
Well, I was back that night. I'm positive Kayla was with us.
Positive she was there that
I'm
night?
Pretty positive she
How
was
about
with
this
us that night. Definitely that night, because that was the night before we went back from vacation. And I remember seeing her, because remember I got confused that was the night. I know I saw her that night.
Okay. All right, the second week then, you have this week off, second week you go back to work. Was it the same kind of,
Yeah, normal routine. I mean, I
but
can't remember
we don't know what
specific.
nights she was there.
I mean, I don't recall Kaylee being gone over any nights, if any, maybe one. And the only time Casey ever told me, the only place that Kaylee would ever stay over was they were crashing at Zanny's. She never told me she was taking her to Ricardo's, never told me she was taking her anywhere else except Zanny's. And typically,
Let me write that down real quick before, I'm sorry.
anytime Kaylee ever stayed away from the house, Casey said she was with Zanny.
Okay.
And it wasn't that often that, maybe a night here or there sporadically, but she always said she was crashing at Zanny's. And that,
Now, let me ask you this, with that being said, and just your interpretation as I'm going through this thing, is that because she knew Mom doesn't want her in some boyfriend's apartment staying overnight?
I don't know. I didn't even know her and Ricardo were an item. I knew that he was a friend. She talked about Ricardo as a good friend. I did not realize that they were boyfriend, girlfriend. She had spoken of Ricardo.
Because there's one in particular that I want to get to, that's a question in my mind. And this kind of feeds into what you're saying, man, because it's obvious your daughter, just from talking to her friends so far, had a great deal of loyalty to your desires and when you wanted that child home. And the reason I feel that way is because one of the nights in particular,
Well, I think she should be home in her own bed.
most grandparents and parents.
I love it.
I agree
Thank
with
you.
So Ricardo says that on the 31st of May, that they stayed over there when he went to sleep. But when he woke up, Casey was still there, but the baby was gone. And what Casey told him was, you had called upset because the baby wasn't in her home bed. And she got up, brought the baby home, and then went back to Ricardo's because those are one of the things, it's obvious that there's a chain of command there and she's trying to adhere to it. That's what I'm getting
I
at.
don't remember on the 31st. I think it's
Was it whether an incident like that stand out in your mind that she brought the baby home because?
not anymore. No.
No. I'm talking like during the night. No.
No, I never called Casey and told her to bring her home.
Never,
in the middle of
okay.
the night, except for the 15th. When I told her she's bringing her home. And when she said, no, wait till tomorrow, I said no. No, that doesn't stand out. Something like that, I would remember.
Okay, I just have to throw it out there. These are the questions that I need to iron out with
No
you.
problem. Can I have this one too? You-
Yeah, that's those are
Thank
yours.
you.
We can more.
Some fill it through a bottle of water like crazy.
We can have more. Okay, thanks. The 9th.
Can you refill that person for us? You have it?
Here, hurry up, put it in there. Thank you.
Does their mom do or something?
No,
That's
water.
what I do.
Hit.
That's a good guy. Yes, now, I keep referring to this and I'm almost embarrassed about the coloring on it. That's just how my mind works. So bear with me. The 9th, the week of the 9th, you go back to work and I'm just trying to look at where I know people say that you're absolutely right, Ricardo's, the 9th, he says they stayed there and I have to relook at his statement. I
There
guess-
could have been one or two nights that they said they stayed at Zanny's, because it seemed like starting in May and June, it was
was more frequent that we
What?
crashed at Sandy's, but not more than 1 or 2 days at a time.
Thank you, Miss Maybe. Thank you so much. I'm thank you. If you are watching right now and you just got a membership, please put a W in the chat and thank Maybe for your brand new shiny 1-month membership to the channel. Welcome aboard. You can also join our Discord, which is in the video description. Let me know if you have any questions, but think Maybe is a great supporter and she's the queen bee of the mod chat. And if you haven't done so, again, like, subscribe. Thanks, guys. And thanks, Maybe.
Until after June's, 16th. Then it was a story every day. But up until that, it was no more than 1 or 2 days ever strung together. And it did seem like it was more in May.
She would call you and say that the baby's at Danny's staying tonight, but I'm going to Ricardo's.
No, what she would say is, I'm going to crash at work. I'm going to, Mom, I have to work late. I'm just going to leave Keely at Zanny's because I have to get up in the morning and I'm going to stay at Zanny's. And that way I can go on to work. So she was going to crash at Zanny's. Casey never came home and left Kaylee anywhere else. That would have been a red flag, and I would have been irritated as heck and would have made her go back and get her because you don't leave someone at the babysitter's.
Well, that might play into, you might not remember now, but that might play into why she brought her home that night.
Yeah, but I never have said that. But
No.
that's what I would have done.
Okay.
I mean, she knows me well enough that I would have done that. So she might have just figured that one out herself and said that to him.
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, it never came up that way, but Casey knew that.
Where are we at for time? I don't want to.
Okay, I think we're good so far. As long as we're out of here by 11:30, we got another hour and 10 minutes.
I just don't
And I don't mind doing this at all because that helps.
It helps us be able to focus on
Well,
dates.
see, that's what we
instead of-
were kind of doing with the kids, trying to figure out where.
Well, that's
where
why when I first met with Jesse and we went over his calendar book and I realized that there was more input than just his.
Well, let me tell you, I went day by day with Jesse, and he's got a lot of discrepancies. In fact, I wrote down everything as he was talking to me, and he changed the story 2 or 3 times.
If you have something like that,
I'll bring it in the next time.
Please.
Because he swore to me that it was an 18-minute conversation on June 27th that he had with Casey, that she invited him up to Fusions to cheer him up. He told me it was June 27th. And I was writing it as he's talking, and I said, you're sure June 27th? He goes, absolutely. It was that Friday that we went out. And I says, well, you talked to her for 18 minutes. Did you hear Kaylee in the background? Did you talk about Kaylee? He goes, yeah, I asked her where she was, and she said she was with the babysitter at the beach. So I have that written down.
Okay.
Well, then last weekend, or I don't know, it doesn't even seem like it's 2 weeks. It seems like it's been
Usually
one
when I
day.
have all these calendars.
Right, but Jesse called George and said, I need to speak with your wife. And he says, well, she's busy. He goes, well, I got to tell her something. And he goes, well, tell me and I'll pass it. He goes, I got my date wrong. It was the 24th. And about the day that Casey invited me out. Well, then he's going to the media and saying specifically that conversation that he heard Casey tell Kaylee get off the table. Now, during the whole time when I was sitting there talking to Jesse that Saturday after all of this happened, when he was in my home, he was sure of all of his, he was sure about everything. Now, you haven't talked to Kaylee or Casey during this whole time frame. Absolutely not. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely not. So that was a big red flag when he changed the story going to the media that he had heard Kaylee.
On the 24th?
Yeah, or even that he had even heard Kaylee's voice, because he maintained the whole time that the babysitter had her from what Casey said, and that was not, and he believed all that. So, like I said,
Those are the reasons that.
I have like 7 pages of stuff that I asked him. You know how Lee is doing it? I did the same thing to Jesse because he was my first person I thought of that had a motive that could intimidate Casey enough to keep her mouth shut, and that would threaten us because he's that type of person.
Why do you say that?
Because
Celebration
he was
stream.
in my home every day, and I got to know him, and I got to see his anger and rage because he took it out on me one day, a couple times, while they were engaged. And from the day Kaylee was born, he was in her life, and he has stayed in her life off and on. And Casey doesn't, she gets very like, stay away from my mom, like that kind of thing. And even if you guys watched our tape interview, I asked her specifically about people, and the only person she said don't talk to, she said stay away from Jesse, and she looked frightened when she said that. So.
Let me ask you something about that incident with anger and rage. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, I'll tell you exactly what it was. George and I, right after Kaylee was born, right around November, somewhere around Thanksgiving, we had some issues. And about the first or second week of December, he and I separated for a while. We separated until June. And this was before Kaylee's first birthday. Kaylee was born in August, so this was that, so 2005. It was somewhere after Jesse and Casey got engaged. So it was sometime after January, because they got engaged on New Year's Day. He proposed to her New Year's Eve. And so it had to be maybe.
Was it a happy time for you or no? About as far as that engagement? I'm just trying to get a feel for what.
It was, I could tell Jesse really cared because he did a paternity test that first week. Jesse's idea to do the paternity test, was very disappointed that Kaylee wasn't his and blah, blah, blah. Jesse didn't want to believe that it was his baby, but I could tell the first night after meeting him, he came back and I came back up to see Casey and the baby because we had been there all night long. Jesse had gotten cleaned up. I came back to visit and he was they looked like a family. And he was dating someone else at that time. He was over in Tampa dating another person at that time, which I can't remember the girl's name, but Casey said she used to be a nanny, just to let you know that his friend, because at one point Casey said that Jesse's friend could help watch Kaylee. And that was
Jesse's new girlfriend used to be a nanny?
Yeah, well, it was actually his old girlfriend. The girl that he was dating, then he was starting to date Casey, and then he went back to his old girlfriend when Casey and he kind of separated. And this was during, I guess, while Casey was pregnant. She didn't say anything to Jesse until the morning Kaylee was born.
So the girl that used to be.
I never met her, don't really know her
Was
name.
Jesse's girlfriend before your daughter started dating him was a nanny? No, you don't know her name?
No, I can't remember her name. Casey had told it to me, but I can't remember it. But Casey said that she babysat, she had babysat, and that she could potentially, even after they broke up, that she could potentially be a babysitter for Kaylee. And again, I can't remember the name.
Sorry, I mean to jump topics.
No, that's okay. But the incident was, I'm sorry?
The anger and rage.
Okay, the incident, George and I started sometime around maybe February, March, really starting to talk about maybe working things out again. And our anniversary is in March, around March 19th. We spent some time in Fort Myers. I went down there because that's where he was staying. And I know it wasn't on my anniversary, but it was either like a week or so before, a week or so after, but somewhere in March, he had come up and we'd gone out to the movies. And when we got back, we saw Jesse's truck outside. And it was after midnight when we got back.
This is March of what year?
2006. So it was before Kaylee's first birthday. And we got back inside. Usually they're sitting on the couch watching TV. Well, you know, our house, you come in, they're usually sitting on the couch. When we came in, I heard the TV in Casey's room. We knew Jesse was there. So we walked in the room and Jesse's in Casey's bed. They're watching TV and the baby's with them. George was furious. And I said, don't say anything. Because at that point, it wasn't his house. It was my house. You know, he wasn't the man of the house because he wasn't living there. So I told George, don't worry about it. Calm down. I'll take care of it. So I walked him out and he went on to his hotel. And I came back in and I told Casey that I said, took her to the kitchen. I told her, I said, I want to talk to you. Took her to the kitchen and I said, what the hell is he doing in your bed? And she says, Mom, we're just watching TV. I said, I understand that, Casey. And they were dressed. It didn't matter. I said, Casey, you know the rules. I said, no boys in your bedroom unless we're home. The door's always open. The door was open, but I said, no one's on your bed. He goes, well, you know, we were just laying there because Kaylee. I said, it doesn't matter. You can put Kaylee down in the crib. The rules still apply. Well, he didn't really say anything that night, but Casey went and asked him to leave. The next day, I heard his wrath. He got really upset with me. He said that I was wrong, was yelling at me, said I had no right.
Okay, this is the dumbest friggin' thing I've ever heard. She's already surpassed the whole boys being in the bedroom thing. That the whole purpose behind that is to not have sex. Well, shocker, she probably did it in the car. So, I mean, her house, her rules, but like, what?
At my house. I
Pick your battles.
I had no right to tell him he heard the things that I told Casey because I said, get him the hell out of my house. I don't want him in your room. You know, I was upset. And so he, you know, I said, Jesse, it's my house, my rules. I said, you have to respect that. If you don't respect that, then, you know, we're going to have an issue.
Didn't I just say that?
My daughter yet. And I said, just because you're engaged or whatever, still doesn't change the rules of this house. And I said, you need to respect those. And I mean, he got very angry, shouting that. And, you know, to the point where I felt very uncomfortable. And that was the first turning point where I thought, this kid is not a good person for my daughter. Because number one, you know, I started seeing as time went on, he was real good, like I said, when George was there and stuff like that. But as time went on, I mean, he was just there all the time. He was there babysitting Kaylee. He'd come in, he'd just lounge around, he'd be in his, you know, he'd just hang out, you know. And I come home, he'd be there watching Kaylee. Casey would be working, and she was still actually working at Universal at that time. Well, not for Universal, but for Colorvision at that time. She never did work for Universal. It was
Kodak, right?
Kodak and then Colorvision. Colorvision took over when Kodak lost their contract. Our name was not let out. The only person, and I had not spoken to any person regarding Wanda's name.
Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. I hate when it does this. Sorry, guys. Let's finish her interview and then we're done for the night.
Let me get clarification on that. So there's times where he was at the home with the baby, but everybody else is gone.
Right.
But he's part of the family, really.
Yeah, I mean, he, I wasn't real thrilled with him being in and out of the house by himself. But, you know, that was Casey. You know, a lot of times I thought she was going to take him over to his mom's house, you know, because once in a great while his mom or his dad would watch Kaylee at the house while they were dating, you know, while they were engaged and stuff. Because they still thought that they were going to be grandparents potentially and things like that. But a lot of times, you know, they'd be there, he'd be there every night, you know, at the house. And
Can I, and this is going to be, I don't mean to intrude, but was there a riff at the time between Jesse and Casey or you and Jesse, anything like that? When you found out that it wasn't his child?
No, absolutely not. In fact, that week, you know, it was.
I'm just trying to determine what the frustration came from.
Right, no, the frustration between him and I started that night that he did not respect my wishes, you know, the next day.
Not long after the child.
Yeah, that was like in May. Up until that, I mean, March, up until that, I mean, it was very, you know, it was a decent relationship. He even came and asked our permission before, and George and I were separated. It was around Christmas time, a couple weeks before Christmas, asked our permission if he could ask Casey to marry him. And George and I weren't 100%. George always had a little bit of feelings like he wasn't real sure of this kid, but really didn't have an opportunity to spend a lot of time with him. Wasn't really a fan of his father, but just kind of, put up with him because potentially, could be related in, some ways in-law. His dad kind of said like,
Setting the foundation for future relations.
yeah, trying to be good. And if this is what Casey wants, this is what you're going to do. After I saw, him in a different light, and he was always one that would have an opinion, very strong opinion. If you watched a TV show, he'd have opinion about, what they were talking about. Jesse did. And if you didn't agree with him, he'd kind of like, well, you guys are wrong, blah, blah, blah. I mean, Casey and Kate, George and I are kind of in the same way with Lee. We all, if we say our opinion, we all value each other's opinion. No one says, well, you're absolutely wrong or blah, 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 especially when it's a topic. It's not factual things or whatever.
Can I ask you while you're on that thought process?
No.
Another question keeps coming up about the father, the biological father.
No.
Maybe from being right there, and that was something to get through at the end, but is there any conversation that would help us to identify that person so we can answer those questions?
Well, Casey and George and I actually went to an attorney and had everything put in legal will and all that stuff in case something ever happened to Kaylee or Casey. Sorry. Paul didn't do it. He sent us to one of his friends that does family law.
Who was that?
I have it in the strong box. I can pull it up. I can't remember his name, but
Do you have like paperwork with the
he has
biological
paperwork.
father's name?
No, biological father was never documented because it's never on the birth certificate.
Who is that then?
I believe his first name's Eric, and if I heard his last name, I would know it, but I can't remember. It really didn't. I really didn't stand out because from what Casey told me, he had come into town. They were old friends from school. They got together. Eric was going through a tough time. Casey was in between friends, and they just had a one-night stand.
So they're old friends from school?
Yeah.
Like high school?
I'm not sure how far back it goes, but she had known him through her high school. Whether or not they went to school, because Ryan was one of her best friends, but they didn't go. Yeah, he didn't go to high school with her. He went to Bishop Moore. They went to middle school and elementary school together, but they remained friends.
So Eric wasn't just someone you met. Eric was someone that you went to school with.
Someone that she had known.
This is according to Casey.
This is what she had told me way back when. I mean, this was when I found out that Jesse wasn't the father. Then I asked her. No.
So you never met Eric? You never had dinner with him?
Never.
Talked over?
No.
Giving up parental rights, came by a visit one night and went to the airport.
He lived out of state from what she said, either Tennessee, Kentucky.
So you're saying you never met him?
Never met him.
You guys never had dinner with him?
Never. The thing was, by the time
he was
Casey realized
judging
that she was
hardcore.
pregnant, it wasn't Jesse's because she thought it was Jesse's. That she knew it had to be one other person, so that it had to be, this person, Eric. I think his name was Eric.
So what legal paperwork did the attorney draft?
What he drew up was, in case something happened to Casey, then custody would be given directly to myself and to George.
Okay, so it had nothing to do with
It
custody
had
from
nothing to
Eric.
do with that, but we also talked about all that, though. He asked us, is the father involved? Do you want to drop anything for alimony, anything like that? We said, no, absolutely not, because he's not on the birth certificate. The guy has no claim to Kate. He never.
So he wouldn't have
never
any names that you mentioned at the time that you might not remember the last name now.
We may have given it to attorney. He may have it. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at that.
That would be wonderful.
I'll pull that up.
I feel like the grandparents here, they were like very intimidated by having Kaylee's potential father involved, which I'm just sitting here minding my own business thinking, what about Kaylee? What about the father-daughter dances that come up? What about Father's Day? What about walking down the aisle? Like, why weren't they thinking about those things instead of, like the rights to see Casey and have in-laws involved? And like, it seems so fucking petty. I made it, 4.5 hours without cursing. Yeah, I recognize that she didn't know who the dad was, but as a female, you can figure it out, process of elimination. Like, I'm just saying this. And who knows? Kaylee probably would have ended up doing like a 23andMe and finding out who her dad was. There were DNA things available at this time. So not as widely advanced as they are now, but damn, I bet you they could have afforded it. I bet you they could have. I'll land my plane there.
See what I have. I have an envelope at the house that has all the paperwork we got from the attorney for that.
Who, let's say,
Why do you still awake?
happened to you and George and Casey, who was going to be the godparents? You know?
You know what? I don't know if we thought that far ahead. I can't remember if we put Lee down or not. We'd have to
Okay.
say it probably would have been Lee next, if it wouldn't have been.
So we've addressed the issue if something happens to Casey, like almost a,
Like if,
to come to you, you would have.
yes, I would have custody,
Okay.
and then I had power of attorney at any point if I needed to, like, you know, anything would happen. Casey wasn't around, I could do whatever I needed.
So if she, heavens forbid, but a lot of kids do it, drop the ball miserably and wasn't the good mother that some teenagers can, you or you had paperwork on.
That wasn't the reason why we did it. We did it in case something happened to her. Plus also, it was also a statement that there was no other legal person that bound themselves to Kaylee.
Parallel safety net.
Right.
Yep.
I think
And
we would
by
know
the
by
time
now.
Kaylee was born, this Eric person had already been married, from what Casey told me. And Casey states that she's kept in contact with Eric's widow. So she knows his,
Who's it?
Casey told me this, she told me a year or so ago that Eric had contacted her and said that there was a potential possibility that he may be moving forward at some point, somewhere up around, maybe, I can't remember if she said Gainesville, Jacksonville, somewhere up northern Florida, and wanted to get together with her and see if at some point down the road, not, you know, but when they moved down here, him and his wife, and I guess Kaylee has a half brother, I guess his wife and him had a baby, which is younger than Kaylee. If they could ever maybe just, you know, be friends and then down the road eventually develop a relationship so that the kids would kind of know each other and realize that they're half brother and sister. And Casey told me, she told him flat out no. And I told her myself, I said, you know, you might want to entertain that idea because at some point down the road, Kaylee may need to have a half brother, medical reasons or something like
and
that.
a dad.
Plus, if she ever found out later on that she had a half brother that you said she could never meet, you never know how kids,
Yeah.
you know, I'm just saying, I just told her, keep an open mind. And she was adamant that, no, Mom, I really don't want him in her life. I don't want her getting confused, blah, blah, blah. She doesn't know about a daddy. No one ever called daddy.
Did Eric ever try to do the stand-up thing and contact you and say?
No,
Never.
no, it was a
Is it
mutual
because he
thing.
was unaware or because?
No, she states that he was aware right away that they talked about it, but he was already either engaged to be married and then shortly after was married after Kaylee was born.
Just so we don't get too far off track, you said that Casey was in touch with Eric's widow. How was that?
She got in touch with Casey and told her right after Eric died. Annie knows the exact date when Eric passed away.
Does Annie know who Eric is?
No, but Annie remembers getting a phone call from Casey, and I remember getting a phone call from Casey as well, stating that Eric had died in a car accident. I can't remember when it is. You know, I want to say it was this year, somewhere around Casey's birthday in March, but I can't say. It could have been last year on Kaylee's birthday. It was around the major birthday, either Casey's or Kaylee's birthday.
Tell me about the widow. How did the widow get in touch with Casey?
Casey, she said she called, the widow called Casey and told her. And then Casey actually had an obituary. And believe it or not, I remember seeing the obituary and never paid a bit of attention to the kid's name or anything else because it was almost like actual closure then. It wasn't a big deal to me because I already knew we had already taken every precaution that someone couldn't step in later on and say, hey, this is my child and I'm going to take him away from Casey.
Where did he die? What's that?
Again, you know, Tennessee or Kentucky, one of the northern states, north or.
So some of the state.
It was not Florida. It was
Last
not,
name?
and it was not Jose Ortiz. I don't know where the heck that name's coming from that's out in the media right now. Jose Ortiz, I never heard that
What's
name
this? I
before.
haven't heard that.
Yeah, yesterday. I mean, that's all.
I'll explain to you later. We don't need to go.
I don't even know how that came about. Someone asked who Ortiz.
Sorry about
Jose
that. I don't mean to
Ortiz.
pick a scab. It doesn't need to be waste our time.
I don't even know where that came from. I never heard that name in my entire life. So.
Okay.
Does that help?
I don't know how you veered off the date, so I didn't want to interrupt you.
Well, we're starting to talk about Jesse, and then you talked about paternity and things like that.
Yeah, because I wanted to go into if Jesse was ever over here at the house during this time frame that you can recall.
Jesse had not been to our house that I was aware of since they broke up. The last time I knew Jesse was at the house was sometime in June when they broke up. George and I still were not back together again.
June of?
2000. Oh gosh, we got back together just before Kaylee's second birthday. No, before Kaylee's first birthday. Before Kaylee's first birthday, so 2006. So they were only engaged about 6 months, so it had to be 2006. That was the last time I saw Jesse at the house. It was sometime in June.
Was there, and forgive me for asking this, but it might be relevant later. Was there any paperwork for divorce filed between you and George?
Yes, I filed, and then he filed. I'm actually went down to the clerk of court.
When were those rescinded, or when were those, I guess, voided by you guys, and you guys decided to say, we're not gonna go through this?
We never, I don't know, I think we just let the time lapse. I got served, I think, the 2nd of January of 2006. I had gone down to the clerk of courts and picked up all the paperwork, and I actually handed it to him, which you can do without having them served. Well, he took the paperwork that I gave him, took it to an attorney, and had them serve me. Where I was trying to save all this court costs and do all this other stuff, we could have had something done for, what, $400?
You guys let it lapse? And
Yeah,
was
Jesse
there before it lapsed, after, or while this was going on?
Yeah, he was still, I don't think he was there that day. I had actually gone down to Fort Myers to talk to George before I got served about something, because I had given him the paperwork. And I wanted him to sign it.
Of 06 or beginning of 07?
06. So we were back together in 06. Like I said, it was only a few months that we were separated.
Sorry, back to Jesse. That's okay. This week, I just have questions about from talking to other people. Did George, on the Friday of the 13th, did you guys end up down at RMC or any other hospital because George had any kind of medical condition?
No.
No hospital visit?
No.
He hasn't had a stroke?
No, that was what Amy told me. No, George has not been in the hospital for a couple years.
Yeah, because I guess Casey was supposed to go to Jacksonville that day.
That's what Amy told me, to help her pick up her brand new car because her car had gotten totaled. Which is funny because Casey told me that Zanny just got a brand new car because her car had gotten totaled.
When did she tell you that?
She told me that, the third week of June. 'Cause she told me that,
Clearly, Casey was multitasking badly as well.
that Monday after the 15th.
See what happened?
Yeah, she said that they were coming back. This is some of the information that I shared with the FBI and told them to make sure they shared with you because all this stuff did not make any sense to me
Well, where'd you play this?
about Amy. This is when she told me that they were in Jacksonville, I mean, not Jacksonville, Tampa. Let me see the June calendar, I'll tell you the date.
Come on over.
So I gave a timeline to Scott Boland for what Casey told me where she was at, where she said she was at when we would call every day. This is June. Okay. This is when. Okay, this is the morning George saw. You know, he saw about 10 to 1 just before he went to work. Casey and Kaylee leaving like any normal day. She had told me she was going to work, dropping Kaylee off at.
What time did you leave that day for work?
Probably 7:15, 7:20, because that was my early day. I had to be at work by 8. So. Okay, I knew they were in bed that day because the door was shut. So my last physical day that I saw them was the 15th, but I knew they were there the 16th.
But just in the stress of the moment on the 15th over here, you said the 8th because you had other things rolling.
I was thinking it was associated with me going back to work, not associated with Father's Day. You know how you try to trigger something that might remember? Because I knew I had seen my dad. I had seen my dad, you know, somewhere around there, and I knew I saw my dad on the 8th. Did not realize it was back to back.
Okay. So you pointed at this for some reason.
Yeah, Casey told me starting here that she was crashing at Sandy's. The 16th, she was crashing at the babysitter's. And then it went to Tuesday crashing at Sandy's because she had an early morning again. And then on the
Like and subscribe, please. Thanks.
We still have time. On the 18th, she told me that
Casey told you.
Casey told me that Zanny and
Kaylee.
Zanny and Kaylee and Annabelle. Annabelle was Juliette Lewis's daughter, who was a coworker. I mean, this is what she told me was a coworker. That they were going to stay at Hard Rock Hotel because they had some convention that they had to work on.
Okay.
So they stayed at Hard Rock through the 20th.
Zanny and the baby stayed through the 20th.
With both children. Zanny was watching both children.
Where'd she stay?
Casey was staying at the hotel too. After her meeting, she would go back to the hotel. And that was till the 20th. And then from the 20th, they moved the conference, she said, to Tampa at a hotel. I think she said the Marriott outside of Busch Gardens.
Was Zanny staying at the Hard Rock too?
Yep, watching the girls.
And Zanny went to Tampa too?
Yep, and
So who was Zanny's room?
Casey said that it was paid for through her work.
Through whose work? Casey's?
Casey's and Juliet's work.
They paid for Zanny's room?
It was Casey's and Juliet's room. Zanny stayed there babysitting.
Oh,
girls.
so they stayed through your room plus Zanny's child plus.
Zanny doesn't have a child.
Zanny has no child.
Oh, Juliet's child.
Juliet's child. Zanny was there for the babysitter of the two.
I just Googled it. It's a 3-hour and 2-minute drive from Orlando to Fort Myers. So when they separated, they were separated.
Girls while the two adults went to work. It was the situation.
What they told
her. That's what she told me.
Okay.
Now, Casey called me in the morning on Saturday and told me that they were wrapping things up and they would probably be home later that day. But then I got a phone call later that day and said there was one last meeting that they had to go to, so they were going to come home on Sunday, leave from Busch Gardens on Sunday the 22nd.
One last meeting.
Yeah, so they were going to stay over another night.
Would Casey normally call your phone if you're at work? Like during the week when she's telling me all this, or would she call your work?
Once in a great while, she may leave me a message at work to call her, but usually she called my cell phone.
Okay, so if she called your work number, it would be to just leave a message, or?
Yeah, typically.
Bear with me.
No.
What are your numbers?
My work number is 407-629-7992.
629-7992.
Right? Yes. And then my cell phone is 407-808-4731.
Okay.
Now, on the 22nd, I talked to her in the morning. She said that Zanny, actually, I think she said Zanny's roommate has come in. Raquel, that's right, Raquel was with her. She said Raquel was with her when they went to Busch Gardens. So that was the 21st. Zanny and her roommate were together.
She called you the 22nd.
This is true. Yeah. This is true.
So they were going to stay at the park for the day?
Well, they were going to stay at the park for the day because Zanny and Raquel had taken the girls to see the animals at Busch Gardens. And
You ever meet
like
Raquel?
No.
You ever meet Juliet?
No. Never met Zanny.
Oh, we know that.
I know, but I'm just saying, never met them.
What about Jennifer?
No. But she talked about Raquel and Jennifer a long time ago as being Zanny's roommates.
When did they get back?
Well, here's the deal. They ended up staying at the park so that Casey and Juliet could actually enjoy the park too. So all 4 adults and the 2 girls went to the park that day, and then so they stayed one more night and was on their way back Monday morning on the 23rd.
And where's the accident?
On the 23rd, she said they were just getting off. I hadn't heard from Casey all day. She had told me that they were supposed to be home by around noon. On Monday. I think at some point I called George and asked if he had heard from Casey or she'd gotten home. I can't remember what time, and he said no. So I think I left Casey a message or 2 to find out what was going on because I just wanted to make sure they got back safely. Casey finally called me back because she hadn't called me back all day and I was a little bit worried and realized she wasn't home. I had a little sick feeling that something wasn't right. So she finally called me back later in the evening, probably after 5:30 because I was already leaving work. And she was apologizing. She says, "Mom, I know I should have called you."
This day?
Yeah, that day.
Well, after 5:30?
Sometime after 5:30, I'm sure, because it was on my way home from work.
On your cell phone?
Yeah, it was on my cell phone. I'm pretty positive. At some point, she called me back. I know it wasn't at work. She may have tried to call me at work, but
Oh, she said, what happened?
she told me that they had gotten to, her and Zanny, Raquel and Zanny were about 8 cars ahead of her and Juliet and the girls. Casey had her car, Zanny had their car. So Zanny and Raquel were ahead, and somehow there was an accident, and Casey and Juliet witnessed the accident. So they followed the paramedics to the hospital, and I asked her, I said, was it Tampa General? And she said, yeah. So she said they went to Tampa General Hospital.
They were all at Tampa General on
Yeah.
the 23rd, sometime
Yes.
after 5:30.
Yeah, well, they were there the accident happened in the morning, is what she said. But I found out about it when Casey finally called me back. She apologized to me for not calling her back sooner, but she said they were tied up. She was there in the ER with, with Zanny and Raquel.
So Zanny was treated
That's
for
what
an
she said.
injury?
Yes,
at
and I
the
think I
Tampa
told you
General?
guys that, to check that out.
Okay, we'll get past that. We'll do it now. I mean, if it was an oversight, we'll just move past.
Yeah, I
Okay.
told someone, if not you, I told Sergeant Allen.
All right, well, that's why we're in here.
Right.
All right, that's pretty significant.
Yeah, she said that Raquel had a broken arm, and she said that they finally got a hold of Raquel's mom. Raquel's mom was coming from Jacksonville to come down and be with her.
Broken arm, and what kind of injuries did Zanny have?
She said Zanny had a concussion.
Concussion.
And she thought she had put a call into Zanny and his sister, and her sister couldn't bring her come up that night, so Casey stayed with her. And I was a little upset with Casey because I told her, I said, well, where's Kaylee? I said,
When are you not upset with
Juliet
her?
went back to the hotel because it was, just real close. She said they had barely gotten onto the interstate. I believe she said they had just gotten on 75. So they went back to the hotel. She was able to get back into the hotel, and she was with the girls. Juliet was watching Annabelle and Kate.
So she stayed over due to the accident on the 23rd, she stayed over in Tampa again on the 24th. at the
Right.
hotel.
She stayed at the hospital with, Casey said she's.
Casey all night in the hospital.
Yes. And she had told me, I talked to her the next morning, and she said that there was potential that Zanny was going to be released, that Raquel.
Zanny was an overnighter.
Yeah, well, actually, it lasted a little longer. I'll explain.
Okay.
That Raquel's mom was going to take her back to her apartment back in Orlando, Zanny's and Raquel's apartment, and get Raquel seen. And she actually told me that she was going to be seen at Jewett, where I used to work at.
Jewett Orthopedic Clinic?
Yeah.
For a concussion?
No.
Oh,
Raquel
broken
for a
arm.
broken shoulder. Yeah, broken arm.
Okay.
Broken shoulder, broken arm.
Well, humerus shoulder, upper arm is what she said. So, anyway, later on that day they were going to release Zanny, but she said they had found Zanny started vomiting. She said Zanny started blacking out. She was supposed to go home that day, it didn't, but they kept her overnight because she was starting to vomit and have blackouts. So they were working her up a little bit more. And she said they also found that she had a laceration behind her ear. She was more specific, laceration behind her ear, and they had to give her some stitches. And then
She had a cut behind their ear that when they triaged her, they missed.
I guess
And a concussion injury.
concussion. Well, it sounded like some concussion. She was vomiting and blacking out.
Mhm.
So they kept her overnight. She also started complaining of some difficulty breathing, and she said that she had a fractured rib, and it was pushing on her lung, but didn't puncture the lung.
So Casey was staying in Tampa while Zanny was at the hospital?
Yes.
So she stayed from the 24th to the
Yes, she
25th?
told me that on Wednesday, over here on the 24th, the sister had come up, Zanny's sister.
Did she say her name?
No, I think her name's Stephanie or something like that.
So, but she arrived the 24th.
Yeah, with Zanny's mom. And Zanny's mom, from what Casey's told me over the last several months, has been, in and out of the hospital, hasn't been real well.
Which hospital?
Never told me, never really asked.
So you don't know if it's Miami or Jacksonville?
I would think it would be local, because
Well,
she
we
made
don't
it sound like she was local, that Zanny was checking on her periodically.
So it didn't take-
was like Zanny wasn't leaving the town to go see her.
So it wasn't like it took days and days for her to
Right.
get to the hospital.
So when Casey said that Zanny's sister and her mom had come up to the hospital that day, they thought she was going to be released, but when Zanny couldn't be released, her sister took her mom back home because she didn't bring her medicines and stuff, and her sister had other things that she had to do. So that's why Casey said that she came home to pick up Zanny's insurance information. And I thought that was kind of weird. I said, well, that stuff could be told over the phone or fax. And she says, well, the sister didn't know where to look at the apartment.
So Casey stayed from the 24th to the 25th?
But she comes back home to get the insurance.
Hey!
Sorry, Andrew, go ahead.
Casey said to go home on the 25th to get Zanny's insurance paperwork at the apartment. Zanny told her exactly where to go. Casey she had her key and everything, so she was
Did I
able to
miss
get it to
any
the
other
apartment.
tools?
And I asked her, Zanny's apartment, I asked her, I said, well, why can't Raquel or someone just call it in when they get back? And
Do you know if that's the same apartment that she took me to?
I would assume that wherever the Zanny person lives is where she was going to, but I have my suspicions
Please
on
share.
that. Well, let's go with this before I take you off kilter here.
That's even better.
Let's finish this and then I'll take you.
Yeah,
Let me
okay.
finish this.
You see already that I can jump around and get lost easily.
Yes, and I can
Okay.
jump around and get lost too. I don't want to do that. Train of thought.
Wait, let me finish this one then. She went to the apartment to get the insurance paperwork.
Right, and then she stopped home to grab something, and that's when George saw her.
Oh, at the house?
Yeah.
That was the 25th?
Yeah.
You sure about that?
I think it was the 25th.
Was it the same day the report was made to the
I
sheriff's
think it
office?
was later on that afternoon.
The 25th.
Because George and I had gotten back our I think we got back that refund check, you know, the stimulus check, and he and I both had to go to the bank, and he had told me earlier that day that he had made the report about the gas cans, and that him and I met up at the bank, and then for some reason, he was gonna go right from the bank to work, and something, he said he had to go back home for something,
So-
and Casey was at the house.
And to make a long story short with the gas cans, Casey had taken the gas cans earlier, he confronted her, she gave them back. When could she have taken the gas cans and she had just come to the house? And she was in Tampa.
I don't know. But see, George had it, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. The last time he remembers seeing them, we were trying to figure out was maybe mowing the grass
Right.
somewhere. I don't know.
So Casey being in Tampa for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Well, first off, let me just clarify one thing. The report actually said the 24th, so we're off on a day here right now. But that being said,
Well, it was
4
either
days.
one of the days, yeah.
So she's in Tampa, how could she get the gas cans?
One of the days she said she came home to pick up the gas cans. After George saw them in the car, she had come to get the gas cans. Whatever day she got the gas cans was the day she was coming to pick up Sandy's insurance information. She came back to the apartment to pick up the insurance information while she was in town.
So whenever
She's
they show
not
on
in
the,
the
so
house.
whenever they show on the dates.
Well,
that she-
whichever day George made the report.
Right,
That was the
that's
day.
what I'm saying, whenever they show on the dates of Tampa and the accident.
Well,
everything
no,
else.
it was the same week. I'm sure that George made the report this week.
Right, he made it on the 24th.
Okay, if that's the day, then that's the day she said she came home and got gas cans. But she told me at one point during that time that she had come home to get Sandy's insurance information.
And then she stopped by your house to get what?
She said, well, she was gonna pick up some clothes, and there was a few of her clothes missing.
Okay, what about the clothes that she took for her trip when she left on the 16th? How much, you said initially to me back that night that she didn't take anything except for a regular diaper bag and
Right.
no other baby clothes.
That I saw. Now, again,
What is
George and
the
I are at work. I don't know if she had
transit?
access to the house during the day. She could have come in at any point and gone into the house. You know, they were still not, they weren't Tampa here, so at any point she could have.
Didn't you tell me you asked her about baby clothes and she told you she bought all new clothes?
Yes, for Kaylee.
Right.
Right.
For
But I
this,
mean-
for this trip?
She
No,
said,
just-
no. I said that Zanny keeps clothes. She said there's always clothes for,
Correct.
Kaylee at the babysitters.
I
There's
think-
always
I
extra
think I remember
clothes.
she
But then
said
she
that-
said on the weekend that they did go shopping, and Zanny took her shopping and bought
I
more
remember that's
clothes.
one of the things we were worried about, because you asked her,
Right, I know,
you know,
but,
why didn't you take her clothes? And she told you, well, we don't need the clothes. I bought her all new clothes. So I remember you told me that night.
right, on the 21st, they bought clothes, but she told me, because I started asking her about Kaylee's clothes here, she says, Mom, Zanny always has extra outfits and clothes and shoes and things like that at her house.
Okay. Let's get back to the weekend. We're a little bit off on the
This
dates.
is the
But
first interview that I've ever done with my Marion standing behind me. I'm trying to
Well,
get used to the feeling.
I'm trying to look at the dates, because it's sitting over there, I can't see the calendar.
Okay.
Do you want me to sit? I don't want to intimidate
No,
you.
you're not intimidating me. I'm just getting
Sorry.
used to a new feeling. It's like a new pair of pants. It takes a while to get used to.
I'm gonna put this up here only because I don't want you to walk out.
Oh, believe me, I don't want that without my purse. Women don't.
She's a little unhinged and she wants to be in control. Sorry, guys. I recognize that she has just lost a grandchild, or not officially yet at this point, but she was this way before this happened. I hate to tell you guys this. And yes, I do know that. I know that for a fact. So go back to my previous streams and if you don't believe me as to why.
Versus in the cars or other places. Not usually. Bottom line is, one of these days, I always thought it was a Wednesday, but whatever day he filed the report.
Mhm.
But I thought the 24th was a Wednesday too, so, anyway. It ended up being, this is the day that they were coming back from Tampa.
This day here.
The 27th. I remember that because I got a phone call from Casey in the afternoon. They were going straight back to work. Juliet and her needed to check in because they had been off all week. They had been communicating with Tom Frank, her boss at the event coordinating place. And later that, I thought for sure when I get home that they were going to be home. But I found out later, she said that Jeff was in town. He was at Hard Rock Hotel.
Jeff's in town.
Jeff's in town.
Last name?
Hopkins.
Jeff Hopkins.
The one that introduced her to Zanny.
Did you see him or meet him that weekend at all?
No.
You just know he was in town because what Casey said.
She said, yes. And she told me Jeff was in town from the 28th until the 30th. And Casey was excited to see him because they hadn't seen each other since December, somewhere around there, December the 1st of the year, when he went to Jacksonville. And Jeff's the one that has Zachary.
You're forgiven.
Jeff, 2.5 years ago, when Casey, right about just before Jesse, let me tell you how Casey introduced Jeff into our life as a person. Casey was still working at Color Vision or Kodak, and I can't remember when the switch went from
When
one to the
the
other.
hospital takeover?
Yeah, it wasn't hostile, but I mean, that really did happen because I remember I spoke to her bosses then. I mean, I talked to her bosses then. But anyway, Jeff was one of the IT guys, and I remember Jesse, she said Jesse was jealous. And Jesse told me he remembers her talking about some person.
Jesse was jealous, or?
Jesse was jealous. They were still engaged then when she first met Jeff.
Mhm.
And Casey and Jeff were friends. Jeff had a child, a son that was almost a year older than Kaylee. And he was dating this person, Zanny, at the time. And the same Jeff, okay? Jeff introduced.
There's so many names in my head right
I
now.
know, I can imagine. Jeff,
I took you off track.
That's all right. So, I mean, anyway, after Jesse and Casey broke up in June, probably a couple months later, Jeff and Zanny broke up. And Jeff and Casey started seeing each other. And Jeff and Zanny remained friends. Zanny continued to watch his son Zachary. And Jeff encouraged Casey to let Zanny watch Kaylee as well. Save money, just do whatever. Zanny was doing it, you know, basically as a friend, and Jeff was taking care of all of that.
So though Jeff
And that happened.
Zanny broke up, she still watched both Casey and Jeff.
Yeah, they remained friends. Zanny started dating someone else, from what she said. And that Zanny became Kaylee's main primary babysitter, from what Casey said, probably from October, probably around right after Kaylee's first birthday until the present time. You know what I'm saying? So this person wasn't made up just a month ago or whatever. But what I'm thinking, I think that Zanny at this point was a real person.
I heard his sigh.
Zanny is now whoever's watching Kaylee. In my mind,
Transferred the
the
responsibility.
name, yes. So I think she refers to, I believe.
Do you think we're spinning our wheels looking for a Zanny?
I'm not sure, but I have two theories, and I'll share that with you. I think Zanny could either be Amy or Jesse at this point. Which we're gonna need another hour after we're done to go into, because I only have 20 minutes.
I'm here for 20 more years.
I know, but
Yeah.
well, I have to do it. I have to do it, 'cause, you know, you have to get to the other. But I
Well, real
like
quick then,
to,
on
like
this- on
to
this
sit
thing.
here and finish telling you all this stuff.
Do we, on this week here, this like the conference week, do you ever get on the phone? I got you, sorry. Do you remember, see, this is the thing.
I talk to her every
interview
day.
this way.
I
get you
talk
like
to her
that.
every day.
Every
Oh
day
my
you talk to her?
God.
Or just-
No, I didn't. I stopped talking to
That was
Kaylee.
funny.
The last day I talked to Kaylee was 15th. I did not have a conversation with Kaylee after that.
Peeling off my nails.
And
What time was the last conversation, you remember?
with Casey,
Mm-hmm. No, with Kayla.
sometime on the 15th when we put her to
Okay,
bed.
all right.
Now, George had a conversation with her in the morning, because she was there in the morning, had breakfast, did the normal stuff.
No time here though.
Nope, not at all.
Okay.
And that was every time her and I would talk, that Kaylee wasn't with her or something, you know, there was something going on. That's why I think she's fabricated this whole story, so that she would justify to me why I couldn't talk to Kaylee. Because she knew that if it wasn't a reasonable thing, then I would say, where the hell are you? And I'm coming to Kaylee up because something's wrong.
Mhm.
So-
Just like if she has a moment, maybe that might mean you think.
Right, or if she was, and that's why I think she stayed with Tony during this time, because if she called Annie and stayed with her for a month, Annie would say, where the hell's Kaylee and why aren't you at home? Or any of her close friends. Tony, I believe, is someone, from what I found out now, is someone she just met very recently. So it wouldn't be a red flag to Tony.
Let me ask this. I understand it, and I'm even brass because I've been doing so many things this morning. I understand you guys have someone to be this afternoon, right? How much more time do we have here that you feel comfortable with?
Probably 20 minutes. We'd like
Okay.
to leave at 11:30.
Here's what I'd like to do. I want to focus on just the days that you saw Kaylee. If there are any other days, I don't want to focus.
Nothing.
Okay.
The last day I physically saw her and
Okay.
talked to her was 15.
I don't want to focus so much on what she's been telling you, because what I want to do is I want to share some information with you.
Mhm.
Because I feel that what happens is this is like a chalkboard. Your mind's like a chalkboard right now. Everything that's being told you, you're writing down the chalkboard. But what happens is if what you're writing down on the chalkboard is false, you don't have room for what's actually true.
True,
So
exactly.
what I'm going to do is hopefully help clean some of that chalkboard off
Right.
and provide you with some truth and some factual information that we confirm, because then that, in my hope, is going to help you look at this in three different angles.
Right.
Only because my biggest fear is that I don't want you to focus on something that you think is true.
Well, I know none of this is true.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
here's-
I know that now it's not true, but at the time I believe
Sure,
it's true.
but here's what I want to kind of focus on. I want to focus on not as much what she's told you that, you know, like all this, we spend a lot of time on this, but, you know, and apparently you know as well, all this is probably not true. What I'm trying to do is I want to try and show you,
But
you
the
know,
people she was with may be true.
well, and that's what I want to share with you,
Right.
okay? Because we haven't not only been looking at Zanny, we've been looking at Juliette Lewis, Jeffrey Hopkins, Raquel Farrell, Jennifer Rosa, all these people. We've been researching them extensively.
Juliette Lewis's number is JP's number, who is
Well, hold on a minute.
Ricardo's roommate. I
that's-
mean, these are things that
hold
are
on.
we're finding
That's,
out now.
that's what I want to share with you.
Mhm.
Are that I want to try and help you differentiate between what's real and existing and what's not. Because I know there's a lot of things that you might think are real right now that we're finding out are absolutely not real, and people as well.
Mhm.
So we're not going to hypothesize on it. If she says Zanny, she might mean
When I'm right, I'm right. I told you guys this was going to be a treasure trove, didn't I?
this person, or if she says, or if you say this picture was taken at this apartment, but it's this apartment, so we believe one is another. And we're not going to focus on that. I don't even know what I'm talking about. The picture you said that was Zanny's apartment, it's Ricardo's apartment.
Right.
And I think maybe Zanny is Ricardo's something or other.
Or Amy.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of things that you've also said that I need clarification on, because if you're out there saying these things, I need to know why you're saying
I'm
these
not
things.
saying that anybody but authorities.
But
Absolutely,
anyway,
because I
I
wouldn't
want-
do that. I'm not gonna accuse
Okay.
anybody in the public.
Well, here's the thing. There's a couple things I want to share with you. And I want to show you that we're actually working on this. Contrary to what, if you think that we haven't worked on this, I'm here to tell you, Cindy, from the day, let me finish, let me talk now. I've listened to you talk for a while. I want to be able to share some things with you. I haven't stopped on this. I can tell you right now that about a dozen people are strictly assigned to this, just here. And that doesn't include FDLE or FBI. I know you had to talk to FBI yesterday. I'm sure they told you what their involvement is with this. It was 2 days ago.
Yeah,
So I know they told you what their involvement is in this and what they've been doing to help, right? So you know that this isn't just something that we're kind of passing aside. I haven't worked on anything but this. Every other case I've had, every other person I've had, every other family I've had, they've been delegated to other people, so I can focus on this. And I'm not the only one. John's doing the same thing. He's been focusing on this. All the girls in our missing persons unit, the ones that were at your house, focusing on this. several other detectives have been pulled from other sections focusing on this. So we're doing everything possible to try and get answers for you. And here are some of the things I want to share with you. I know that you mentioned Tom Frank, and I actually got an email that was sent to me. It was a forwarded email. Let's see if I can find the forwarded email. And I want to believe it was Lee that actually provided this for us.
Yeah, I gave it to
Well,
Liz.
thank
I found it.
you.
Right.
I'm fond of you
Well, what
too.
we did was, obviously we have to follow up on these, and these are very important. So one of the things in this letter was showing that it came from a guy named Tom Frank, right over here, event director, and his email address. These are great pieces of information that we could use. That person doesn't exist. Never did, never worked for Universal. That is not a valid email address. We've even tried. It doesn't come back. It's not a valid address at all. This person doesn't exist. I also went and I tried to identify some of these other people and saying where they work. And I remember, I believe it was either Lee or it may even come from yours. I believe it was Lee that sent me an email of, I guess, what you guys had talked about last Friday at the jail, where Juliet Lewis may have worked, where Raquel may have worked. There was saying Raquel worked at TGI Fridays. Juliet Lewis worked at Universal. We even went back to check Casey Anthony at Color Vision, because I know Color Vision took over from Kodak. And what we, the very, very blanket statement, what we found out is Jeff Hopkins, Juliet Lewis never worked for EIS, Event Imaging Solutions, which is the Kodak company that's taken over by Color Vision. So we know that wasn't true. We did a wage and hour check on Casey the last time she actually worked, and it shows the first quarter of 2006, which was with, I think it just as Color Vision took over Kodak. We also checked with Color Vision to verify. Let's see, this is Color Vision. Color Vision.
Sorry,
They say that
never
Casey,
mind.
Jeffrey, Juliet never worked for the Color Vision. This is coming from the HR director. So what I'm doing is I'm just sharing info, give you a, I want to try and wipe clean some of the stuff that you think may or may not be true. Hold on. Raquel Farrell, worked TGI Fridays, contacted TGI, they actually work for the Carlson Restaurants owns them. This is the head recruiting specialist, no record of Raquel. The point I want to just bring to you is that the people that she's saying exist, don't exist. I can tell you also, and I want to share this with you, is that you're saying that, you know, again, we're pretty much on the same sheet that she's not telling you the truth. She's never been to Tampa.
I'm sorry, everyone. Timmy, are you saying that someone from this chat told her what I said? Please, sorry.
Over June, July. We know that for a fact. Her cell phone records have never left Orange County area. She's never been to Jacksonville. Okay, so that.
Well, she was at Jacksonville.
June, July.
Yeah,
She's
June,
never
July,
been to
right,
Jacksonville.
right.
So everything that we've gotten from her, everything that you guys are trying to get from her to help with this, it is still a lie. It's a consistent lie. And the problem that we have is that the more she tries to divert from what we actually need to do, which is find Kaylee, the harder it is to find her. And I guess there were some statements made that concern me on TV, is that you said not too long ago on one of the shows that you know who has Kaylee, but you don't want to say anything because you want to be absolutely sure before you mention this person's name. That was something that you said on the news. What's that
I don't
about?
think I've ever said I was sure, because I'm not sure about.
You said you know who has Kaylee, but you're not going to say the name until you're absolutely sure. You said that on the news.
I may have said I have my feelings.
No, you said you
Well,
know who
I'd
has
like to
Kaylee.
see the show.
Well, who is this person that you say you have your feelings?
Well, my number one suspect has been Jesse all along.
We know that Jesse doesn't have Kaylee. Who do
You
you?
know for a fact.
We
Jesse
know
doesn't.
for a fact Jesse doesn't have Kaylee.
You-
Who do you think has Kaylee?
You know someone that Jesse knows doesn't have Kaylee.
I just said, you said Jesse may have Kaylee. I'm telling you, Jesse does not have Kaylee. Who else do you
I
think?
think Jesse knows where Kaylee's at.
Okay, I can tell you for almost a fact that I don't think Jesse knows where Kaylee is at.
All right, and I'm just not sure why he's making up all these, changing his stories.
Well, with all due respect, he's not the only one that's been changing the stories, right? Remember, you had that big thing about the 911 tapes and what you were saying initially, and then you changed your story, right?
What story did I change?
Well, the smell in the car, you're saying it's pizza, making the police come over to the house. You said, I said that just to make them come quicker, whereas that night.
Well, the first
Hold
night.
on. It's the same
first
thing
night-
though, you understand that? It's the same thing. And what Jesse says to some people sometimes, and then you're saying he changes the story, that's the same thing that you're doing.
No, I didn't not say that
Listen.
I heard Casey or Kaylee's voice, and then turn around and said that I did hear Kaylee's voice.
We're not talking about, listen,
You
we're
know,
talking, we're talking about the same.
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing, because I can explain exactly
There's-
why the
there's-
911
let me-
calls were different,
Well,
each time.
Let me ask you another one. Another thing that you mentioned, and you mentioned it several times, and you mentioned it in a couple of programs, is that we let the car sit at the house for 2 days.
It was, well,
You know
I'm
that-
counting
whoa, 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 stop,
I'm
stop,
counting
stop.
Tuesday and
No,
Wednesday.
we, police, let the car sit at the house for 2 days? Is that true?
It was there
Did we,
Tuesday night.
did we let the car sit there for 2 days?
You guys didn't pick it up.
Did we let it sit there for 2 days?
What do you mean you let it sit there? We called you the same day we got the car.
Right. And when did I pick it up? When did I send someone to pick it
Not
up?
that, the next day.
Right, so that's not 2
I'm
days.
counting Thursday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
That's less than 24 hours, less than 24 hours. So these are the things that concern me, because what we're trying to do is, we're not
Okay,
trying to.
I'm thinking 2 days in my mind.
Cindy,
Listen,
what we're trying to do,
I-
listen, please.
I lost my granddaughter, okay?
Haley, we're looking for your.
I lost my
Please,
granddaughter.
Cindy, we're looking for
I'm
your
a-
granddaughter.
I-
We're looking for your granddaughter. The problem is, listen to me, listen to me. We
Oh
wanna
my
help.
God, just
I know
listen to
All we
her.
do- Cindy, listen, please.
Or
I can't help
if you go out there and start changing things.
I'm not
and
changing
adding
anything.
things,
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to talk
I
to you
agree
about.
with them.
All right.
Listen to me.
You
please,
guys
let
were
me-
so good the first 4 days. You guys were so good at coming to the house and everything. And then it stopped. No one came from missing persons. No one came from anything. We're in the dark. So we're a grieving family, frustrated as heck because I didn't even care where Casey was at. I still don't care where Casey's at. All I want is Kaylee back. Do you understand that?
Listen to me. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get us on the same sheet.
Well, we should have been on the same sheet. Remember the first time before I talked to the media?
I
I
agree.
said,
I agree.
I want to
Listen,
know what you
listen.
want me to tell them.
Cindy, you're not listening to me, okay? Please, I've sat here, I've listened to you. We're trying to work with you, but now's the time where I need to tell you, we need to focus. We need to focus on the right thing. We don't need to focus on creating stories, changing testimonies, changing what we said.
I'm not
We have all,
changing anything that I've ever said.
we are focusing on trying to help
Shut the
you. That's
fuck
it.
up, lady.
That's all, okay?
And I don't want
But
to keep
listen,
hearing
listen,
from
listen,
people
listen.
that you guys think she's dead because she's not dead.
Have you ever seen me on the news?
No.
Okay, have you ever seen him on the news?
No.
Okay, we're not out there talking to people. My phone won't stop ringing from every news agency to get me to talk about this. I won't. Do you know why? Because I'm working on finding Kaylee.
Oh, no,
That
that
is-
is out of respect for you as well.
I understand
That's why you don't see me.
All you had to do is send one officer, anybody to come talk to us every day.
Cindy, let me talk. I can't. See, right now, I
It
can't
doesn't
even.
have to be you.
Right now, I can't even talk to you. You're not letting me talk to you.
I'm
I'm watching all these
listening
things.
to you.
I'm watching all these things that you're doing right now, and it's hurting our case. It's hurting it because people are looking at you, and they're seeing how you're changing these stories, just like you're seeing what Jesse said, and you don't believe him because of it. People are now looking at you and saying the same thing. We don't need that. We need to then look at you and say, this is a strong grandmother who cares about her daughter and who cares about her granddaughter, and not someone who, well, didn't you say this? Well, I meant this. Well, didn't you say this? Well, I meant this. That hurts us. That hurts us because we can't say, listen, I can't stand there in front of a newscast with you and say, everything that you've told so far is the same thing that we have been saying all along, because I can't say that you changed it. And that's changing the focus from Kaylee. Our ultimate goal is to find Kaylee. We're going to do everything we can. We've been doing everything we can to find Kaylee. I need you on my side.
I want to be on your side. I told you that from day one. Why do you think George and I let you have free reign?
I
When
understand
we
that.
tried to give you stuff, no one wanted to take it.
Cindy,
It just seemed like, from our
Oh
perspective,
my
all
God,
it seemed like
ma'am,
they
can
wanted
you do it better
to
yourself?
against Casey as a murderer.
We
She's not a
can't.
murderer.
We
One thing I know is she loves that
and
child.
we're not disputing that, Kate. Listen to me. One thing you have to understand in what we do, we can't overlook anything. If somebody calls us with something, just like, somebody calls us with a tip, if we don't look into that tip, if we don't follow that tip, there's always going to be a what if. Everything that I've done is because of something that I've seen or noticed or something that we have to work on.
All
The
we need
car,
was the reassurance from you guys. You
And
guys
that's
are
what we're
following
doing.
up on it.
and that's what
But you're
Cindy,
2.5
listen,
weeks late.
Cindy, we're 6.5 weeks late. Because
I understand that, but from
Okay, stop,
my
stop.
perspective.
Listen, we've been following it from the day I first met you. We haven't stopped. We have not stopped. You know that.
I know.
And we're still not going to stop. But I can't overlook certain things that exist. I can't.
I know
Because
that.
if I say, let's just say right now that you tell me this person has Kaylee, if I don't go there and talk to that person, I'm not doing my job. If I don't investigate every aspect of this, I'm not doing my job.
But when I get phone calls, listen to me for 1 second. When I get phone calls day after day after day from people that say, we know we saw your granddaughter. We know we saw your granddaughter. No one's following up. No one's following up. And we give you guys the information and we don't get a call back. What the hell do you think we're supposed to think? No one from your department has called us back. You know damn well I called you the day after, the night of the hearing about Wanda at the airport.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you about all these people coming to you, or me coming to you,
I
saying, bringing
know.
your hope up and bringing you down?
I
again?
know.
I can't do that. We have gotten over 500 tips.
I know you guys
Over
get a lot
500
of
tips.
tips.
I can't go and tell each one that calls in with a tip. I can't tell them all how we followed up on it.
I know.
You have a full plate. You guys are focusing
Someone
on.
could just said for missing persons, we're following up on the LIA
We're
airport
following
one.
up
I mean,
everything that
someone
comes
could have
up.
said that.
Cindy, we're following up on everything that comes up. Everything that comes up. And I know the FBI guys told you that we actually sent FBI to this lady's house and looked at her child. And
This woman
how
is
she could have been mistaken for
about you.
Kaylee, I don't know, because they don't look that similar at all. I think what
There-
happens is there's a lot.
There's no tape at the airport.
There isn't, you're right. They tape over that. There is no tape.
Right,
Where
I
you heard
heard.
that, I don't know. I'm the horse's
I
mouth.
heard there was no tape.
I'm the horse's mouth. I told you that the first night. Once you hear something, if you don't hear from me, it's not true. All right? And what's happening is that all these people out there, most of them are trying to help, but there are people out there that all they want to do is get involved, period. Whether they actually, have anything or not, all they want to do is get involved, get their name out there, and hopefully get their picture on the news. All right? Wanda was more concerned about getting her face on the news in hopes that people would recognize her, rather than, I'm letting
Really,
you.
because Wanda did, I never told her name to anybody but you. I didn't even give it to Jose till last Friday.
I'm letting you know these things, okay? These people are more interested in getting their 15 minutes of fame than helping
Why
you.
would she involve her 14-year-old son?
We can't answer that. We can't answer that. But listen, The most important thing right now, and again, I didn't mean to interrupt Eric,
No, I know.
and I understand this is a very important thing, but what I feel is the most important right now, I'm sorry.
It's manhandling me, look at that.
I'm sorry.
No, that's
What I
okay.
feel is most important right now is that we have to get on the same sheet of music. We have to work together. And by working together, I need you to stop trying to, and I understand what you want to do is go out there and look for Kaylee, but people are starting to focus their wrong attention on Casey and you because of certain, and listen, these people are professionals. They're going to paint you in a corner.
The
They're going to
last 2
try.
days since I met with the FBI, I have been telling them that you guys are doing your job. I've been saying that.
And you know, the news is going to try to twist everything in
I
order to
know.
get the ratings.
Well, and
They're
I've
gonna
been
try and
challenging them to do responsible reporting and
You
quit
can't
quit it.
Because you know as well as I.
But
they'll-
you know,
oh, sure,
but
sure,
you
sure.
know damn
And
well,
they'll look for
missing
something
children
else.
don't get media attention after 2 or 3 days. They don't. You have to keep her picture out there so that she can be found. You know that.
I know.
You look at all these
Listen,
missing children and they don't have anybody out there
But
looking
what
for
we're,
them.
but what we're doing is, unfortunately, what you're sometimes doing is you're pulling the attention off. If this is a missing, you're looking for Kaylee, but they're not focusing on Kaylee. They're focusing on you.
I don't want to.
They're focusing on Casey because of all this crap that's coming out, all these pictures that are coming out. I can't control
2
all
or 3
this.
years ago.
I can't control all this. But because the media's eating this up, what we need to do is we need to keep the media focused on Kaylee. We did not talk about Casey, okay? And if they ask you anything, well, what about this, what about this? Say, we're looking for Kaylee now, period.
Right.
I'm not here to talk about anything I've talked about before.
Well, that's what
We're
I'm trying
looking
to
for
tell them.
Kaylee
I
now.
don't like to answer questions about
But
her.
when you go on Larry King and they put you on the spot, it forces you to say something because obviously you don't want to look bad. And unfortunately, they're professionals at this. They're gonna paint you in a corner.
They're trained to get a
Well,
response
the
on it.
unfortunate thing is Larry King assured me that I was gonna get time to talk about the efforts we're doing for it. Is that you in on
And
that?
did they?
Oh, of course.
They gave you all the time you wanted to talk about what you guys were doing.
No, they didn't.
So you see how
Oh
that
my
works?
God.
They pick and choose little portions of what you
Oh, I
say.
know, and that's what the local media does too, and that's what I said. If they show the whole darn thing, then, you know, things would be painted
So if
right.
people are sitting in their house interested to see how they zing you next, that could be out looking for the baby. You
Well,
see what we're trying to say is there's a lot of
I
negative time
understand.
getting
That's
spent.
what I keep telling them, that positive.
We need to focus on forward. We need to stop
I know.
asking stuff about that's already happened.
We've been
Focus on forward.
asking for you guys to meet with us. We have, for a while.
It's-
Lee
it's-
even said he talked to you
I've
last weekend.
I've talked to Lee a lot.
I know,
I've
but
talked to
George and
a
I,
lot.
but you know what? You guys think I'm some freaking lunatic. I'm not. I'm a grieving grandma that's
We're
looking.
not saying anything.
But you and John quit calling me, quit talking to me.
You know why? Because right after that bond hearing, even before the bond hearing, your relationship with us became adversarial. Because listen.
You blew it that morning, honey, when you threatened to send the police car to my dad. You know why I was protecting him.
Information that we need immediately.
And I called Carrie back within a few minutes, or you knew that. And to have the prosecutor state that I would be uncooperative.
We have to do a job. And listen, I've asked you for your credit card records. I asked you for that same morning. Where are they?
There's nothing on there. I already looked at them.
Okay.
Bingo.
See, that's the answer I can't have because I know that you had your JCPenney card. I know that she went all over the place with your JCPenney
I
card.
gave Lee my JCPenney
You have to give it to
statement
us. You
to
have
give
it
to
us.
you.
You have to give it to us.
He said that he was the
Listen,
go-between.
listen.
I know.
This is stuff we need. You can't hold it back because this is how we do our investigation. Now, your personal credit cards,
But
you
you
have
guys didn't want the receipts.
Oh my
for
God.
JCPenney
Can you
cards.
just like sedate her so she can shut the
We need
fuck
to have
up
the whole
and
thing,
put the
receipts.
point
You
across?
could give me a handful of receipts, but I don't want their whole thing. I need to have your statement. Okay?
My
So,
anxiety is
what
like.
other credit cards do you have that she's used? What are the companies? Because we know JCPenney. What about your bank card?
No, she didn't have either of my bank cards.
Which bank do you have a card at?
Bank of America.
Bank of America and what else?
Bank of America.
Just Bank of America. Is it a Visa or MasterCard?
It's a Visa debit card.
Okay. Is that the only other credit card
Yes.
that you have out there aside from JCPenney?
Yes.
You don't have a Dillard's or Circuit City
No.
or Best Buy, nothing like that?
No.
Target, Walmart.
No, I haven't had a Target. I mean, I had a Target card years ago, but I let it.
Where's the
expire.
JCPenney card that she was using? I know you took it out of her wallet
I
that night.
have it at home.
Okay.
I
So
have it at home. I
you
took it
still
out
have it at
of that night and
home. What
then
about the $200 that was in her wallet that night?
I took it.
Why didn't you tell us anything about
I told them.
it?
The
Oh,
girls,
who would you tell? You didn't tell me. Who'd you tell?
whatever female officer was with us that night, I can't remember her name. When Lee brought back all the stuff, we dumped all the stuff out in the middle of the floor. I showed her all of it.
Okay. Unless
And I showed
you
her-
told me, I don't know about
I
that.
showed her the credit,
Okay.
but I told you there was a handful of receipts. Because all the sheriff's guys that were out there before were looking at all of them. Because I said, well, we could find times off of these, you know, the times of those. I had those. I offered those up several times and no one wanted them. But I
And
told
and I
her, but I said, I'm taking back my credit cards and I said, I'm taking back this money.
Now,
And she,
one more question.
knew that I had, so whichever female officer was out there that night,
One more question I want to ask you. I want to ask you this. Hopefully, if you give me an answer. If not, I just want you to think about this. Okay. I know that after the gas can incident, please bear with me. Let me finish. After the gas can incident, Casey borrowed your truck, your green truck,
I'm not aware of that.
George actually saw her, I guess.
He never told me that.
Driving down the 4.
I feel like when he's this close, he's like, I just got one more question. I just want one more question. May the power of Jesus compel you.
Wait and asked you, and you said that Casey had borrowed your truck.
I would not have let Casey borrow the truck after the gas can incident.
And would have been like the 25th, because listen.
You know why I wouldn't, no, let me
There's a
tell you
reason,
why
there's a
I
reason, there's a
didn't give her
reason.
permission is because if.
But did she borrow your truck?
I don't know. How could she have borrowed my truck if I
That's
had
what,
it?
that's what I'm asking. The green truck that you drive, the green SUV, is that the one you
The
drive to work?
Forerunner, that's the one I drive to work. If I had thought that she had my car anytime during this time, then I would have.
So you're saying that never happened?
Not that I'm
The
aware of.
reason, well, the reason I want to tell you this is that she started calling people and telling people on the 25th? On the 25th, she sent text messages to her friends saying that George drove her car, the white one. Listen to me. I'm telling you what we're getting, okay?
That's
That
conversations over the phone.
George drove her white car and may have hit something and killed it because the car was starting to stink.
She said it was a squirrel.
She started telling these stories from the 25th on. Why? I just want to plant the seed, okay? You don't have to answer me. Why would you do that?
I have no idea.
Why would you try and pass off the smell? Because we all know that there was a smell in the car. I'm not here to dispute what the smell was, okay? We all know there was a very bad smell in the car. Why would she start to say to her friends and text message? We have text message. Why would she want to say, hey, I think my dad, hit something with the car, and then later on let's say, yeah, it looks like my dad hit something with the car and the car stinks.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
I wanted to share that with you.
I have no idea.
And these are the kinds of questions that we have, because this was on the 27th, the text that she sends out. So we look, because listen, if your granddaughter walks through that door right now, we will all tuck our tails between our legs and be glad to do it, okay? But these are the kind of things that we as the profession have to look into and ask the question, why? You read that, correct? So that's in the squirrel thing. We need to look and see, is that
Amy
there?
told me that she said something when I was driving Amy from the Florida Mall to the house. Amy offered up something about squirrels in her car. That was the first time.
What was your response to Amy? Did you guys discuss the smell of the car or anything? Not that it really amounts to
Not that I
anything.
recall, not that I recall talking about that. My main focus when I got Amy was
Because I know
telling me where
when Lee beat you back to the house that day, he said, oh my goodness, when he went in the garage.
Oh, yeah, you could tell. As soon as we got home, we aired it out. But see, the thing of it was, when George opened the trunk, the guy was with him. That bag, the pizza was in the bag.
Always
And
saying
it was all
something.
closed up. And when he opened because he had to open the bag to see what was in the bag, there was maggots in that pizza in there. And it was bad. I mean, it was really bad.
I'm not gonna sit here and split hairs about that.
Well,
You deserve better than me doing that.
Bottom line is, though,
With you saying that in this
but
conversation.
think of it though, I mean, if the car was there from the 27th, and this is fact, because Am Scott reported the car on the 27th, and what day, on the 30th, or that was reported one of these 2 days, I don't know. And then Am Scott got towed here. That had to have been closed up in that car for 19 days at least, that bag of stuff. At least to the 15th when we picked up the car. Because if it was abandoned here,
We're not going to dispute that the car was dropped off on the 27th, because we've already talked there.
No, but I'm
There's
just
we already
saying,
talked there.
But
listen, we can't dispute the smell of it. I can only tell you that in over 12 years I've been doing this. You know what I did before coming to missing persons, because that came out in the trial. Okay, I can only tell you what I have sensed before. I know you as a nurse, you've been to the morgue before.
I smelled dead flesh, I smelled dead bodies, I
I'm
smelled burnt bodies.
And we're not gonna go back and forth with this. I'm just gonna know, we're gonna agree to disagree with this, okay? But what you also need to remember, there are different aspects of this that we need to pay attention to. We're focusing on finding Kaylee. I will not come to you and tell you anything but that unless I have definitive proof.
Are you looking for a live Kaylee or dead Kaylee?
We're looking for Kaylee, Cindy, because we don't know where Kaylee is. And listen, look at this from the outside. I know it's tough. Okay, pretend this isn't your daughter. Pretend Casey is not your daughter. What do you think happened?
I don't know.
Pretend Casey's not your daughter. All the lies, all the inconsistencies, all the stories, all the evidence, all the facts, all the people that don't exist. What do you in your heart believe?
Not knowing Casey, I would probably think the worst. Not knowing Casey and Casey's relationship with.
Right now is July 16th, 2008. It's about 13:20 hours. We're at Universal Studios. I'm here with Sergeant Allen. I'm here with Detective Happy Wells. Also here with Casey Anthony. And Casey, we talked earlier this morning, and we're working a case looking for your daughter Kaylee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We came here to Universal Studios. We're sitting in a little conference room. Obviously the door isn't locked. We just closed it so we got a little bit of privacy and talk to you. And a couple more questions came up. I'm going to need to ask.
You know what? Mods you can, if you need to go to other streams, that's totally fine. Since tomorrow's going to be a shorter stream with it being Christmas Eve, I'm going to go at least until 9. I feel like that's the right thing to do because of the fact that we need to finish this trial up by a certain point. But if my mods need to go elsewhere, I totally understand. Otherwise, please, if you are watching as a viewer, please make sure that you have subscribed, that you liked this stream, and that you share the stream on Discord, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, like whatever. It's really going to help the algorithm and help us get out there because our numbers are kind of dwindling. But it's the end of the day. And I think it's going to boost back up again, like right at 9 o'clock, but we're done at 9. So, all right, we're going to keep going for the next 30-ish minutes. Thanks, guys.
About. Remember how I opened this whole thing in the morning? Yeah. By saying that, we need to get the complete truth and the snowball effect and how it goes? Okay. We're about halfway down that hill, 3/4 down that hill, and it's a pretty big snowball, which means that there's a lot of stuff going on right now. And I can tell you just for a certainty that everything you've told me so far has been a lie. I can tell you with a certainty, and let me explain why. Since I left you this morning, I've gone to every address that you told me. I've looked up every name. I've talked to every person that you wanted me to talk to or tried to. I've reached out. I've talked to your ex-boyfriend. I've talked to Amy. I've talked to Tony. I came over here. I've already talked to all the employees. I found out all these names that you're giving me are people that either never worked here or have been fired here for a long time ago. Okay, so where we are right now is in a position that doesn't look very good for you, and this is going to be your escape hatch, so to speak. This is going to be the point where you stop all the lies and you stop all the fibs and you tell us exactly what's going on. I'm just being straight with you, because obviously I know and you know that everything you told me is a lie, correct?
Not everything that I told you.
Okay, pretty much everything that you told me, including where Kaylee is right now.
That I don't know where she is.
Sure you do. And here's
absolutely
listen, let me explain something. Together, combined experience in this room, we all have about 30 years of doing this. Okay, both myself and Sergeant John Allen worked for the homicide division for several years. We've dealt with several people. We've conducted thousands of interviews between the three of us. Happy's got 20 years, so just between the three of us, we've got several years. And I can tell you for a certainty that right now, looking at you, I know that everything that you told me is a lie, including the fact that your child was last seen about a month ago, and that you don't know where she is. See, I'm very confident just by having talked to you this short period of time that you know where she is. You do. And here's the thing, we need to get past that, because we can sit here and go back and forth all day long about I don't, I do, I don't, I do. It's pretty obvious that with everything that you've told us, nothing has been truth. You know where she is. Now, my question to you is this. We need to find Kaylee. I understand that right now, Kaylee may not be in very good shape. You understand what I'm saying? She may not be the way we or what your family last remembers her. We need to find out from you where Kaylee is. This right now is this is going so far downhill. This has become such a mess that we need to end it. It's very simple. We just need to end it.
I agree with you. I have no clue where she is.
Sure you do.
If I knew in any sense where she was, this wouldn't have happened at all.
It wouldn't have happened whatsoever. This stuff about Zanny, the caretaker or the nanny taking care of him, it's not the truth, because it went to the apartment complex. There's no person that ever lived there by that name. The apartment's been vacant since March. The same apartment. Now, the apartment that you pointed out to me, the 2-story apartment, that's an old folks' home. Right across the street from your boyfriend's house, who you never mentioned. And you said you wrote the address down because it was across the street. That's a lie, because I've already talked to him, and we've already been by the house, and we've already looked at everything we need to look at over there. Everything you told us is a lie. Well, now there's a couple of ways that this goes. Right now, we can, I've never met you before, so I can look at you in one of a couple of ways. I can look at you as a person who's scared, who's concerned, and who's kind of afraid of what's going to happen because of something bad that happened before. Or we can look at you as cold, callous, and a monster who doesn't care, who's just trying to get away with something something bad that happened and trying to cover it up. It's going to be one of those two options. Now, from what I've already talked to you, okay, you seem like a very bright young lady. You don't seem like someone who has no education. All right. Now, what we have to do is we have to determine which way is this going to go. Are you a person who's scared about the consequences of what happened? Are you scared about something that happened? Or are you really this cold, callous person who doesn't care about what happened? It's one of these two options.
I'm scared that I don't know where my daughter is. I would not have put my entire.
Hold on. I want to ask you something.
Yes, sir.
Like you said, you seem like a pretty bright person. Okay, you're here willingly, right? You're here because you're here to try to help, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Your whole reason for talking to us is to try to help, right? Nobody's forced you to talk to us, right? You want us to. You're here because you called. You want us to help find your daughter, right? Now let me ask you something. I want you to put yourself in somebody else. Put yourself in my shoes for a minute, okay? Since you talked to him this morning in an attempt to try to help find your daughter, you've given him bad addresses.
Merry Christmas.
You drove me all the way out here. We walked from the gate back here on the way to your office, right? Okay? To an office that you don't have. We got all the way into the building, into the hallway out here before you finally says, well, I really don't have an office here. But then we were walking to your office, right? Okay, so I said, I mean, does any of this make sense?
Peggy, love, as long as you hear me, you're still in here, my dear. You scare me when you say that you've fallen out of the chat. It worries me. I hope you're okay.
Sense to you?
I understand how all that sounds.
No. Here's the problem with that, though. Here's the problem with that, okay? You can carry the weight of this around for a long time. It's not going to get any easier, okay? What he's trying to tell you right now, I'm going to tell you, you know, in the amount of time that I've done this, almost 30 years now, okay? I've learned this. People make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. All the three of us have all made some mistakes in our lives. We've done some things we're not proud of, okay? But then there comes a point in time, you either own up to it, you say you're sorry, you try to get past it, or you lie about it, you bury it, and you lie about it, you bury it, and you lie about it, you bury it, and it just never, ever goes away, okay? That's it, okay? Now, I want you to stop and think about what's going on here, okay? At this point, we can explain that you're afraid, that you were ashamed of maybe something bad happened, you were afraid maybe it would happen. But now that we're giving you this opportunity and you continue to lie and you continue to lie, then what happens at some point, it becomes, there's no excuse, there's no reason, there's no reasonable person to look at this and go, wow, this is a person who really just doesn't care, okay? I mean, think about what we've done so far, okay? You say you call us because you want our help, you want us to find your daughter, okay? I'm calling you and I'm asking you for help. I'm asking you to help me find my child. It's been gone now for a month, okay? And to help me find the child, what I've done to this point is I've given you a bunch of bad addresses to go look at, addresses that don't exist, okay? Then I take you to a place where I tell you that I work, okay? And I walk you past the security gate, okay? All the way to my office that I don't have, okay? You start to get the picture? Do you understand where we're headed here?
I understand.
Okay? Now, you're, by hiding this, by burying this, okay, you are not going to get yourself to a better place, okay? What you're going to do is you're going to cause everybody else around you to suffer, okay? And at some point, this is going to come out. It always does. It always comes out, okay? Now, your best bet is to try to put this behind you as quickly as you can. Go to your parents and tell them, some horrible accident, whatever happened. Get it out in the open now, okay? Instead of letting them worry, okay? How old are you?
22.
At some point, okay, you're going to want to mend things with your family, okay? You let this drag out for another 3 days, another week.
You don't know her
another 2
family,
weeks,
sir.
okay? You make us solve this some other way. We'll solve it. We always do, okay? Okay? I mean, there's no point in coming forward and saying, oh my God, this is what really happened once we figured it out, okay? You ever had anybody do anything wrong to you? Everybody hurt you in any way, okay? Let me ask you a question. When somebody's hurt you in the past and they come to you and say, I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry for what happened. Do you forgive them? Yeah. What about somebody that does something to you and then lies? You forgive them?
It's a lot harder too sometimes.
A lot harder too? Tell me the last time somebody hurt you over and over and let you suffer for a period of time and then lied about it. Then you caught them, okay? Well, once you caught them, that apology didn't mean a hell of a lot, did it? Okay? All right? Right now, your best bet is to just get it out in the open, whatever happened, and tell us now, okay? So we can kind of start getting past this. Try to help you explain, okay? Because keep in mind, you're talking to people. There's nothing you're going to tell any of the three of us that's going to surprise us, okay? I've had to sit down with mothers who rolled over their babies accidentally. I've had to sit down with mothers whose kids have drowned in swimming pools. I've had to sit down with mothers who had boyfriends who beat their kids to death, who felt horrible about what happened, and then I've had to go to them and help them try to explain to their families, okay? And then I've also had to deal with people who have done horrible, unspeakable things to children and then lied about it, okay? And I'll bet you somewhere in there I've probably dealt with somebody who maybe made a mistake, but continued to lie about it. Maybe they weren't such a bad person, but maybe the whole world didn't see it that way. Maybe their family didn't see it that way because they kept lying about it. And then when finally came in, months down the road or days down the road, when they finally decided to come forward, okay, people were passing. You told me that you lied to me for the last time. I don't listen to what you have to say. Don't talk to me anymore, okay? We've had to we've had to go into court and try to help people explain situations. And we've had to go into court at times to say, The person just never said. They kept lying to us and kept lying to us and lying to us and lying to us, okay? We're all human beings, okay? You tell me. I mean, you're a smart person, figure it out, okay? So far, well, the only thing that we can say for sure at this point, okay, is that you have lied to him about all these things. You brought us here, okay?
Okay.
All right? I want you to look at this from an outsider's perspective. Somebody somewhere down the road may have to decide, how this all plays out. What would you do? How would you see that person? How would you see that person differently? You might see somebody, maybe a young mother who made a mistake and, maybe initially was afraid to tell the truth, but at some point came forward and said, horrible thing happened. I'm sorry. I feel terrible about it, but I have to tell you.
The horrible thing that happened, and this is the honest to God's truth of everything that I've said, I do not know where she is. The last person that I saw her with is Zenaida. She's the last person that I've seen my daughter with.
And see, here's the problem. I think Sergeant Allen's trying to get to this is that we know that's not the truth. We know, listen. We know that that's not true. That can't be the truth. Because if that were the truth, everything you would have told us would have been on the money. The addresses you would have taken us would have been on the money. Everything else would have matched. If you had told us the truth, we wouldn't be here at Universal Studios at a place that you've been fired since 2006. So you're trying to explain to us, you have an office and all that stuff. We wouldn't be here. So we know, and this is the part we need to get past. We already know that you're not telling us the truth, that you know what happened to Kaylee, you know where Kaylee is. But here's what we're trying to get by is that you fall into one of two categories. I'm sure he explained it, I explained it, is that if this is something, an accident that happened, and no matter how you think people are going to look at you, they're going to look at you a lot worse if you continue to show that you're callous or not caring, and that you just show complete dispassion and disregard for human life. Or they can look at you as someone that, you know what, I can understand. I'm a young mother, or she's a young mother, first child, something horrible happened. She's thinking, oh my God, my life isn't going good right now. I already know my life is struggling. People don't see me in that great of a light. I know I got problems at home, and I've got problems with friends, I know I got problems at work or lack of work. All of a sudden, something bad happens to my child, and people are going to think, I'm just a devil. See, there's a difference between this person who makes a mistake and says, listen, I'm sorry, this is the reason I lied to you, this is the reason I was scared, compared to the person who might sit here and say, I have no idea what you're talking about. There's a big difference there. And I can tell you now that everything you told me is a lie. Everything that you told me this morning from Zanny, from the addresses, from Universal, from all these people that you talked to, including people that you never told me their names, and I found them and talked to them. Everything that you told me this morning is a lie. Every single thing. There's one of two options right now. You need to tell me the truth, and we can work with that. Or if you continue down this path and continue lying, I can tell you that when this snowball gets to the bottom of the hill, the only person who's going to get hurt is you.
That's not true. A lot of people around you get hurt.
A lot of people are hurting right now, and
you know what? One person put stop to that.
I'm counting my snorts and said we have your
I've been
number.
trying.
You haven't been trying.
Wait a minute. Okay, let's go through this again. Okay. Stop me at the part that I say that's not true. Okay. I'm going to go through this, and I want you to stop me at the part that isn't the truth. Okay. You take your daughter and you drop her off on June the 9th. Okay. At somebody at a babysitter's house. Okay. Now this is a babysitter that lives at this apartment. Okay. That's been vacant.
I dropped her off at that apartment.
Okay.
At those stairs.
Oh, you just walked her, you dropped her off?
Walked her to the stairs. That's where I've dropped her off a bunch of other times.
Bye, Kaylee. I don't know what's going on.
When you dropped her off, you took her at that point.
Zanny did. She took her at that
You left her in Zanny's care on June the 9th. Okay? So far, that's right. Okay? You first call the police about this when your mother and father, okay?
The rails now.
Actually, you don't call the police.
I'm gonna have a beer.
What happens is your parents find their car that's been towed from Hanscott, and your parents ask you where your daughter is, and you tell your daughter or your parents that you haven't seen your daughter for over a month, right? That's true, okay? So I haven't told anything. So far, I haven't said anything's not true, okay? That's true, okay? That's true. Sounds reasonable to you, correct?
Shut up, Casey.
When the police do get involved, okay? When your parents involve the police in an attempt to locate your child because they're worried, the first thing you do, okay, is you lie to the detective whose job is to try to find your daughter and get her back into safe hands, okay? You give him all kinds of bad addresses to look at, right? Okay. So far, I'm on track, right? Okay. Then you bring us out to Universal, where you say you work in an office to try to help find stuff that will help us find your daughter. I'm on track so far, okay? And we get here, we walk up the way down the hall to where you tell us you don't even work here. You don't have an office here, okay? So far, everything I've said is true, correct? Okay. Now, that sounds reasonable to you, okay? I'm telling you this story. I'm saying to you, listen, I dropped my child off 5 weeks ago at the babysitter's house. She's just disappeared. No, I didn't call the police and tell them. Matter of fact, I made some attempts to locate her on my own, but I didn't really get the police involved or, do anything like that, okay?
Okay.
And, oh, by the way, I got my mom and dad's car towed, and then when my parents asked me what happened to my daughter, I told them I hadn't seen her in 5 weeks. So they called the police, okay? Now, what I did is I lied to the police when they got there, okay? I told him a whole bunch of crap that isn't true, gave him a bunch of bad addresses to go look at, where I know my daughter's not there. And I did all this to try to help find my daughter. Makes sense to you, right? That makes sense to you? It makes sense to you that I'm trying to help the police find my daughter by giving them a bunch of bad addresses? That makes sense to you?
That's what I said, yes.
No, I'm asking you, that makes sense to you?
Is that part of it? No.
My attempt to help him find my child, okay, what I've done to try to help him find my child is I've given him a whole bunch of addresses to go to that are bad addresses. That's what I did to help him try to find my child. That makes sense to you?
I took him to the last place that I've seen my daughter. Besides that, I took them to other places that I've
Okay, when you brought us here to go look in your office, that was supposed to help us how? Because everything we're doing here is about finding your daughter, okay? So I want you, okay, to explain to me how coming here to go to an office that you don't have, I want you to tell me how that's helping us find your daughter. Because every bit of focus right now, okay, you got 3 people here to try to help you. That's what we're here to try to help you find your daughter, okay?
Okay.
Right? And we came here to look for clues, to look for evidence that will help us find your daughter, okay? Now I want you to tell me how that's helping find your daughter. We're here to come search your office for anything that will help us, okay?
Okay.
And we're here because you brought us here, right? Now I want you to tell me how that's helping us find your daughter. But everything we're doing is to find your daughter. That's the most important thing to look to you right now, right?
Kaylee's been up here. Maybe we can talk to security to see if she's come through the front. I know she's come to the park. She's gone to Disney. She's been at Seattle. She's been at other places.
Let's go back to,
We're getting back on the crazy train.
And why do you think
All
it's
aboard.
It's backwards because you haven't been truthful with us, okay?
Because I've been reaching.
You've been reaching, huh?
I've been reaching to try to figure out a place where she actually is.
So once again, Dave, you never did answer my question. You're reaching and helping find her by bringing us here to this office that you don't have is helping us find her how? Because what you're doing right now is you're doing everything you can to find your daughter. You have 3 experienced detectives right now whose sole focus is here to help you find your daughter, okay? And we're here because you brought us here, correct?
Absolutely.
You directed us here because we're going to your office to find evidence that'll help us find her, okay? Now that we're here, I want you to tell me how that's helping. What is it we're doing here? What's helping us right now, okay? We're coming to an office that doesn't exist.
It's not helping.
So why'd you do it?
Honestly, I wanted to come up and try to talk to security. Maybe pass around a picture of Kaylee. I legitimately have not seen my daughter in 5 weeks. I didn't want anything happen to her, except I trusted her with somebody. Somebody that had been taking care of her, that had been taking good care of her. Someone that she was comfortable with, that I was comfortable with.
What about Jeff? You said Jeff worked here until about 2 months ago?
No, he hasn't worked here for quite a while.
10 months? How long?
It's been at least 10 months.
Okay. He got fired in 2002. He hasn't been an employee here since 2002. What about the girl?
Juliet?
Yeah, what about her?
She left 2 months ago. That's exactly what she told me.
Juliet Lewis never worked at Universal Studios.
I'm sorry. Is the baby's daddy actually dead?
That's a good question. Who's gonna find?
Would you?
I still have a copy of the obituary at home.
I mean, you've told us so many untruths right now. I'm confused.
Yes.
Would your parents be upset if you had given the baby back to daddy to take back for his grandparents, or for his parents to take care of?
He passed away last year. We hadn't even talked much before that.
So let me ask you this. Is the obituary in your office?
No, I think I have a copy of the obituary at home. There's no office, so there's no anything anywhere. We've made that clear already.
Right.
So if I have a copy of it still, it would be on my computer at home.
Sidecar.
I'm pretty sure I kept that. I don't think that's something I would have gotten rid of.
Zandy has never worked here. How do you explain that?
She has an ID. She has an ID with her name on it.
Just like you have an ID?
I do have an ID somewhere at my house. Both of my parents have seen it. Both of my parents know that I've worked here. I used to have an office.
Now, just like you have an office?
No, I don't have an office now.
And we're here to go to what? To do what? We're here because what?
Try and put things together.
No, we're here in this building because we put a lot more together than I think you realize we put together. My question to you is, we're in this office because we got here how? To do what? Our purpose in coming here was to do what? Go where?
I guess there wasn't a purpose. There wasn't a purpose whatsoever to come up here.
So we're wasting time, valuable time we ought to be spending with your daughter.
You are crazy.
No,
I know she's been.
You're not answering my question. Do you want us to help?
It
You
is
want to help find your
fine.
daughter? Well, then you need to help. Then a good starting point would be to answer the questions, okay? If I say we're here because, and then you just ignore that, like as if I never asked it, and go off in some other direction, is that answering the question?
No.
Okay, all right. Let's go through this again. We're here because we got here how? To do what?
Because I lied, because I brought you up here. And honestly, I was reaching for.
No, stop right there. I want you to tell me how lying to us is going to help us find your daughter.
It's not going to.
Huh?
It's not going to.
Well, then if the main thing you want to do is find your daughter, and you don't think lying to us is going to help us find her, why would you do that?
Because I'm scared, and I know I'm running out of options. It's been a month.
What are you scared of?
I'm scared of not seeing my daughter ever again.
Okay,
I'm
if you're scared,
petrified
if you're
of
scared of not seeing your daughter again, okay, I want you to tell me how lying to us is going to solve that problem and help find your daughter quicker. Because if that's what you want, okay,
Okay.
obviously you're doing things to help us find your daughter, right? And I want you to tell me how lying to us is getting to that end. How is lying to us helping find your daughter faster?
It isn't.
Then why would you do that?
But saying I don't know and telling you that I just dropped her off and that was the last time that I've seen her, even starting with that, everybody else is like, well, and what happened after that? That can't just be it.
You remember the phone call you were telling us about?
Mhm.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Did you actually talk, what day was it you talked to her?
Yesterday,
You remember what time of day?
around noon. It was from a private number.
Okay, and what'd she tell you? What'd your daughter say to you?
She said, hi, mommy.
And that's it?
And she started to tell me a story, talking to me about her shoes and books.
It's
And
important that you tell me. I mean, maybe there's something in what she said that can help us figure out where she is. But what did she say?
I tried to ask her where she was, and she just kept talking about the book that she's been reading. We have videos of her reading the story, and she's telling me the story.
So
Like,
she seemed happy and
times,
she's happy and
fine.
she's fine,
She
she's
seemed perfectly
happy.
fine. There was nothing in the background.
Telling you about a book, haven't seen no sign of any type of stress at all?
Not at all.
Great, that's wonderful. Let me ask you a question. Your daughter hasn't seen you in over a month. And she's not.
She was excited. She was excited, sorry, to talk to me. But at the same time, it's crazy that she didn't get upset when she talked to me, which
Yeah.
it had been my mom.
Is that
I know it
another
would have
thing, is
been
that another thing that
totally
makes sense to you?
She never gets upset when she talks to me, whether I haven't seen her for an entire day or if I had to work late at night, I didn't see her almost an entire day until
The last time somebody took her and you didn't see her for 5 weeks was when?
Never.
Okay, now,
Why didn't they Baker Act her ass? That is the question that keeps coming to my mind. Why didn't they institutionalize this broad and let her feel like she is as crazy as she sounds?
you haven't seen her in 5 weeks. She's not seeing you in 5 weeks.
No.
Okay, she's been with this woman or somebody for 5 weeks. Hasn't been to her own home, hasn't seen her mother in 5 weeks. That didn't upset her. She was fine. She's talking about the book. I mean, all that stuff you're saying is true,
She's
right?
always been like that, though. I don't understand how.
Okay, but I'm getting that. Let's get back to you. You say this has never happened before. She's never not seen you for 5 weeks. But now after 5 weeks of not seeing her mother, not talking to her mother, okay? She finally talks to her mother for 5 weeks. You ask her where she is. You begin asking her these questions, and she just wants to talk about the book. She's happy. She's not worried. Doesn't seem upset.
She's always like that. You can even ask my mom. She's the same
Okay,
way.
let me go back to when was the last time you didn't see her for 5 weeks? When was the last time something like this happened where she was gone and you didn't see her for 5 weeks? The last time this happened was when?
Never.
Okay, so this is the first time, okay?
This is the first time I've been away from her for more than a day.
Okay, the first time you've ever been away from her for more than a day, and she wasn't the least bit upset.
No.
When you talked to her on the phone.
She wasn't the least bit upset when I
She
talked
went
to
on
her.
about, she know I miss you, mommy, none of that. I just, she talked about, like you said, she talked about the book and all that stuff, right? That's it.
And when I asked her to give the phone to another adult, to somebody else, she was fine. She was willing to do it, but the phone hung up. She doesn't hang up phones.
Uh-huh.
I know.
And that's the phone she called you on, your cell phone?
Yes.
Can I see that real quick? What are you doing?
Now, if this is the first time she's ever been gone away from me for more than a day, I'm a parent too. I would have been just beside myself.
I have been.
I would have called the police immediately, and that's the part that I just don't understand.
I
We've
didn't know
got so
what
many
to do.
resources out there that we could help on day one.
You didn't know what to do.
I didn't know what to do. At that point, I'm thinking, okay, they haven't been gone that long. Maybe I can find them. Maybe I can track them down. That first day,
They haven't been gone that long.
that
This is
first,
yesterday, right?
no, that very first day, that all
Advocating
this
for
happened,
who?
that I went to
Unsolved
pick up Kayla,
mysteries.
she wasn't there.
Mhm.
Initially, my thought is that they went out to do something for a little bit. Maybe I just missed a phone call. Maybe I didn't get the call or the text message. Maybe something fell through the crack. That's happened before.
But now
All the
after,
time.
right, I understand all that, okay? I want you to focus on what we're doing here, okay? All right?
Okay.
Because I want to make sure we get this right. After having not seen your daughter for 5 or heard from, or not knowing your daughter was for 5 weeks, she calls you on the phone. You have a conversation with her where she talks about the books and all this other stuff. And then you ask her to speak to an adult, and then she hangs up. Or the phone hangs up, okay? Correct?
Okay.
Well, hold on. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Okay. You have this conversation with her after not seeing or hearing from her for 5 weeks. The phone call's terminated. You don't get a chance to talk to an adult, okay? The very next thing you do after that is what? Call the police, because now something really strange has happened. So you must have called the police right after that. Did you call the city police, or do you remember who you called? Which police agency did you call yesterday?
I didn't call anybody at noon after I got that phone call. I sat down.
You didn't think that was odd? You didn't think this?
I thought it was extremely odd.
But not odd enough to call the police and try to help.
Let me throw something in if you don't mind.
Sure.
Rick is at the office, and Mick's finishing up the interview, and that was actually Mick calling me. You know Ricardo, right? Obviously, your ex-boyfriend. We brought him down to the office, and he's been talking to a couple of our detectives down there. And he was able to help us because he's telling us something obviously completely different than what you're telling us. And I was just able to tell him that he pulled a surveillance camera from the video across the street at that old folks home that you drove me by.
Old
And we're going to get it enhanced to see if we could actually get some good detail on pictures and faces. But Ricardo was saying that you spent the night with him on the 9th and left on the 10th. And this is being corroborated right now, which again shows that you're continuously lying about the 9th being the day that
I
Zanny
stayed
actually picked him
over
up.
at his
And-
house on the 9th of this month, not
Nah.
of last month. I was not at his place the 9th of that month.
So you say that your ex-boyfriend's house the 9th of this month, when you're staying at your other boyfriend's house, Tony, the rest of the month?
He's been out of town, so staying over at another friend's place while he was gone. I wasn't staying at his apartment. I was staying with Amy and Ricardo and JP. JP and Ricardo own the house.
So why didn't you tell us you were staying there? We drove right by the house this morning, didn't we, when we went to the, okay, and you're putting it in this old folks home, which is another lie, right? Because Zanny never lived there. Am I correct? Okay, why were you pointing at this old folks home and saying Zanny lived there at one point when she didn't?
Because she had gone there before. I'd seen her
She went to the old folks home?
Yes.
But you never dropped your kid off to her at an old folks home. You never went into the old folks home and went to an apartment with her. Yet across the street from this old folks home, right there in Glenwood, is where Ricardo lives with Amy and JP, all of whom are at our station talking to our detectives right now. So obviously, you know, we're not stupid, okay? And what you're doing right now is you're treating us like we're stupid, in which I take that, you know, to be a personal insult. I can't speak for them. Here's where it comes down to. None of us are sitting here believing what you're saying because everything that's coming out of your mouth is a lie. Everything. And unless we start getting the truth, we're going down to two possibilities with Kaylee. Either you give Kaylee to someone and you don't want anyone to find out because you think you're a bad mom, or something happened to Kaylee and Kaylee's buried somewhere or in a trash can somewhere, and you had something to do with it. Either way right now is not a very pretty picture to be painting. Either way right now with everything that you're telling us, you're painting yourself as a very bad person. Your family's going to suffer for this. Your friends are going to suffer for this. And remember what I told you about all these people coming out there to crucify you for this because of all the lies that you've been telling us. We need to stop that right now. Everything you told us is a lie. You're looking me in the eyes. You're looking at everything you told us is a lie. Every single thing. And you can't keep sitting here and telling us the same thing and getting constantly over and over and over again. We're disproving everything that you're telling us. You're telling us that you've lied to us. You're telling us you're giving us misinformation. Everything you're telling us. Okay? It needs to end.
The truthful thing is that I
needs to
have not
end.
seen my daughter. The last time that I saw her was on the 9th of June.
And what happened to Kaylee?
I don't know.
Sure you do.
I don't know.
Something happened to Kaylee. We're not going to discuss whether the last time you saw her. I'm guessing something bad happened to her some time ago and you haven't seen her. So that part is true if you say you haven't seen her because she's somewhere else right now.
She's
either
someone else.
No, she's either in a dumpster right now. She's buried somewhere. She's out there somewhere and her rotten body is starting to decompose because of what you're telling us. And here's the problem. The longer this goes, the worse it's going to be for everyone. Everyone. The worse it's going to be for everyone. Right now, everything you've told us, we've locked you into a lie. Every single thing that you've told us has been a lie. We're proving all that. Now, right now, it's going to be one of two things. Either we find Kaylee a lie, which is going to help you out extremely by telling us the truth, or we find Kaylee not a lie, which if you start telling us the truth, might still paint you in a better picture. But here's where it needs to end. Here's where the truth needs to come out, okay? No more lies. No more coming out of your mouth. We've been very respectful. We're taking our time and talking to you. But we're tired of the lies. No more lies. What happened to Kaylee?
I don't know.
You do know. What happened to Kaylee?
I don't know where she is. That is the God's honest
Where
truth.
was she the last time that you put her somewhere? Where was she?
The last time I saw her was on those steps at that apartment that I took you to this morning. The same apartment that I took the other officers to last night.
But you didn't give her
Last
to anyone.
time.
You didn't give her to anyone while you were there. See, we're
I
pulling,
did.
no, because
No,
listen to me. We're even pulling surveillance video from an apartment complex, and they have to keep this by law for several days, okay? And we're not seeing you over there. We're not seeing you there at all that day. You think that we're stupid and we're not going to do all this stuff? Okay, we're not seeing you there. So now, if you're not there and you're not being seen there, and somebody's already saying that you're not there, and everything else you told us is a lie, that's telling me. Remember we had those two people that we were talking about, the person who had an accident or made a bad decision, and a person who's just a cold-blooded, callous monster. That's telling me that you are the second person, this cold-blooded, callous monster who doesn't care and doesn't want to help because she's afraid that something so heinous happened that everyone's going to look at her and say she's a monster. She deserves to go away. She deserves to never see the light of day. This bad thing should happen to her. I don't want to believe that right now, but you're giving me no choice. You understand? You're giving me no choice. This is going to be the opportunity that you have right now. No matter how heinous you think that what happened was to Kaylee, this is your opportunity to tell us. This is going to be your only opportunity to tell us. Because what's going to happen, we're going to find out. There's not going to be a question, we're going to find out. Okay? We've got so many resources on this right now, just like I told you would happen. What we're trying to do is prove your story, but everything that we've done is disproving your story. Every single thing. Everything you've told us, we've shown you have lied about it. Casey has lied about it, and we're looking for your child. We got to throw these lies out, okay? All these lies are out. We know that everything you told us is a lie. Tell us what happened to Kaylee. Tell us what happened to Kaylee.
Dropped off Kaylee And that's the last time that I've seen her. I dropped her
Where
off.
did you drop her off?
I dropped her off at that apartment.
No, you didn't.
That's exactly
No,
where I
you
dropped
didn't.
her off.
And who'd you drop her off to?
With Zenaida.
No, you didn't.
She's the last person.
No, that's not true.
Did Zenaida give you any money that day?
No. I would not have sold my daughter. If I wanted to really just get rid of her, I would have left her with my parents and I would have left. I would have moved out. I would have given my mom custody.
What about the baby's daddy's parents? Would you have left them with them too?
I haven't talked to them since we were probably 6 or 7 years old, since we were little kids. That was probably the last time
You don't
I
have a
saw
phone
them or
number
talked
for
to them. No, I do not. I would not have let anything happen to my daughter, except I made the mistake of trusting another person with her. That's it.
No. No, stop. You've made stop. You've made
Whoa.
more mistakes with that because everything that you've told us, every single thing, from the point that you opened your mouth to the police officer this morning to right now, everything has been a lie. We're sitting at Universal Studios because of a lie. We've got all these other people in the station right now talking to us because of a lie. We've got all these other apartment buildings that we've got people that had to go check on because of a lie. Okay? We need to stop this lie. Your mother has called me countless times today. Okay? And that's why my phone keeps going
Mother's
off.
driving me
Countless
up.
times because your mother knows, your father knows, everyone around you knows that you have lied completely and absolutely from the get-go. Everyone knows.
I have made it so that there is a redirect at 9:15 so that I don't keep doing this.
Why you're not coming out with it and why you're not telling us the truth, no one has an answer to. The only person that has an answer to that is you. And this is what we're trying to implore upon you. You need to tell us the truth about what happened to Kaylee. It's not that she was with someone and you didn't call. That's not the truth.
It is the
That's
truth.
not the truth. You need to tell. No, it's not the truth. See, we can't get past that unless you go ahead and tell
There's
us the
nothing to
truth.
get past because that is the truth. If there was
Well,
anything else,
let's get
something would
past
have
this.
happened.
Let's get past how we got to Universal Studios. Let's get past why you talked to your daughter yesterday on the phone, having no idea where she's at and having not seen her for 5 weeks, and you didn't call anybody. Did you just think that one day she's just going to show up at your house?
No, I sat around yesterday trying to figure out what to do. I'm glad that I ended up seeing my mom, that all of that stuff happened. It happened for a reason because
You're glad you saw your mom. Let me ask you this. You could have saw your mom 5 weeks ago and said, Mom, I don't know where. You could have called your mom 5 weeks ago.
I was
What has
scared.
happened?
I saw my mom's reaction right off the bat, and it would have been the same from the get-go.
Well, so you're more afraid. So wait a minute. So you're more afraid of your mom's reaction than you are if you ever see your daughter again?
You know, I'm absolutely petrified. Absolutely petrified. I know my mom will never forgive me. I'm never gonna forgive myself.
I agree.
Because there's that chance that I might
She's
not see her
crazy.
again. I don't want to think about
Well,
that.
let me ask you, by lying to us and saying us all these these wild goose chases. Hold on a minute, okay? I want you to tell me, okay, this is I mean, is it that there's some other thing more important in your life right now that maybe maybe you just weren't really focused on what you were saying when you told us, so yeah, kind of just accidentally told us you had an office here and we needed to be here because we might find something would help, or did you lie to us purposely, or did you purposely mislead us? Which of those two is it?
I purposely.
Okay, so you purposely misled us. This was all in an attempt to help find your daughter, right? That makes sense to you, correct?
Again, in a backwards sort of way, yes.
Backwards
I'm
sort of
coming
way.
back to places that are familiar to me that I know are familiar to her.
Oh my
Familiar
God.
situations that
What did you
maybe,
think?
just maybe
How old is she?
would help. She's almost 3.
She's almost 3. What do you think she's gonna take a cab here? I mean,
I know
how do you think she's gonna get here?
she's with someone else. If I could find her,
She's
if I
with
could
someone
track her
else.
down,
Wait a minute,
this
she's
would
with,
be happening.
okay, hold on a second. Let's put this together where it makes sense, okay? She's with someone else who's hid her from you for 5 weeks,
Yes.
who let her call you on the phone yesterday, but then hung up. But you brought us here today because she might be here.
She could be anywhere.
Well, that's true, but why here? Why would, let me ask you this, okay? Why would a person who has hid your daughter from you for 5 weeks, okay, bring her to the building that you used to work at? I mean, did you think you'd walk in here, she'd be sitting in the lobby, or? Okay, well, you brought us here to find her, right? Because you thought, maybe in some weird sort of, I think what you said, backwards way, that we find her here, that this would help. So I'm asking
Maybe
you.
she's been here within the last 5 weeks. Maybe they have something from up front, her coming through the turnstiles. I don't know.
So you think that this person who's hid her from you for 5 weeks, okay, that had her call you on the phone yesterday and tell you about this book she was reading, then hung up, would bring her to Universal Studios, and in this office in particular?
Not in this office.
So
Coming
this
to
is where
this
you brought
office.
us. You didn't take us to the turnstiles, did you? You brought us here, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, when you told him about these other places that were wrong earlier today, that was also an attempt to help us find her, right?
These are other places that I've gone to and either seen Kaylee or I know that her nanny has been to.
And you were completely truthful with them about all
Yes,
of them.
I was completely truthful about those places that we've been to. I've been to those steps. That's where I've dropped.
No, I'm not talking about the steps. Okay, what about
I'm
these
talking
other?
about the other places, the other houses. I know.
The old folks' home?
Not the old folks' home.
Oh, so that was not really all the way true.
I know Zanny has been to the Oak, so
Yeah,
I've
you
never.
pointed out the third floor window and you said, well, that's what's her name's bedroom and Zanny's bedroom is right below, is on the other side. That's what you told me. So that was a lie.
That was a lie.
And that was gonna help find her how? Lying about that bedroom and where Zanny's bedroom was, that was gonna help find her how? Huh?
It's not helping.
But then why would you do it? Because that's what we're here for, right? Find her.
I don't know what else to do anymore. If I knew where she was, if
Well,
something
let me
would have
ask you
happened,
this.
I would have admitted that a
Do you
long
think,
time
do you
ago.
think, do you believe thinking up more lies to tell us will help us?
What?
Is your daughter in a better place?
No, she's not.
Are you worried about her?
I'm absolutely petrified. If she was with her family right now, she'd be in the best place. She's not. She's with someone that I absolutely do not trust, and that I'm absolutely scared.
That you don't trust yet with babysitting your daughter for a year?
I don't trust her now.
Oh, wait,
because of what
what?
happened.
What? Wait, hold up. What? Hold on. We don't trust someone that we're paying $400 a week to babysit our child?
What point did you stop trusting her?
The moment that her phone was cut off, and I couldn't get in contact with my daughter.
So you thought then, man, something ain't right.
Something's wrong.
And when you started thinking that something was wrong, which police agency did you call first? Us or the city police, or who did you call first? Who did you go to for help first to help try to find her?
No one.
Oh, no, okay, all right. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we got that straightened out.
I can't think of anything else that I can say that's gonna convince you on how to do the right thing.
Let me talk to you outside about surveillance agent, but I have to sit here for a little bit.
I'm gonna leave that on if you want to turn it off.
Want some water or something?
No.
Are you good?
My one goal is,
Nope, not
regardless of how it
thirsty.
happens, like I said, I don't care. I will lie, I will steal, do whatever I can to find my daughter. I put that in my statement, and I mean that with all of my heart.
I know, but we don't want you to lie because
No.
we work off the truth.
I know that.
And we want to find your daughter as much as you do. And I don't think you're a monster or anything like that. I think you might have some
70.
pressures in your life. Who exerts the most pressure on you? Like my parents used to do me.
My mom does, absolutely.
Does she not think you
Her
care
mom
for your daughter good enough? Or,
baby.
I mean, it's roughly, you're single mom?
Living
Gotta
at
be
home with
rough.
my parents.
Gotta be rough. You'll never live up to your mother's expectations, right?
At least not right now.
Right.
No, she loves Lee way
And no
more
way
than
means that
she
I would
loves
ever
you, Casey.
do
Let's be
anything or let any
real.
harm come to that child. She's the one thing in this world that I love more than anything.
And I understand that. I believe it. I see the tears in your eyes. Okay.
Oh,
My
okay.
concern is I know from my years of experience, I know what young adults and young moms and dads can do when parents exert too much pressure on them. They don't live up to their standards. They don't. So not that
Okay.
you would hurt your child, but you might because if your parent just constantly talks down on you, makes you feel like crap, you're not good
It's
enough.
not constant. I brought that on myself. The stuff that she says, the thing that she said, she's been right about everything.
What kind of things does she say?
She told me that I took advantage of her, and she's right.
Yeah.
Because I had for a very long time.
How did you take advantage of her?
By using credit cards. When I had my own money, I still used some of her money. I went and bought material things for nothing.
Right.
Whether it was things for myself, went out to eat,
Right.
spent a little bit of time with friends, or went and took Kaylee shopping. For whatever reason, I was
Well,
extremely selfish.
Right.
I was
The
extremely selfish
Kaylee
for
thing,
a few years, quite a few
Mom,
years.
grandma would be okay with.
What about, I don't know anything about this. Like I told you before, I was just sitting at my desk and he said, hey, come on. Something about a car at Amscott.
My
What
car
was
ran
up
out
with
of
that?
gas. I was driving actually to
Your
different
car?
places. My car, yes.
Okay.
Car that I bought for my brother 3 years ago.
Okay.
Sucks because I ran out of gas. My gas gauge is obviously reading wrong. The sensor could be wrong.
Right.
It showed I had half a tank of gas and it was empty.
When did it run out of gas? But before or after your baby was missing?
I was definitely after.
Yeah.
I was definitely after.
And it ran out of gas in the parking lot of that check cashing store?
No, it was right at the corner of Goldenrod and 50. As you can turn, you get in that merging lane where Sam's is and the Amscott.
Right.
As you're going to get on to Goldenrod from 50, that's where my car stopped, right there. So I had to get out. You guys helped me push it into that parking lot.
Okay.
And I left 2 notes on the car, even saying I was going to come back and put gas in it.
Why is your mother saying that's her car? Or is she? Is that what I
It's
heard?
still in my parents' name. It was my brother's car. He ended up, that was the car they bought my brother in high school.
Okay, so
Well, there's
He
only
bought the
like
car, he paid off the car.
10
he
more
sold it to you.
He sold
minutes.
it to me.
but not officially with
No,
the title
you guys are
transfer.
going
My parents
to
kept
another
the title,
stream when this
whether
is
for insurance
over.
purposes or whatever else,
Automatically.
They still kept it in their name.
Oh, okay. So the fact that it was at the check cashing place is just coincidental because you ran out of gas.
Because I ran out
It's
of
not like
gas.
you
It
went
wasn't on
there to
purpose.
cash a check. You
No, I
didn't
didn't
go
go
in
there
the
to cash
store.
a check. No, I didn't go into the store. I
Right.
wasn't abandoning my car.
Right.
It just happened circumstantially. I ran out of gas.
Oh,
Right.
I had to
circumstantially.
call my boyfriend Tony to come and pick me up.
Wow. If you were in our shoes, what could we do
Shit.
to help you find your child?
I don't know.
What more can we do? Do you have a computer at home?
Mhm.
Did you ever send, what's the nanny's name?
Zenaida.
Did you ever send her any emails or
Her
did she
email
ever?
account bounced back. I've tried twice. I
But
tried
she
twice
does-
this morning.
Have
She
you-
had email.
Even when y'all were in good times, would she send emails back and
On
forth?
occasion, we would talk online, not usually through email.
So we might be able to track her.
If I check my logs, we could probably find her through instant messaging.
What would be great is if we could have our forensic computer guy
Mhm.
take your computer with your permission and search it. He can probably track her by her AOL or whatever account and maybe see, because she's gonna set up another account somewhere where she
Oh, yeah.
goes.
She's
Would
gonna
that be
set up
something you'd be
another
willing to do?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Because I know that I have documentation on my computer somewhere. I have
Okay,
to.
well, he can find it. What he does, he makes a
Somewhere.
copy of what's on your computer, so you don't lose anything on your
Yeah.
computer.
That he can just pull it.
And then he
and
can
go
search through
everything.
it. And maybe there's some clues there as far as where this lady has gotten off to. And when she was watching your baby, she always, for the year and a half?
Yeah, baby.
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years, was she always in that same building?
She'd been at a house over in Andover Lakes for a while. That was one of the main places.
Was it
she
her house or was it the one she was
No,
sharing?
it was a friend's house.
So it probably wasn't in her name?
No, it was not.
Is that one of the addresses Yuri
No.
had? Do you know
Never
that
went to
address?
house. I do not know the address.
Andover Lakes, where's that?
Off of Dean and Curry Ford.
Okay, that's up, there's a
Out
McDonald's
towards
out there?
Waterford, yeah. What's the name of the
Do you remember how to get to that house? So we could get the address, maybe the title search? But she was probably just renting a room or?
I think she was just running a room there for a while. She had a couple of the roommates. I know the house wasn't in any of their names. I think they were just running through.
Did you know any of those roommates?
I have names. I have 2 names for them, but nothing.
Have you given them to Yuri?
Yes.
Okay,
What
bye.
were those names?
Raquel Farrell and Jennifer Rosa.
Okay. You had any contact with them?
No.
Have any way of getting a hold of them, cell phone
I never
number?
really talked to them much anyway. I think I probably saw them maybe a handful of times.
Right.
Their schedules were completely opposite of mine. They were never really anybody that I met besides just in passing, even with the boyfriend that Zenaida had last year. I saw
Right.
him maybe twice.
Right.
They only dated a couple months. It was never anything serious. She never had him around Kaylee or the other children she babysat, so it was never
Yeah.
an uncomfortable situation. But this is
Now
so
we're
heart-wrenching because
pretending.
there's never a sign, never a single sign that this was gonna happen.
Right. Do you know where she was from? With a name like Zoraida or whatever?
Zenaida?
Zenaida?
Dude,
She's mixed. She's
don't
Puerto
be so
Rican and her
white.
father's black. She's from New York. From what I've been told, that's where she was born. She
Right.
was in Miami. She went to U of F. And
No, I
she
know.
You
ended
said
up
you went
in
to Colonial High School. Did you go to college afterwards?
Valencia,
How many years in Valencia?
about a year and a half.
Year
I
and a
got my
half.
med planning certificate.
Yeah. Oh, that's when you got hired on here?
Rara?
Well, I got that outside of all of this. I just wanted to do event planning, period, and working occasional events even before actually coming to the event department, even
Right.
part-time or as a seasonal employee. It was just something I always wanted to do anyway.
Right.
Ma'am.
When you were growing up, you take any medicines or anything?
Lithium.
Your
to
baby
be
take any medicine?
that-
Did she need any medicine?
Not at all.
To good health?
She's had one cold and it lasted 2 days her entire life.
Yeah. Wow.
She's been extremely healthy.
Pediatrician. Who's your baby's pediatrician?
Dr.
I thought she said
Did,
you, not the
Then
baby.
please chair are comfortable getting
No,
laid back.
exactly. I'm not comfortable alone.
I feel like I'm in the Did the nanny ever take baby to the doctor?
The only people that were on the list was myself and both of my parents. And my dad had come with me to a couple visits. My mom, I think, came to one. It was usually just Kaylee and I.
Alex, watch tomorrow. We get into the forensics of that.
Favorite places to go? I guess Universal is one of them.
Well, as a theatrical thing, of course, but
Right.
she liked Jay Blanchard Park, going to Lake Underhill and walking around the lake.
Whereabouts in the park did she like the best?
The playgrounds. She
Yeah.
liked to just attempt to run around Lake Underhill. She liked to go and walk the big trail at Jay Blanchard Park. The
Yeah,
Yukon
that's a big
She
trail.
loved that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we just finished walking that trail. That's where the jogger was killed, I believe.
Mhm.
It's a pretty park.
My mom didn't want me going out there to run for that reason.
Yeah.
She didn't even want me running on the outside of our neighborhood around Chickasaw.
I'm live every day
Trying to
at
think, when you pull into the
3:30
park-
p.m. Eastern.
Is the playground off to the right if you're looking at
There's
the creek
two
or the river?
playgrounds.
I'm usually
Which one
done
does she
by
play at?
8.
She's played at both of them, but usually the bigger one that's down towards where the Y is.
Right. That's the
He
one
is
she
a
liked the most?
pathological
There's more
liar.
things to climb on and for her to run around. There's usually a lot more little kids.
Yeah.
So, and there's swings.
When was the last time she was there?
The last time I know that she was there was the end of May. I took her in April a couple times. I've taken her a few times myself this year. The last time that I know that she went with someone other than myself was the end of May.
End of May. And you last saw her June the 9th?
Monday.
Do you remember what y'all did on June the 8th? I can't think of what I did, but anything significant?
I think I might have been at Tony's. I think my mom took Kaylee up to see her parents in Mount Dora. She either took her up there that Saturday or that Sunday. It's my boyfriend's apartment.
Oh, okay.
Tony, you know Tony. He's the guy. He does the stuff.
Yeah. So that was like a day visit?
For my parents or for my mom, yeah. When my mom goes up there, even just by herself or with my dad, or I go up there with her. It's usually just.
Your mom will go, that's your current boyfriend, right? Is that what you said?
3 hours ahead.
So your mom will go there, but she
No,
likes
my mom
him?
will go up to Mount Dora to see her parents.
Oh, okay. And your boyfriend's happens to live over too, they're not?
No, he lives off of University.
Oh. Okay, I got you. So your baby went up there with your mom to see her parents?
See her great grandparents.
Yeah. How old are they?
Oh, my grandfather's 88, maybe.
Wow.
And my grandmother's probably 82, 83.
Hang on a second.
Probably.
I am an interview, Meg. That's my partner. He's going on a cruise to Bahamas, I think. Was that 3 day, 4 night, or
Usually.
4 day, 3 night, or something like that?
I'm doing one of
I
those.
don't like boats. So, man, I just don't know everything that was asked of you, and I just don't know. You're our biggest help. You're going to be our biggest help in solving this.
I have nothing to go off of. That's the problem.
Sure.
I have perspective ideas of maybe where she could go. At the same time, she could have gone back up to New York. She could have gone up to Jacksonville, where we have a friend. Could have gone down to Miami, where her mom and her sister live now. Could have gone anywhere.
Did she have any children?
No.
And we're talking about the babysitter, right? She didn't have any children? Could she have children? Is it something that she could have done?
I'm pretty sure that she could. That was never anything that came up, but I mean,
Did she ever, when you look back, did she ever make any funny, oh, like I love this child, I wish you were mine, or anything like that? Or
never that I had witnessed.
Don't even
anybody
play
else ever
into
told
the
me. She used to say how much she
psychopathy.
loved Kaylee.
Come
She
on,
was such a
man.
good kid. And, she was very, very proud of how she was being raised.
Right.
It was always good praise, but more of things that I've heard from other friends. Nothing that sounded out of the ordinary, that was ever strange or weird.
Right.
But then this just happened. She was nonchalant with me the morning of. Everything was perfectly fine.
And when you would call, like you would drop baby off in the morning or for the day, or was it because you had to go to work and she was watching? Would you call during the day? Call her up during the day?
I would always call and check on Kaylee or send a text message, or if I was online, just to make sure that everything was okay, or she would occasionally call me.
Can you get online here at work? Can you send text messages from work?
I usually just use my phone.
Oh, okay.
I usually text
This
from
guy sounds
the
so old.
computer and from anywhere else where I have access.
Well, once again, that phone, I'm not an electronic geek, but the phone might have some valuable clues in there that can help us try to track down maybe
The
that.
bad thing is it only saves 20 calls at a time. And text messages, it only saves the messages that I receive. It doesn't show anything that I sent. That's why I pulled up a list of stuff for them.
Is that a Boost phone?
No, it's a Nokia. It's an AT&T phone. It's probably one of the cheapest, crappiest, simplest phones.
But the phone company, your service will have your telephones itemized for
Yeah,
everything you
I have
pay,
everything,
right?
but
Incoming and outgoing, right?
incoming and outgoing. The thing is,
Do you have those itemized bills for,
I printed off the ones for July.
did you give them to Yuri? Okay.
We did last night. Actually, I put them on a zip drive form. I gave him my zip drive that has pictures,
Okay.
and it has 2 different Word documents. One has my text messages, when they were sent to what number, and ones that I received. It didn't show the actual message itself, but at least showed text message sent at this time to such and such number.
Right.
Same thing with the phone list. I just need to go back on the Singular website and find the other months.
Right.
And I know she's had at least 3 different phone numbers in the last almost 4 years that I've met her. And I know that she was on 2 different phone plans.
And she lived in 2 different places since,
Well,
did you know of?
She's lived in.
Since you've been watching your child?
No, she's lived just in Orlando since I've met her, but she had just.
In the Andover Lakes, was she watching your baby there?
Yeah.
And then in the, whatever this other place is, or?
There was another apartment that she had been in, probably right about the time that I met her. It's Alabama Club Apartments.
Does Yuri know all that? Althea Club Apartment. So
She'd only lived there for a few months. I think Kaylee probably was only there maybe once or twice.
Did she live in the apartment that you dropped her off at the steps? Was that one of the ones she lived in, or was that?
That was one of the places where we had met up a couple different times. I actually have a couple friends that live in that complex, so does she.
Okay.
A good friend of mine from high school still lives there. He has a one-bedroom apartment
Do you know
right
who,
around the
do you
corner.
know who her friends were in there, where they lived, or names, or anything
I
like
do
that?
not. She used to talk about people all the time, but would never use specific names or really go into any detail about anything. And again, it never seemed weird. Some people are just very particular about giving out details or specific details about other people.
About
So I
my beer.
understood all of that, but looking back at stuff now, the privacy, the way she was a little bit changing phones, and it didn't seem right whatsoever.
Right.
So looking back at any place that I know that she had ever gone to, or that again would seem familiar for me, that maybe I've gone to meet her, to drop off Kaylee or to pick up Kaylee for whatever reason. We'd find neutral places sometimes, or I'd go and pick her up at a grocery store if that's where they were, to try to make it a little bit easier.
If we found the nanny today and we found your baby, what's the next biggest hurdle for you in your life as far as who's it? Maybe explaining something to somebody, or what's the next biggest concern? I know your major concern now is finding your baby.
Honestly, that's all I care about at this point, and I'll take that necessary step with whatever, with, you know.
Who would that be? I mean, who's going to be the next hurdle in your life as far as trying to explain that, no, I'm not a neglectful mother, I'm not, you know, is it going to be your mom?
No, it's going to be saying that and proving that to myself every day. My mom flat out told me yesterday she will never be able to forgive me, and I even told her I'm never going to be able to forgive
I believe that.
Every day I've been beating myself up about this, every single day.
Right.
Not knowing where to go, what to do, running in circles, literally, because that's all I can do at this point.
Right.
Even if I would have had my car in perfect condition, you know, under perfect conditions, it wouldn't have mattered. Where would I have gone? Just driven around for nothing? That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I just, you know, I mean, I would hope this would never happen to you again, but I think if it ever happened again.
I would never let this happen again.
The very first phone call should be to
would
the
absolutely
police,
be to the
because we have so many resources.
I wouldn't hesitate to talk to my parents this time if something happened. I mean, I learned the biggest lesson from all this. I made the greatest mistake that I ever could have made as a parent, and I even, you know, told Yuri that this morning. And he said he couldn't disagree.
Right.
You know what?
No, I was gonna stand up, stretch my leg.
Okay. You
Well, I know
done?
you've been in here a long time. Appreciate you talking to us and whatnot. I mean,
I'm sorry I've given you guys the runaround.
we're not trying to be big scary guys. We just trying
That's
to
exactly what you've done.
just trying to make sure we get accurate information so we have something to work off of.
I understand that. I just wish I honestly had more things to help with.
Okay. All right. No, she doesn't, and she will not. So here's where we are at. Tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. live stream. And it's going to be a bit shorter tomorrow, which is why I went longer tonight. Excuse me. I wanted to kind of make up for that because I have to get so many hours in each day for us to not, for us to finish the case when I want to finish it. I can't give you guys more than that, but I do want to show you something. Share screen. For those of you who stuck around. Look at this. Look at the views. Sorry, everyone. All right. So this is today. And then I have it going from like most views in a descending order. But you guys have just been incredible. I mean, this has been such a ride. I can't believe this. And I'm sorry to have flipped the topic so much because we were talking about Casey and Kaylee. But I was just looking at this and I was like, oh my God. It blows my mind. So I will be back tomorrow, 3:30. If you haven't done so already, please please make sure to like and subscribe. And you can share the stream if you'd like in preparation for tomorrow. But for now, your girls got to go eat some dinner and do things and stuff. So I hope you have a lovely evening. And I love and appreciate all of you. This has been wild. This has been absolutely crazy. And I love you guys. So I'll see you tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. Those of you who can't make it, Merry Christmas. God bless. And I'll see you soon. Bye. Guys, they're being redirected. Don't leave. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you I was redirecting.